Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, no one is great like Yahuwah.
Yah.
You ain't gon' find no one truer.
Yah.
You think you gon' win, you gon' end up a loser. He repays the faithful just like the abuser. So you can't mandate this.
No.
He gave us free will, no man take it. Don't fear the created, cause he was the first. And who Yah bless, no man curse. I am that I am, that's what he told Moshe. Made Yasharel free. You're trying to set us back, no way. You better know Aloha don't play. That's why I'ma stay right in his sight, cause he gave me the breath of life. Don't fear no jab or no knife. I serve the one that said let there be light. Fear no arrow by day or terror by night. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand. He's more than a man, he gave us the book with the plan. When only one set of footprints in the sand. Know why? Cause he carry me, man. Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, this one goes straight out to Lido. Seems Yah has hardened your heart, but I guess since it is written, your plans will soon fall apart. Seems like you think you a pharaoh.
No.
You've been confused from the start.
Why?
Is it the rainbow or blackface? You seem to be stuck on your script. You are too late cause the curse has been lifted, and I can't stop Yah's ruachs in this. Ramses ain't believe either. My Aluah speaks through the ether. I seen for myself, he made me a believer. Yah give the blessing, I'm the receiver. I pray for his mercy and grace, and daily I'm seeking his face. He keeping all of us safe, and you don't run nothing, why? You better know your place, cause Yahuwah been on the case. I know that you can't relate. All you've been pushing is hate, but it's all on Yah's time, Yah pace. And he don't answer to you, Mr. Blackface. Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, I used to get high off the la, now I only wanna reach my Yah. I know that the path is Yahusha. We shed his blood, that's how I'm led, cause he is my king. I fall to his feet, you worshiping bling, I'm worshiping him. His ruach he sends and it flows from within. I gave Yahuwah my consent. He provides everything, that's why I don't aim for no charts. He chose me, I'm set apart. Why he chose me, he knows my heart. Alpha Omega, beginning to end. He's way more than a trend. Yah over everything, please don't pretend. My Aluah, my first love, my friend. My bread, my breath, protected me while I slept. Could never be right if he left. He taught me to walk while I crept. I give thanks for every step. And I just wanna know,
What you wanna know?
why you don't know him yet? Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass pharaoh, let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass pharaoh,
let my people go. And if you ain't no, ask Pharaoh. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I see. Let me put my other headphone in. All right. Mic check, 1, 2. Peace and blessings, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Let me get my present, invite guests, copied, come to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat. All right, Control V, enter. Now that's in the chat. So my brothers and sisters, whoever's coming to join me tonight can join me on the screen. All right, peace and blessings. Shout out to Lizette. All right, Lizette, I got your email too. I'll write you back after the study. All right. Peace and blessings to anybody else. I got the brother Brian's email. I think I emailed him back. Anybody else that emailed, I didn't get it. So just keep trying again. That's spiritual warfare that always stops things. All right. So peace and blessings, everybody. Tonight's lesson, transhumanism and Epstein, from the files to the flesh and blood. Yeah. Let's get started. All right. So let me stop share. Let me grab that, and then come back. Let me stop share. Let me share screen. Bang. Window. Bang. Share. Let me see what y'all see. All right, that's the thumbnail. Thumbnail looking kind of crazy. Shout out to Sean Drill in the building. Shout out the thumbnail looking kind of crazy, guys. Looking kind of crazy outside on the thumbnail tip. Transhumanism and Epstein. It says devilish, sex mad, corrupt. Now, it's quite a bit of stuff going on in this thumbnail. So this is an actual article, all right? And that's the article about this dude. See this creepy looking dude? Y'all see this creep zester, this creep monster, this zesty, creepy McNesty. That's what his name? Aleister Crowley. He called himself the evilest, or the darkest man in the world, or the most evil man in the world. He wanted to be the most evil man in the world. Somebody told Aleister Crowley wrong. Right? So yeah, he was a super Epstein, right? This is what a lot of these celebrities follow. Even Jay-Z and them followed him. He the one coined the phrase, do what y'all wilt is the whole of the law, right? Do whatever you like. You can do whatever you like, right? Do what you will is the whole of his law. And this dude is wicked and evil. Sorry, I'm getting my life together. Shout out to Still Happy in the building, all right? Now this dude, we going somewhere. We got some things coming out, right? Yeah, he Epstein on steroids. And they follow this dude. Peace and blessings, Hakyama. Peace and blessings. Right? They follow this dude. The dark people, celebrities, entertainers, the billionaires, the wicked, evil elites, the dark elites. You know, they like to call them elite. The dark elite. All right? So that just means that like in a higher place, they are the higher place of darkness. Elite don't denote righteousness. That's why some people are like, why they keep calling these people elite? Because they dark elite. Yeah, they are the elite, and they high practices, and they serve their father, the devil, very well. They do his will, his bidding securely, 100%. They don't even gray area. They ain't lukewarm. You know, us in the righteousness, we be like lukewarm a lot of the times. But them devils, they don't be lukewarm at all. They be serving their father for real, for real. They be outside with their darkness. You heard? Their darkness is outside. All right. So this dude right here, Aleister Crowley, that's what this article right here is about, right? Off London's Charing Cross Road, there's a bookshop of mystical occult works. It came a few years before the war, a middle-aged man with piercing black eyes, and white face and shaved head. Yeah. And so that's him. And then this, I did this, that's like Epstein. I got the AI to help me do this little thing. And it's like morphing Epstein's head from this cyborg. Transhumanism. We going somewhere. So I got the transhumanistic robotic cyborg, right? And then it's morphing into Epstein, right? Because Epstein believed in transhumanism. These serpents believe in eugenics and and um uh, 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 hybridizing Nephilic beings. They believe in the fallen angels, Baal, Baphomet, Aleister Crowley, darkness, the Masons with the free in front. They believe in all these ancient magi, sorcery, witchcraft, and manipulating what the Most High created. They believe in tampering. They believe in the complete opposite of whatever the Most High created. They are to do the equal, oh, not equal, but they are to do the complete opposite. All right? So that's that. It's like he morphing into a human from the high cyborg. That's what they plan for us, but it ain't gonna happen to me. It's gonna happen to a lot of people. People gonna be taking the mark and stuff, all that crap, putting it in your brain. Child to cut from mad different clothes. It's gonna be a dope lesson tonight. Y'all gonna learn some things too. You know, I always gonna come to teach y'all something. You know, always gonna bring out some stuff y'all ain't know, right? Now, and then this one down here. Y'all know who that is? Somebody tell me who that is. I ain't even know this little nasty devil. This dude is a nasty bugger devil. Shout out to Tanisha in the building. That's that bad bunny. The bad rabbit, ain't no grown man call himself no bunny, right? Got a whole eye of, eye of Moloch on his head, eye of Horus, right? So they show you who they worship, right? And they all follow this dude, this dark dude. All right. So let's get started. That's the thumbnail. Transhumanism and Epstein, devilish, SCX mad, X mad corrupt. And that was that article right there. All right. So let's get started. I don't think they're gonna let us get through the through the shadow band tonight. We usually be over 100 right now. I'm like, all right, they starting already. I don't know what to do to make them come up off the title. I guess I gotta make a title that says, I don't know. I don't know what kind of title I gotta do for them to let us get through the shadow band again. They like, we on to you, y'all ain't. This truth ain't about to reach no 100,000 people no more. All right, but I got another plan for them in a minute and see if it works. But anyway, let's get started. So I'm gonna do. Let me do my intro, right? And then we're gonna get to the first video clip of the night. The first video clip of the night. All right. So everybody, as we know, this is the information age. It's all about information. Okay. Yeah, the images say way too much, right? They're not letting us get past that, right? All right. So, all right, but whatever, right? We'll get through it in another way. I'll show y'all. Now, information is very important because we're in the age of information and they do an overload of information, right? That's why they have so many social media, so many people have platforms that they can do content. It's like information overload, right? But it always begins with information. It begins with words on the page or records or files, things written down, stored, and archived, and some forgotten, okay? But what happens when what is written down doesn't always stay on the page? What happens when information becomes transformation? What happened when a written word doesn't stay words written on a page? When the information transforms See, we are living in a time where the line between data and flesh and blood is beginning to merge or disappear. The scriptures warned us long ago. In Ecclesiastes 1 and 9, it says, the thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and there is no new thing under the sun. Okay, so what has been is the thing that is to come. No new thing under the sun. That means the things that we are seeing play out right now on our world stage is not new at all, right? It is what? A return to that which once was forbidden, a return to forbidden knowledge. In Genesis 3 and 5, it says, the serpent says, you shall be as gods, not just knowing, but becoming. This was the transgression. Genesis 3 and 5, the serpent told Eve, you shall be as God once you transgress your father and listen to me. Once you serve me and listen and disrespect him, you shall be as God. Once you do the forbidden that he gave you law and rule not to do. That's Genesis 3 and 5. You shall be as gods. You shall know all things. Genesis 3 and 6 is when she did it. And that's the mark of the beast. That's where they get 66. So tonight, you're going to see a lot of symbols, right? And they got these symbols, and these symbols are 666, right? And they making y'all think that this number, they didn't teach you that that is actually sin is the mark of the beast. The beast came into this world in Genesis 3 and 6 when they transgressed the Most High law and got kicked out of his Ayadan, his presence, out of Yan, Eden, his presence. And the second world was started, and the world was given over to the adversary, the one who seduced and beguiled, the one who told them with their free will to choose him over the Father. You understand? So this earth was given to him for a time, okay? And this is the mark of the beast. It's Genesis 66. All right. Now, I'm going somewhere. Matter of fact, I can do it right now since I'm on it. Watch this. Stop share. I can show you better than I can tell you. You know how Unc is. You know how we are in this ministry. I can show you better than I can tell you. You see this? They show us the symbols all the time. All the time. Right here, that's the Apple Store App Store logo, right? And that's the Masonic square and compass, right? That's the Android product store logo, right? Look at the Gmail logo. That's the Masonic Royal Arch apron. The red apron, they do this all the time. Y'all know the Facebook logo? That's that Masonic, I forgot what it's called. I cut the thing off at the bottom. I apologize. Right? It's a Masonic something, but it got something to do with Marine Kingdom because it got the rope. All right. Now watch this. This one over here, that's the Google Play Pyramid Capstone. Right? The Google Play Pyramid. The Google GPS is the Eye of Providence. Right? So they show you everything in their logos and symbols. Somebody said, who was that? Somebody said, trying to think that quote. Who was that dude? He said something about their symbols and logos is more important than their words or something. I forgot his name. All right. But look at this one. You see the Google Chrome? That's the 6, and the 6. Y'all knew that. Some of y'all knew that. The divine king sign. The divine king is Hasatan. That's what Genesis 3:6. And Genesis 3:6 is when she did what they call eat. That's symbolic. When she did transgress. And then the mark of the beast came. Sin. Sin is the mark. 3:6. Everything else later are marks of sin, of transgression, of the beast. All right. All right, let's go. We're going to get back to that. I got other things coming out. We got some stuff coming out tonight. It's going to be a good one tonight. Y'all going to like this tonight. All right? Let me go back, share. All right. Now, yeah, we going somewhere. Now, Genesis 3 and 5, he said to Eve, you should be as gods. Don't listen to what the Most High say. And she told him the law. She basically told us, don't listen to you, don't mess with you, don't fool with you, right? And he said, nah. He don't want you to fool with me, because if you fool with me, I'm paraphrasing, you're going to learn all things. You'll be just as God. You'll know all things. You'll become God. The Most High, that ain't what the Most High wanted for us. You heard? And from that moment on, humanity has been chasing something ever since. They've been chasing power. They've been chasing control. They've been chasing a transformation. And now, today, we got something called technology. We got artificial intelligence. We got bioengineering. We got human enhancement. So the question is no longer, can we change humanity? The question is, how far do they go? You see, in Genesis 6 and 4, it says, there were giants in the earth in those days when the sons of the Most High, the sons of God, came unto the daughters of men. See, that was a time when the boundaries were crossed. That was a time when what was human became altered. That was a hybridizing. And the result was total corruption, wicked evil continually. Genesis 6 and 12 said, all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. It didn't say some flesh. It didn't say few flesh. It said all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. So that's after Genesis 3 and 6. The flesh is evil continually. We have to die to the flesh daily. We have to say no to the flesh. The sin is lodged in the heart. The sin is lodged in the flesh of man. You have to take your free will and your spirit and reject the flesh, reject the sin, cast off that stony heart and replace it with the heart of the Father. And you need to do this every 24 hours when you wake up, every 24 hours when your cells renew itself, when your cells regenerate, when you're a brand new creature, when he breathed the breath of life into you, that 24 hours, you are to what? Die to the flesh over again. You brand new, ready to fight the good fight of righteousness. You heard that part? Oh, happy earth birth to Yamala, a daughter of Yah. It's her earth birth today. A happy earth birth, Yamala. May the Most High breathe the breath of life into you for a new 364 days for this year coming on. May you walk in the spirit and truth and righteousness of the Most High, daughter of Yah. May you continue to fight the good fight of righteousness. You heard that part? Happy earth birth to you, Yamala. Shalom to her sister Diana. And R.I.P. to Sankaya, our elder. That's the one that sing. I'm gonna be doing the intro back again once I edit it up. That's them who sing in the intro. All right. So now, once all flesh, Genesis 6 and 12, all flesh had corrupted his way upon earth. So now we're again talking about altering flesh. That's what they're doing today. They are redefining the flesh, enhancing the flesh, okay? Now, we know the flesh is evil continually. So what are they doing? They rebuilding and re-enhancing and remaking sin, flesh, evil, okay? Tonight's lesson, what is it called? Transhumanism and Epstein, from the files to the flesh, from information to identity. And at the same time that the world is shaking, at the same time, nations are rising. At the same time, conflicts are increasing. Systems are shifting. You heard? When we shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be ye not troubled, for nation shall rise against nation, Mark 13 and 7. It is a sign, war, it is here, okay? But war is not just about land, war is about control. War is about control of resources, systems, and humanity itself, okay? In the book of Revelation in 9, it says, in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it. Everybody listen clearly. That's very, very, very important. We are living in the end time book of the Revelation. Whether you believe in the Sephir that they call the Bible or not, these devils that's on the screen, they believe in it. You heard? Yeah. They know it because they are against it. Listen clearly. In Revelation 9 and 6, it says, and in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it. Everybody, they're trying to live forever. They are trying to transhumanize and cyborg themselves so that they don't have to die. Do you understand? And they want to live forever, and they want to make us live forever. They want to transhumanize us so that we can die, so that they can use us as a slave host for eternity. Do you know how torturous that would be to have? It's like they want to diddy us forever and we can never die. You can, no matter what they do to us. That's why Revelation 9 and 6 says, and in those days, what days? In the end time days. Us days that's coming. They're going to put chips. They're going to put things in your brain. They're going to make you a biohuman, bionic human, nephilic, cyborg entity, and you will seek death, will not find it. You will have a torment that you can't snap out of until the judgment is over. And then you go into eternal damnation after that. So I'm sorry, but you need to get righteous. I'm sorry, because for those who don't understand, everybody is starting to wake up now, even people who didn't believe in the scriptures or something, because these devils, these principalities, they are all out the closet now. It's all in the open. Everything is theological now. Everything is scriptural, is prophecy. Okay? It says, and in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it. That's a time when even death is no longer a simple thing to accomplish. When you think about it, a world where even the natural order of death is even altered. And then in the Colossians, a warning comes in our scriptures. Colossians 2 and 8 says, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Messiah. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. Not everything that sounds good is the truth. Not everything that looks like progress is good for you. Y'all heard that before? Everything that's all pretty to your eyes and ears don't mean it's good for you. Some things are deceiving. Some things are deception. And the scriptures tells us in Revelation 18, for by their sorceries were all nations deceived. Come on, Marabaya, by their sorceries, by their deceit, their witchcraft, by their defilement were all nations deceived. Deception on a global scale. You understand? So when the information comes out, when all the files are being released and discussed and broken down, when the whole beast systems of all the world stage start to reveal themselves, you do not run and jump to conclusions, children of the Most High. Don't run to jump into conclusions. Remember Proverbs 18 and 13. He that answereth the matter before he heareth it, it is folly and a shame unto him. That means you are to rightly divide and discern all things, because this lesson and these teachings is not about fear. It's about what? Discernment. It's always about discernment. And tonight we discern and expose transhumanism and Epstein. You heard? The files of the flesh. Let's go. Let's go. First clip of the night. Here we go. Let's get into this. This gonna be good. I got one for y'all tonight. All right, here we go. Let me grab my first clip. Bang. Where you at? It's over here. Grab this. Bang. This one. That one. I'm going to do that first. Yeah, let's do him first. That's because it's the transhumanism. Let's go. Stop share. Right? Come back to y'all. Bang. I can make this smaller so I can still see the chat. And then I'm going to go bang, share screen. Ooh, they really shadow banning us tonight. That's insane. They are really pissed at the. I got to think this through when I'm doing these. I'm going to have to just tone this down. I think I'm going to have to really tone it down, right? And then try to do it in the lesson, bring out the stuff in the lesson, because I'm letting them know what I'm doing, and they is not happy campers. How is it only 65 of us on this live stream? That's insanity. that that was wasting before I was shadow banned, before our earlier shadow ban. That's crazy. All right. She said, y'all can say, I barely had to welcome anybody. All right, let's get started. Wow. They shadow banned the mess out of this. Let's get going. So I'm going to have to put plan B into effect. Let's do it on Friday. We're going to see how this work out. All right, so here we go. Share screen. For everybody who got to see it, blessings on to you. Share. All right, here we go. Now, I'm showing this clip because we're going somewhere. Transhumanism. Epstein. These serpents are into transhumanism. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video for educational purposes only, for entertainment purposes only. We reacted to it. Let go.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
So we broke him down before. I'm going somewhere. The reason why I'm doing this intro, because we about to travel somewhere in the information highway, right? Now, this is the dude who runs the security of the whole world. He got all our intel in his pocket. I mean, everything from our phone calls, our medical records, our IRS financial accounts, everything of all our info is in his hands. And he is a whole thing. That's why we shadow ban like crazy too. But anyway, so he asked him, do you want humanity to survive? And he can't even answer that question. He like, basically no, right? He's like, well, I want y'all to survive, but I want y'all to survive as our slave hosts, okay? And he runs the company Palantir that runs all the information of all the nation states in the world, America and everybody, right? All right, now let's continue.
Long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also.
But Gret is the Antichrist. You're the Antichrist. I'm the Antichrist because we want to regulate AI and make sure it doesn't destroy everything.
Should humans survive? Yes, but I'm going somewhere. I know I showed this before, but I'm going somewhere.
Right? We're the problem here. He's totally normal. He's totally fine. He can't directly answer if he wants humanity to survive.
Would I also would like us to radically solve these problems. Right. And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And
we want more transformation than that. Transforming like the Nephilim, right? This is all fallen angel, right? Shout out to my Cherie. This about to be crazy good in a second. Why? I'm going somewhere. So I'm showing this clip. I know I broke this down before, but this is leading us somewhere. This is the intro. Y'all know who we going somewhere. All right? We get in the car, get in the bus. We going somewhere, right? And it gets kind of dark too, but y'all hold on. Y'all in the righteous house with the Most High. Y'all in the righteous house of the Most High with our family. All right? All right, let's continue.
Okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your...
We want more than cross-dressing and changing your sexual organs. We want y'all to... Who is we? What are we? The devil's a lie. Who is we? you and your wee. This ain't friends. You can keep your little wee. That's what's wrong with y'all little wee. And everybody, do y'all know that it's a whole thing? It's a spiritual thing, something that a lot of them got these micro penises. It's a whole thing. Y'all probably heard it before. I'm sorry, we grown. Y'all just listen up. So they got these little micro penises that just really, no disrespect to anybody that got a micro penis. May you go forth and be righteous with whatever size penis you got. That ain't my business. But these dudes got these little, and so they got this. I think y'all did that to them. Made them the most evil, wicked ones got a micro little penis so they can, you know. Oh my goodness. At least they can do less damage with that. That's why they be trying to harm them, like bite them and stab them and do all this pain because they but anyway, let me pause. Let me get off that. But anyway, this the thing that that's a whole thing. Yeah, they do. I think the Most High did that. It made them the little. All right. So anyway, let's continue. So he keeps saying we they want to do this to us normal people, transform us into some cyborg.
Your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox.
Jesus Christ. These guys are transhumanists, right? So they want to like be able to download their consciousness into a computer and live forever. How is this any different from some like actual, cartoon villain type shit, superhero villain type shit? It really does sound like that to me.
That's what it is. And they want to live forever. All right. Now, I'm pointing that out because this is the dude who got our vice president in office. This is the dude who runs the security for all the world's powers and all the world's, these leaders in the espionage, and they're running everything. They got all our info. And these are the dudes, him, Bill Snakes, all of them. All these tops, right? So now let's go. Here we go. Which one I'm gonna go to next? Oh, let me go. Do I want to go there first? Let me see, because I got so much structure. I gotta see which one I want to go first. Do I want to do that now or go to it afterwards? Go to it afterwards. All right, let's go. Let's do this clip first and then go to it afterwards. All right, second clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers are on effect. This is that dude. This sister's talking about that dude right there. Let's go. I don't want to say his name too much because he hearing and watching everything. That's why we shadow, man. That's why they didn't even let us get to 100 on this live stream yet. That's crazy. They choking us out tonight. But let's go. We still gonna speak the word. Let's go.
Hello, my dear friends. I have to admit I'm a little bit nervous to film and post this reel, but here we go. I'm going to tell you about a man you didn't elect. His name is Peter Thiel. He co-founded PayPal. He co-founded Palantir, which is a surveillance and AI company now embedded inside of ICE and the Israeli military, helping generate targeting lists across the US and in Gaza. He was an early investor in Facebook. He's now worth about $8 billion, and he spent a significant portion of that fortune building one thing, J.D. Vance. They met in 2011 at Yale Law School, where Thiel was giving a talk. Vance approached him afterwards. Thiel became his mentor, his employer, his financier, his political kingmaker.
All right, y'all heard what he said. They met at Skull and Bones, Yale. He put all his money. The reason why we ain't never heard of no little J.D. Vance before he come out of nowhere, because he put all his money behind him. Listen, and that's the one we got to watch out for. They got y'all talking about Trump with your Trump derangement syndrome. You don't even understand the serpents put JD in there. You understand? Y'all better know something. All right, let's continue.
Talk, Vance approached one thing, J.D. Vance. They met in 2011 at Yale Law School, where Thiel was giving a talk. Vance approached him afterwards. Thiel became his mentor, his employer, his financier, his political kingmaker. He hired Vance at his venture capital firm. He funded Vance's own firm. He wrote the blurb on Vance's book. And then in 2022, he donated $15 million to Vance's Senate run, the largest individual donation to a single Senate race in American history.
We got a Epstein in the house. So y'all can take care of him. His little micro penis is upset. Key for the unmanned aviation is his little micro penis is upset. So you go, bye, Epstein. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, let's continue.
Then he walked Vance into Mar-a-Lago literally and personally introduced him to Donald Trump, even though Vance's individual donation to a single Senate race in American history. Then he walked Vance into Mar-a-Lago literally and personally introduced him to Donald Trump, even though Vance had called Donald Trump Hitler in public. The man one heartbeat from the presidency was, quite literally, assembled by a billionaire who has publicly stated, and right now, get out your pen, write notes. He said, Thiel said, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." End quote, and it's not a misquote. Search it. Now, about those Epstein files. Thiel's name appears over 2,200 times across Epstein's email schedules and documents. The two had lunch in November 2017, 9 years after Epstein's conviction for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Epstein invested $40 million into funds co-managed by Thiel, and Epstein was actively brokering introductions between Thiel and the Israeli officials, including a dinner in 2014 arranged by Epstein himself. Thiel denies wrongdoing. The calendar entries don't have opinions. Meanwhile, Palantir, Thiel's company, signed a strategic partnership with Israel's Ministry of Defense in 2024. Their CEO at Palantir said publicly, "I'm proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can." Palantir's own CEO has also acknowledged, in his words, that their product is used on occasion to kill people. This is the man who built your vice president. This is the company in the bloodstream of your government. You didn't vote for Peter Thiel, but Peter Thiel is governing you anyway. That's not democracy. That's a purchase. I will be back.
And I think,
how'd you get introduced?
it was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically.
So they're asking him, how did he get introduced to Epstein? Okay. And so, and listen to his answers, right? And then we going somewhere. This is going somewhere, right? Because this is transhumanism. They want to transhumanize us humans, all right, into cyborgs, right? So they're asking him, how did he meet Epstein, right?
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically, and I didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about it.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you?
Oh, so he wasn't described as a convicted PDF. And you say it was my moral weakness that I didn't. Let's continue.
Smartest tax people in the world. Didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about it.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay. And so,
but you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. There was certainly the illusion that there were all these.
Did you hear what he said? He didn't go to jail for that. Oh my goodness, that's crazy work. Hold on. I can't believe he just said it.
For that long. It
was like
2007, 08.
Okay. And so.
But you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged.
So you just assume he's convicted for PDF and he didn't go to jail for that long. So it's not as serious as, okay, it ain't that bad. Nah, he was just raping little ones. And it just, it wasn't that bad. It's okay. Okay, let's continue.
There was certainly the illusion that there were all these these other people that I trusted, you know, Reed, who introduced us, was, you know, he started LinkedIn. He was, you know, maybe too focused on business networking, but
So the dude who started LinkedIn and the dude who started PayPal and the dude who started this one and all these Silicon Valley billionaires, Reed, he introduced me, and you know he's he's all in the Epstein files for doing it, but you know, for Diddy and right, he's all these PDFs. So it's like, can you see how they're trying? He's trying to explain. I'm going somewhere. Do you see how he's trying to explain this away? Like, this is crazy work. Like,
you know, maybe too these other people that I trusted, you know, Reed, who introduced us, was, you know, he started LinkedIn. He was, you know, maybe too focused on business networking, but I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, where you're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
do y'all hear that? He says, okay. So now after you did all this, he gets arrested for a second time for the big, did you think anything did? Look what he said, right? Because no. Come on, guys. That's what I'm telling you. They all in this stuff, right? So, but anyway, we going somewhere.
I've thought about it
For the second time, where you're like, ugh.
judgment in people.
When the went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, where you're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And thought about it, he did, because he was emailing Jeffrey Epstein a lot, meeting up with him a lot. Definitely sounds like they were very close, inviting him to the island. Basically, this guy is going to be
People that are deeply embedded in this system of people knowing things about people and using those at their advantage. I mean, that's an age-old strategy in politics. That was J. Edgar Hoover's entire modus operandi.
Yeah. Look, my riff on it was always that it's a little bit different from the J. Edgar Hoover thing, and the question was always whether the people doing it knew they were getting compromised. And so it's the vibe is not that you somehow got compromised. It was more you were joining this secret club.
Right.
You got to be made. You're a made man in the mafia,
And you get to do crazy things.
No. It's only if we have compromise on you do you get ahead.
Right.
It's like, I don't know. It's one of these.
Skull and bones
closet,
type things.
the closet of the Vatican.
Right.
The claim is 80% of the cardinals in the Catholic Church are gay. Not sure if that's true, but directionally, it's probably correct. And the basic thesis is you don't get promoted to a cardinal if you're straight, because you need to be compromised, and then you're under control, but you also get ahead.
Completely makes sense. Completely makes sense in the way to do that, with especially all these politicians who are essentially like bad actors.
He just exposed the Vatican and all that, right? He basically said, you can't get ahead unless you're a PDF, and we got you on film, and that's the only way that you're going to advance in the Vatican or anything else, any of these positions.
Them. They're just people that want power and people that want control, a lot of them. And, you know, those kind of guys, they want to party. You know, I mean, that has been, you've got two types of leaders that are president.
Diddy wants to party, and you got to tell him no. But we going
You got pussy hounds and warmongers.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
This is dark, right? It's saying you would like the human race to endure. He's like, the answer for any good human non-reptilian would be absolutely. Absolutely. I want the human race to prosper and persist. There's no version of this where you hesitate on that. I don't care what his justification is going to be. You want the human race to endure, right? Right?
So many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes, the guy who is not so sure whether or not humans should exist. Now, some background on Thiel. He was the co-founder of PayPal alongside Elon Musk.
That's him and a young Elon. Let's continue.
He was also the first major investor in Facebook. Coincidentally, I don't know if you know this, founded on the same day, DARPA ended their LifeLog program, which was a program sought to, quote, trace the threads of an individual's life in terms of events, states, and relationship. That sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? He also co-founded Palantir, a data analytics and surveillance company used by many government intel and military agencies, including the CIA, NSA, ICE, and the IDF. Now, Thiel, like Epstein, has been known to host a sex party or two in his prime. Ben Goggins of NBC News wrote that Thiel's parties have been, quote, legendary in gay circles for years and repeatedly characterized as debaucherous, with Thiel himself being quoted as saying, "Yeah, we know how to have some no-holds-barred gay fun."
Now, y'all listen clearly. You see? I got some stuff coming out in a second. Y'all just hold on. This is just the intro. We just getting started. Some of y'all might have seen these clips. Now, he been known to host his parties, and they're repeatedly characterized as debaucherous. Like, when have someone ever described that word to describe something about some event that you gave or something that you did, debaucherous? And he said that, yeah, we've been known to have some no holds barred, GAY fun, no holds barred. All right, let's continue. My face is already, oh my goodness, but let's continue. All right. According to Intercept's reporting, Thiel advertised them as such, while also working to find a culture war that's ended up targeting such and such.
Thiel has also been working on building his own island in the French Polynesia to basically establish a kind of a non-governmental colony.
Always with the islands, right? These rich billionaires with their strange plans. Always with the islands.
Now, just to be clear, there's no record that...
All right, now I'm about to show y'all some. Y'all know how I do. All right, let's get started. We just getting in. Now, listen clearly. He's also, listen, and I told you I broke this down with the Epstein Island. I broke it down with the North Fox Island. And I told y'all about all these islands, right? And I told y'all the Marine Kingdom and why in the maritime law, right? But guess what? Here we go. Let's go.
Non-government Asia to, yeah, we know how to have some no-holds-barred gay fun. Thiel has also been working on building his own island in the French Polynesia to basically establish a kind of a non-governmental colony.
So he's building these islands. One in the French, they're doing this now, right? In the French Polynesian, right? That's amongst like over in the Hawaii area and stuff like that, right? In the Pacific Ocean, over there, right? In Polynesian lands. Now listen clearly. And they building these islands and they're structuring them to have no government. They have complete governmental authority over the region, the island. This is a new mandate that they're trying to make in this new world system, and they build in these islands and they are run by maritime law, and those who are running the island, there is no outside governing authority, world authority that can have any jurisdiction over this island. Now listen clearly. They're doing it in Polynesia, and I'm about to show you. He got one in, of course, they in Africa. Here we go. I tell you, I'm always going to bring y'all something. Let's go. He doing it in Africa. I'm about to introduce y'all to his African island. All right? Watch this. Stop share. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Watch this. This right here is that's when he was giving advice to Epstein on buying Palantir stock, right? All right, so he act like he really didn't know him and all that, right? So this is when he was telling them to get the Palantir stock, right? Back in what's this, 2016, right? So he says such a mutual fund wants to get our thoughts. Something 50 is lower range of recent trust, or whatever. You'll be a better price in the next 12 months. Let me get forward. This right here is Jeffrey Epstein took a photo of the dinner he attended in 2015, which included Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, Reid Hoffman. That's Elon. That's Palantir. What you call it? What did they him and what's the name start? PayPal. That's Facebook, and that's Instagram, and others. Right? This is 2015. And look, that's them at the table. All right? This is the Epstein files. Okay? All right? Watch this. I'm going, so I'm getting right now with the island. All right? This says, Peter Thiel says, from him to Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Thiel loved the secret society idea. He has done a lot of work on the concept, but all have failed so far. All right? Jeffrey said, let's do it. The secret society idea. They were forming a secret society. All right? That's 2016. Watch this. I'm walking it down for us to get there, to the island. Right? Now, this is about the Eastover Farm from John Brockman, subject, Thiel. It says, I'm on the case. Thiel, I'm on the case regarding Thiel. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm at the farm. But why Thiel, another libertarian type, and not Elon Musk, a truly brilliant physicist who you would benefit from knowing? And he said, Peter Thiel professes that he is unable to engage in what he terms unacceptable compromise politics, considers democracy a failed experiment, drawing into doubt the wisdom of granting women and the poor any voting rights. This position received hard criticism, right? So he don't want women or none of the poor to have no voting rights, right? All right, let's continue. I'm walking on down. We're going somewhere. Here it go. So in that video I just showed you, the brother broke down that they was building these islands in the Polynesia. This is what it's called in Africa. It's called Prospera. Prospera is close to clinching its first private city in Africa. That's 2025. The governance platform behind troubled Honduras project to launch on the continent on new terms. So they was launching these, listen clearly, in Honduras, that's in Dominican Republic, and in the Polynesian Islands, and of course, you know they going after Africa, right? Now, the city is called Prospera. Watch this. Here we go. This is your AI overview, right? Prospera, Africa. Not to be confused with the United States government's Prospera Africa initiative. It's an initiative aiming to establish charter cities or special economic zones with their own governance, their own laws, and their own regulations to foster quote-unquote economic growth and entrepreneurship and innovation on the African continent. The project seeks to create business-friendly startup cities to drive prosperity. And this is their blueprint. Now, listen clearly. Prospera, they're going to have their own governance, their own laws, and their own regulations. And they're building economic zones. Watch this. Key aspects of Prospera Africa. The model, it utilizes a governance as service platform designed to create semi-autonomous startup cities. These zones operate with their own legal frameworks, regulatory bodies, and their own tax codes to attract global investment and innovation. So, on these islands that they are building, they're already built, come on, not just 15-minute cities, 15-minute islands. Now, listen clearly. They have their own governance. Do what they wilt on this island, and there is no legal governing authority that can save you. Do you understand? All right, listen clearly. Banking prison islands. Come on. They already got it. What I'm showing you, they already have it. Okay? Remember when we did the Epstein and what's her name, Naomi Campbell, and they were setting up in West Africa with those islands and everything? Watch this. It's the same charter school. Yep. Same. Now they got these already. All right. That's why I'm showing y'all. Prospera. All right. Now watch this. They own autonomous government regulated by everything. Nobody can save you. Once they get you on that island, ain't nothing can help you. Watch it. But well, the Most High gonna save you. That's why your righteousness. The Most High will stop you from ever getting to that island. But let's continue. Watch this. Now this is Prospera Africa Startup City Engagement. This is January 2026. Come on, little Sodom and Gomorrah. Come on, y'all know I'm gonna bring y'all some stuff. Y'all know we gonna bring y'all, no matter what, we guaranteed to bring y'all information y'all don't know. Now listen clearly. Watch this. Prospera Africa, the African Startup City Engagements. Kenya, Negotiating League, Kenya Development Court, the legal framework, the SAYS Act, status, advanced, primary frontier, site surveys in the Navasha corridor. Shout out to Charlie Ford over on Facebook. It's in Kenya. Nigeria, Presidential Steering Committee, Atana, Digital Free Registration 20, active governance partner for Atana Tech City near Lagos. This is where they building these cities, this Prospera cities, all right? These imprisoned Diddy cities, right? In Benin, discussions for a high-tech enclave near GDIZ. In Malawi, early stage, MOU stage targeting agriculture tech processing. In Zanzibar, focus on digital residency and blue economy tech. In Zambia, potential mining tech hub near the Copper Belt. In Senegal, negotiations stalled following internal leadership split. In Rwanda operates its own independent innovation city model. Everybody, see, when the person in the video said they got their one in that they did in Honduras, they got their one they did in Polynesia, look at what they doing in Africa. So they building all of these Diddy Epstein cities. All right. Scramble for a partition of Africa 2.0 is what they're calling it. Reslicing sovereignty through contracts. There's much more to these countries within countries. Enclave governance arrangements that meets the eye, with Kenya being the primary frontier. Even with her exit from at Prospera Global, Senegalese at Magtu and Atlas continues to champion the network state and charter city movement. Now, y'all know these African presidents, they be selling the people out. They do anything for a buy. They're calling this Africa 2.0, reslicing sovereignty through contracts. Countries within countries. Come on, y'all. Will within will. This is the places that they're setting up to have the people slave hosted, locked in, slave as a slave host succubus, incubus thing. All right, watch this. Since we're gushing about Benin, okay, so when I got this info, right, and the person who was bringing this out about this, he's in Africa. It's an African, one of our African brothers in the continent. And he was exposing what's going on. And so some dude from Benin got offended. Instead of listening, right? He got offended and started talking about Benin is a beautiful country and we're doing this and we're the country to aspire for all to aspire to be all through Africa. How dare you talk about Benin? And it's like, bro, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about these devils of setting up this in Benin. So this is what this brother wrote. So the brother, you know how we get these trolls, whatever, but the brother wasn't a troll. Some people just get in their feelings and don't hear the information. You understand? They take a pride and they say, don't understand. That's how your countries get diddy. Because instead of you having discernment and study to show yourself approved, you worried about how you look. These serpents don't care how you look. They come into diddy your state, land, country, and your people, your leaders will sell you out. So this person said, who wrote it, he said, since we're gushing about Benin and its amazing roads, let me inform all of you, that Patrice Talon is currently in the process of approving the sale of part of Benin to a consortium of billionaire racist brothers led by Peter Thiel, for them to build a private sovereign city with its private owned laws and police, which will not be subject to the laws of Benin or your African Union. It is called Prospera Africa, and it is meant to follow the template of the same project funded by the same people in Central America called Prospera Honduras. If you Google what Prospera Honduras uses its sovereignty to do, you'll see the commercial investment into it primarily for the purpose of biotechnology, drug testing, and human experimentation that would be extremely legal anywhere else that there is an actual government. So this person is trying to, all right, welcome everybody. We got 100 on the live stream. Praise the Most High. Find at least let us reach 100. All right. Now listen clearly. He's trying to explain that this is what they're doing in the Polynesian Islands, in Central America. They're going to be doing it everywhere, okay? This is what Epstein was doing on Epstein's ranch, okay? This is where they're doing their transhumanism. They're making labs. So now they need these islands. Everybody listen. They need these islands, and they need these islands to have their own governance. No laws, no that they can't be held accountable for whatever they do on this island. No outside governmental entities of no country can have anything, so they can do whatever they will on this island. And these are their biotechnology, human experimentation islands, not So, okay, he says these racist billionaires, bros, are trying to build a sovereign colony in Benin where they can lead, but it's more than just racist, right? So he's African talking to another African. What everybody need to understand, this goes further than racial skin, okay? They enslaving black, white, brown, yellow, purple, green. They don't care. They ain't about no color. It's about blood lineage. These serpent seeds know whose are theirs and their blue blood lineage. It's not just, it ain't about no color of no skin. You understand? So you got to take this past racism, take this past prejudice. We as the people, the children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, we have to understand that these serpent seeds are after every last one of us on this planet. I don't care if you black, if you so-called black, if you so-called white, if you so-called Asian, if you so-called East Indian, if you so-called Hispanic, if you so-called whatever it is, nations of people that you belong to, these serpents, these billionaires is after you. Bill Gates, or they are trying to take the food. They're building these islands, and these islands are governed by their rule. Listen clearly. So these billionaire devils is what he should have said. These billionaire devils are trying to build a sovereign colony in Benin where they can legally experiment on Africans, and that's we're going to do it everywhere, and do whatever other Epstein Island activities that eventually got them into a dispute with the government in Honduras. It's called Prospera Africa. Google it. It's not hard to find. All right. I know a lot of y'all just finding out, but we going somewhere. He said, take this very seriously. It is not something a little birdie told me. I myself almost ended up working on this project a couple of years ago before I started to understand what it was and who was behind it. When you're done congratulating Patrice Talon for his smooth roads in Benin, please beg him to not give Peter Thiel an Epstein Island in West Africa for Elon Musk's friends to legally use Africans as live experiments. Thank you. All right, now he's an African talking to an African, but this is coming for all of us. Right here. This is Epstein to Peter Thiel. It says, Brexit is just the beginning. Return to tribalism. Counter to globalization. Amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed to zero interest rates, that zero interest rates were too high. This is Epstein and Peter Thiel in 2016, right? So remember, we just showed him on Joe Rogan's show saying like, well, I didn't really know who he was, and I didn't know I didn't do my research to find out who he is. Yeah, listen, return to tribalism, counter globalization, amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed to zero interest rates, that zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding the next bargain. They're talking about destroying companies and eating, right? They're talking, I forgot what they call, I keep forgetting what they call that when the company eats the other company, right? But they said zero interest rates were too high. Return to tribalism, counter to globalization. All right, let's watch this. Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel discussing how returning culture back to tribalism will let them collapse the worldwide economy so they can buy everything at a bargain price. They're going to start wars, rumors of wars. They're going to collapse the economy of these countries, and they're going to buy it all. That's what they said, much easier finding things on their way to collapse is much easier finding the next bargain. They said, forget that we buying stuff for zero interest rates. We want to get it because the country is destroyed. All right? This is Bloomberg venture capitalist Peter Thiel and billionaire George Soros are leading $25 million investment in electric bond trading startup. George Soros, Peter Thiel, Jeffrey Epstein. The New York-based company is among a dozen firms competing to transform the corporate debt market. Worries mount over difficulty of trading the $8.1 trillion of securities in existence, right? Goldman Sachs Group and all, right? So I'm just showing y'all we going somewhere, all right? Epstein files billionaires Peter Thiel and George Soros have reportedly joined forces in a $25 million investment back in an electronic bond trading startup. 2015. My old pal, let me know when you can discuss. Okay? Now I'm going somewhere. Quick on my path, what's this talking about? Last night was a lot of fun as always. From Peter Thiel to Epstein. Last night was a lot of fun as always. Initial thoughts. Benzodiazepines or act on similar receptors to GHB while they're both CNS. Now, they were doing transhumanism. So this is transhumanism talk, right? So in Epstein's ranch, that's why some of the victims said they weren't being raped, they were being experimented on, meaning biohuman, they were being experimented by scientists in their labs in the ranch underground, right? So this is all that science talk, right? Of transhumanism. Beware, Peter Thiel, founder of PayPal, considered by Epstein a great friend, has funded research on life extension, including young blood transfusions, and projects for floating city-states in international waters free from any regulation. Now, he's already doing it. I told y'all these islands. Now, listen clearly. This ain't allegedly, this is facts. He brought this out that he takes transfusions for young children's blood into, because they want to extend their life, live forever, right? And he wants to have projects for floating cities on international marine kingdom waters, maritime, free from any laws. Peter Thiel is in Rome to deliver his lecture on the Antichrist. He delivered a lecture on it, which is crazy work, on the Antichrist, right? All right? All right, now, let's go. Now, I want to show that because now, and the Prospera. Now, let me get back to the video, right? And watch this. We about to go somewhere even darker in a second. It's going to get crazy in a minute. After this clip, it's going to get even darker. We're getting darker and darker in each clip. Well, I'm revealing more and more. Copyright disclaimers. Let's go.
Always with the islands, right? These rich billionaires with their strange plans. Always with the islands.
Now, just to be clear, there's no record that implicates Thiel in Epstein's illegal underage sex trafficking operation. But What has been well documented now are their ties in academics and business.
You know, nobody is talking about this. Peter Thiel, it's obvious to me that he fits in on that academic side of the Jeffrey Epstein operation. He worked with all these people and he held academic symposiums at Little St. James, at the island. But what's so crazy about this that I don't think...
So when he was doing this interview on Joe Rogan and stuff, acting like he really don't know him, he did symposiums on the island. Okay, on Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Academics and business.
You know, nobody is talking about this. Peter Thiel, it's obvious to me that he fits in on that academic side of the Jeffrey Epstein operation. He worked with all these people and he held academic symposiums at Little St. James, at the island. But what's so crazy about this that I don't think a lot of people are focused on is that there are many survivors that have come out now in the last 5 years saying that they weren't just sexually abused.
I woke up in a laboratory there one night, but there were scientists there, you know, and I woke up one night in a laboratory, paralyzed and naked on a table. They did something to me and they don't want anyone knowing about it. And I came back from there, I was hospitalized 10 times with panic attacks. And I'd been a very, very healthy, happy girl before I was taken.
That, by the way, was a clip from a new podcast that I'm co-hosting called Today-ish.
Now, so you see her, she like, I woke up on the table, they experimented on me.
Everybody should subscribe if you haven't done so yet. And we get into some pretty interesting action. What else were these guys up to on that island? Right, it has been widely reported that Peter Thiel has been injecting himself for years with young people's blood. Allegedly, he's been spending $40,000 a quarter on regular transfusions from 18-year-olds. Yeah, is it starting to make sense now, his transhumanist vision and why he can't give a straightforward answer on whether or not he thinks humans should exist? Because I think if it isn't evident yet, it should be now that his vision for the future is clearly aimed at achieving some kind of post-human state where these elites ostensibly control every aspect of society, which brings...
I think these guys want to live forever and they don't want any new people. They just want to live forever and be in charge of everything. That's how I feel like the impression I get. They all want to live forever. They want to have an island. They're doing blood transfusions, stem cells, all type of stuff. Now, there have been some pretty nefarious things revealed in emails in the Epstein files that kind of break down some of the activities that Thiel and Epstein were allegedly coordinating together. So it says Thiel may have been involved in Epstein's trafficking ring, politics as a cover. Okay, this guy says, I've been noticing weird emails between Epstein and Peter Thiel. They keep referencing meeting for politics, but this one jumped out at me as explaining it. They seem to be using the word as cover because this directly asks him what region would keep him the most appetizer and how the group will keep him entertained. And Peter got really into politics that year. There's a few like this. So let's just see. All right, so back and forth. It says a weekend filled with...
All right, I'll come back to that later. Let's get to something crazy. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's get funky. All right, let's go. Let's expose some seriousness right now. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
Recently, a viral post drew comparisons between the antagonist from the black phone, the grabber, and the real-life monster that's rocked the world, pointing to both having the exact same eerie eyes.
I know y'all seen that, right? So that movie, The Grabber, it's like that look real Epstein-like, right? I'm like, that dude looked like, that just looked like a Baphomet Epstein mask. All right, let's go.
So Luciferians cast a spell on the world. And,
for real?
Oh, absolutely. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it and do a little skit like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And he's, oh, the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned.
So I don't know if y'all seen that skit before, but I had it to bring out on something else. But that Stephen Colbert, he did it on his show, right? So he picked up a baby, because they make jokes, but they the Most High, they have to explain, they have to reveal their darkness and the stuff they're doing, right? So on the show, he was like, I got something I'm going to do. And he pulled this baby from under the desk. And he pulled the baby up and he said, I'm going to give this baby over to Moloch. And then he walks over and he takes the baby and it walks into this cloud with the red. And then you hear this monster go, "Hurrah!" And you're here, I'm giving the baby over to Moloch. And then he comes back out of the smoke and you're like, well, I think the baby will be okay. Right? See, they do this stuff and they do it in comedy and joke. But you can't say that they didn't show you and tell you what they were doing. All right?
Bear did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And he's, oh, the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it.
The devil himself said, I'm going to...
Oh, yeah. Then he said, don't eat me, eat the baby. When he got it in there. I have the clip. I should have put it in this clip. I should have cut it and put it in. But it's okay. Let's continue. It's about to get crazy in a second.
And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart.
All the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
So that's his financier. That's his Diddy. That's the one who gave him the millions. That's the one who gave him the New York $700 million mansion. That's the one who gave him the keys to the Diddyville to take over the dark, the dark espionage thing. Les Wexner, right? The owner of Victoria's Secrets, the L brands and all that, right? The billionaire, trillionaire, whatever he is, right? And he up there at his deposition, like, they know ain't nothing gonna happen to them. See, this thing with the Epstein files, this stuff, they know ain't none of them getting locked up because it's too big. I keep saying it. It's the top of the serpent. It's the whole body of the serpent. Nobody's going down because if they did, they all would go down. The whole world would collapse. What I mean by it is the financial infrastructure of the entire planet Earth would fall. That ain't going to happen until we get close to what the spiritual war of Armageddon. All right? So that ain't, y'all might as well just forget anybody getting locked up for this Epstein stuff. We're going to keep exposing it. We're going to keep showing it. We're going to keep watching out. We're going to keep preparing. We're going to prepare for the collapse of economies. We're going to watch them build these islands. We're going to watch all these robots. We're going to watch the transhumanism as we work on our righteousness. That's going to cover us. It's a spiritual thing that's going to cover you. Understand? So when Wexner was getting this deposition, he was laughing and everything. He know ain't nothing going to happen to him. He like, man, the billionaires like, man, this is a joke. Y'all think, they like, ain't nothing going to happen up to me. All right, watch this.
All the things were...
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart.
All the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
This lady who...
Do y'all see? His lawyer like, I'm going to effing kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. And he lies. So guys, this is a joke. Y'all know what I mean? He ain't, do he look stressed? Do he look like he think they about to lock him up or anything for this? He laughed at his lawyer. His lawyer like, bro, if you answer anything else with more than 5 questions, I'm going to unalive you, right?
This lady, who was a former victim of Mr. Jeffrey, said in this interview,
Epstein was instantly menacing, a man prepared to bully and intimidate to save himself.
He treated the entire thing as a game.
This is one of the survival victims of Epstein.
A really dark, twisted game. He even said to me at the beginning, okay, let's play chess. I'll be black, you be white, you get the first move. And from there, it descended into a sort of horrific game of cat and mouse. He would phone me every day. And then he told me that if he didn't like what I was going to write, he was going to have his witch doctor place a curse on my unborn children, and that was off the record. Then he told me he was going to sue me and ruin me personally.
What happens when you dig into the released emails of Jeffrey Epstein and find direct purchase confirmations of occult material, some of it connected to notorious Satanist Aleister Crowley?
Josh shared with us yesterday, I think it was yesterday, recently when we did a show, and mentioned that he had done a search of Crowley's spelling of magic, M-A-G-I-C-K, of the Epstein files. And he said, woo, man, he came across an email that came from Amazon letting Epstein know that your book, Sex Magic, that's what Crowley taught. And Crowley was abusing young people, just like, we show evidence of that.
He was really learning, sadly, from the best. That is Mr. Crowley. Aleister Crowley was the most evil satanic individual in his own time.
This nasty McNasty beast devil
evil
dude
satanic
is who they all follow. So in the records, in the Epstein files, he was reading the books. They all follow this, right? Jay-Z running around with a do what thy wilt shirt on, right? They all follow this, right? The one-eye symbolism and all this stuff, right? This Aleister Crowley dude, right? Devil dude, these devil dudes, all right?
Individual in his own time. He not only worshipped the devil, he embraced him.
Crowley admitted, quote, beneath the standard of objectivity, I serve my great master Satan and the Council of Nine composed of Beelzebub, etc. He declared, quote, I swear to work my work abhorred, careless of all but one reward, the pleasure of the devil our Lord.
So those are quotes from Crowley, right? He's Satan worshiper, right? The council, he said the Council of Nine composed of Beelzebub, all right?
Composed of Beelzebub, etc. He declared, quote, I swear to work my work abhorred, careless of all.
We rebuke all this in the name of our Messiah, come in the name of our Father, you heard? We just exposing the devil and all his minions and all his devices, but none of it's because my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So don't y'all even give this no power. This has no authority over none of y'all. You understand? Every last one of your phones, your houses, your computers is covered. You're in the house of Yah and the darkness is being exposed, but it's being covered by us in the light. It's being covered by the children of light. You heard? Wherever the light is, the darkness will flee. So we are to expose the darkness. We ain't scared of these wicked devils. These are but diddy bully fools. Hasatan as well. You think I'm scared of some Hasatan? I know his devices. I'm be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. I ain't scared of that fool. You understand? I got to know his chess moves. And I sure enough ain't scared of none of his minions. You understand? So we gonna expose them all. Don't be scary. Don't be scarred. Nah. Ain't time to be scary. Be children of the Most High. Stand warriors of the Most High. The Most High Father, God, Yah. I'm trying to speak y'all language, whatever y'all call them. You know what I mean? The Most High Creator of all things, your Father. You stand in authority. You understand? Rather, y'all dominion was given to you. You understand? Adam and Eve transgressing and gave it over to that fool. But now we rebuke Adam and we rebuke Eve. We rebuke all the transgressors of the Most High. We are the children of the Father of light. You heard? We following after the Messiah. He told us to come on back to the righteousness of the Father. So don't y'all be scared of this crap. We gonna expose it all right? These devils. And watch this entertainer. What's his name? Singing this song. His daughter looking like a doggone devil now. What's his name? The dude that bit the chicken, the head off a chick, Ozzy Osbourne and them. I don't care that he dead. Let the dead bury the dead. You understand? Following this Aleister Crowley and Jay-Z and all these celebrity entertainers, celebrated devils entities, then sold they soul for a little bit of red porridge like Esau for a little bit of mammon. The devil's a lie. You're going to have an eternity of debt to pay back for that. That was a bad deal. You heard? You got the short end of that stick, right? For this little temporary pleasure of money and mammon, and they didn't diddy you. You ain't even get to enjoy the mammon. You entertainer celebrities. You see them all falling apart. They looking like sucked up Nephilim. Half of them ain't even human no more. They done got them on some Epstein Island. They done sucked their soul out. They got a clone out there for half these celebrities. Y'all better know the devil's a lie. I'm telling y'all the truth. The devil's a lie, but the Most High is truth. All right, let's continue.
How but one reward, the pleasure of the devil, our Lord. Crowley forsook his Christian upbringing and admitted, quote, "My first step must be to get into personal communication with the devil." He went on to say, "I was opposed to an omnipotent God. I was not content to believe in a personal devil and serve him in the ordinary sense of the word." He said, "I wanted to get hold of him personally and become his chief of staff."
Which he said with his...
So Aleister Crowley said, I wanted to be Hassatan's chief of staff. I want him to diddy me and stab me in the back. He is a liar and there's no truth in him. But you want that. That's a bad deal if you tell me, but whatever. You know, each his own, right? Then you got Ozzy Osbourne running around on the stage, right? And they doing all this music, you understand? Let's continue.
I wanted to get hold of him personally and become his chief of staff.
Which he said with his hawk's head, or Satan did, channeling him, "I peck out the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross."
One of the recent discoveries of...
So he said he peck out the eyes, right? Of our Messiah as he hang on the cross. The devil is a lie. You ain't touch our Messiah as he hung on the cross beam, as he hung from that tree. You heard that part. They hung him from a tree. So y'all get y'all little religious Christian stuff together. Get that little Roman ditty stuff out of there and find out what the Bible really says as they hung him from a tree. That part, all right? As they nailed him to the cross beam and hung that to a tree. He hung from the tree. You understand? And ain't no serpent poke nothing in our Messiah's eyes. The devil's a lie. Let's go.
Mine, with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, is they never wrote anything. Discoveries of mine.
Watch this Jeffrey Epstein little baby micro penis devil, little micro devils. That's what I'm calling them all, little micro ditties, right? Watch these little micro ditties. Watch him try to diss our Messiah. Watch this.
Did channeling him, "I peck out the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross."
One of the recent discoveries of mine, with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was...
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tool? I don't want to get that.
Oh, you little micro peeny devil. You little, I swear, if I could knock Epstein's face off, the Most High won't allow me to do that no more in this flesh. You know, sometimes you just like, Father, could you just give me grace just one time? Just give him and Bill Snakes, just give me 5 minutes in the corner with him. Just come on, just put your dukes up, little, you know what I mean? One trying to diss the Messiah, talking about he didn't write. He don't have to write. It's called the gift of oration. Do you understand, you little clown? He wasn't even that intelligent. You understand? The people who was really in the room with this dude didn't even have intelligence. He just had ditty. That's all he had. Money to be able to manipulate and ditty. You understand? The Messiah, the wisdom came from the Father. You understand? The election. So it's oration. So you had scribes who were scribed down everything the Messiah said and did. And it's living on thousands of years later. Do you understand? Ain't no other person in the history of human beings on the entire earth words been spread more for the long time on the earth than the Hebrew Messiah. I don't care if y'all calling him Jesus, Yahusha, Yahasha, Yahawashah, Yashaya, Yeshua, whatever. The Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, Habariah Messiah, from the lineage of the tribe of Yaada, Judah, that one. I ain't talking about no doggone Roman Catholic Christianity, Greek Hellenes that rewrote and put their likeness in. I'm talking about the Sephariah that they call the Bible. I'm talking about that part, the real Messiah. You heard? His words lived on and living in spirit and in truth through me thousands of years later, through everybody still talk about him. You understand? To this day, you understand? He only did a ministry for 3 years. What you got to be kidding me. He only was here for 33 of them. You understand? So his little bit of ministry been living and everybody debating him, for him, against him, words. The book is the best-selling book of history of all times, of everything. It prophesied everything. Boy, you the devil's a lie. Tell me you ain't jelly. Say you ain't jelly by being jelly. You understand? The devil's a lie. You understand? Trying to mock our Messiah. I'm a Shayak. I'm a Shiach. I'm a Shayat. The devil's a lie. But you can't stand in my brother's shoes, my king, the king of Yaada, the king of Judah. You can't stand in them Timberlands he was stomping through Samaria in. Timberland sandals. He was walking around. I'm just making a jokey joke, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Devil's a lie. Took him out. Socrates and stuff. With the ditties, you just tripping. Little, with their togas on, smashing little boy Socrates. And man, shut up. Epstein devil. Boy, all right, sorry, guys. I would smack the little baby teeth out his mouth. I smack them baby teeth all the way back to your throat. But that's the father have to give me a pass on that one. That's what I don't play the repentance game, but I got repentance tickets because I don't sin. I ain't sinned in a long time. I don't be sinning no more, right? So I got a lot of repentance tickets stored up, right? I'll be like, wow. I'll be like, Father, sorry. I got a repentance ticket. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I repent. I'm sorry, Father. I'm really sorry. I won't do it again, but I just had to do that one, Father. You disrespecting the king. You disrespecting your son, Father. You got to give me a pass for that one. You know how you do it real fast because I'm quick with mine, right? My reaction is real quick, right? Like, I'm sorry. I pull out a repentance ticket out of my pocket. I'm stocked up, Father. You know, I got a lot of repentance tickets. I can cash in. All right, that's a jokey joke. All right, let's continue, though. But I'm dead serious with all that. The repentance ticket is the jokey joke, but I'm dead serious with everything else. All right, now let's continue.
Thought he was a carpenter.
Yeah, he was a carpenter. He nailed yourself shut, too. Shout out to all the carpenters. Shout out to all the hard-working men. Shout out to the blue-collar men who run this world, and the world is run off of us. Carpenters, electricians, construction workers, plumbers, you know, all that. Shout out to the workers. You see, you got these little pencil-pushing Diddy stealers, thieves. All they did, you know what I mean, getting this money from Diddy because, what's his name, Wexner, then gave you $700 million because he didn't poke your little booty, you little Diddy little devil, the dastardly. Sorry, let me just get out of my feelings. Let's continue. I got to get past this because he disrespect my Messiah. Yo, I don't play that. Come on, beloved brother. That's one thing I don't play that. That's like, I don't play that. You don't disrespect my people. You don't disrespect my family. You don't disrespect, you read that, you asking for it, right? That's why I stay out of the streets. I'm not outside no more. I stay inside now because I ain't got to be out there like that because I still got that energy. You understand? The Most High did not water me down. You know why he didn't water me down? Because when Ish hit the fan, there's going to be us that's going to have to protect the women and children, right? And the village and the homesteads, right? And we ain't gonna be have to be punks. There'll be Nephilim running around. There's gonna be people trying to take stuff and unalive people and steal and grape and murder and everything. So we ain't got to be. So he ain't water me down. You understand? I'm still raw. I'm still fight. I still work out. I'm still on 1,000. I'm still 1 to 1,000, but I'm bridled. You know what I mean? It's controlled. You understand? But the energy, the lion is still there. He's just in a cage. You heard? And once that lion comes out, it's to protect. Is to defend. You understand? Wise as a serpent, or harmless as a dove. But when it comes to defending yourself, yeah, you will get harmed. That's definite. You understand? Because we will defend and we are to protect ours. We are to protect the woman and children, protect the righteous. That part. The Most High ain't creating no punks. Facts. The Messiah ain't a punk either. All right, let's continue. This dude is a punk, a chump, a punk, and all that. All right, let's go.
Was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tonight? I don't get that.
We failed because of the carpenter. He was the thorn in our side, our greatest threat.
Now, this clip is from a movie that talked about they failed from the carpenter, the Messiah. This is the unrighteous, those who worship the devil, and said the Messiah was the thorn in their side. This is from a movie right here, this clip. Let's go.
We failed because of the carpenter. He was the thorn in our side, our greatest threat. We thought if we could eliminate him, the world would be ours forever. We had no idea of the consequences. The cross was our greatest mistake. And we thought we'd lost, James. Until my master realized that man still wants to be his own God and to serve no one but himself. Whereas the carpenter demands, as the price for his suffering routine, well, that you fall on your knees and you worship him.
And then there is this other video. Now back to Crowley, you know what? Many of the famous people, very famous, worship this guy and give homage to him.
So that's where I got the thumbnail from. Aleister Crowley. All right? We're going somewhere. Now look, many of the most famous people worship him. And what do y'all see right there? Ain't that star everywhere? That's the star of Moloch and Renfram. Ain't got nothing to do with no David. Don't you see the Israelites running around? They ain't nothing but devil worshippers too. Those camps, sorry, not sorry. You can come here, you get this smoke too. Just with you get your Epstein smoke too, you little idiot niggerites, you little devilites, devilerites. Y'all the same ones that unalived the Messiah. Y'all the descendants from the original Hebrews that actually unalived the Messiah with your star, Renfram, and Moloch. And guess who else got that star, Renfram, and Moloch? The people who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not, but do lie, and they are their father, the devil, that worship in the sins of gods. You understand? Gog and Magog, the sin of Gog and Magog. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
We have someone being a bit of an adversary in the chat.
Who is that?
Kind of
what?
really.
I don't see it. Where is it? What's his name?
It's
Who is
Don
it?
Coyote. He's been saying a few things. I think he's probably a Luciferian or something.
Oh, well, go serve your devil. You in the wrong channel. You could go find, I'm sorry that we disrespected your God, Aleister Crowley or whatever. I could care less. I'm not sorry. I'm just saying, if you feel offended, then go find a channel that's pro-devil. It's a million channels on YouTube. Okay, he's not talking clean. So why are you talking about LOL? You a coyote? You Nephilim? Don, get your clowning self out of here. Go serve the devil somewhere else. Sorry, this the house of the Most High. Okay, so you're not a Satanist.
He's been capping for like the Luciferian books and everything, and saying most Satanists don't believe in the actual devil, etc., and he's arguing with moderators.
But saying he's not a Satanist. So he's a clown. He's a chump. You someone that don't even stand on nothing. So you just toss to and fro. So you defending Satanists, but saying you're not a Satanist. So you the worst of them all. You gray area, lukewarm. Everybody spit you out their mouth. Get out of here, bro. Somewhere, you're a clown. You're gonna be out of here. Okay? So you're in the wrong house. So go find somewhere to worship the devil over there. All right. Well, good. You read about all religion? Well, good. Take your what they call that thing? Take your everybody soup somewhere else. Okay? Good. And you are a ditty. So bye-bye. And it was nice to see you. Okay? I know he's an intellectual. I study all religion. I study Satan. I study everything. Well, then that means you just a man that stands for nothing will fall for everything. That's what you are. You know those peoples who are what they call them, masters of many, but doers of many, but master of none. You know, one of those. Can't even focus on one thing. You're supposed to be about something. What you about, bro? Yeah, eating from many tables. You know what I mean? Don't know nothing. You know, clown. Sorry, be gone, bro. Go somewhere else. TikTok yourself somewhere else. TikTok got a lot of channels over there talking about worshiping whatever. Yeah, what's that thing that they have where they put that symbol and it's just the symbol of everybody, just free love for everybody. That's the Diddy stuff. That's what you got all type of. You got a penis in this hand. You got a vajayjay in this hand. You want to do something with the little ones over here. You just doing everything. Right? The devil's a lie. All right, let's continue. Yeah, you ain't standing for nothing, right? Man, please. Yeah, that's it. The coexist. Come on, Acme. You know exactly what I was talking about. I couldn't think of it, right? The coexist with all the symbols and all that crap. That's that new age stuff. That, you know, everybody, no disrespect to anybody that's trying to do the new age and trying to find righteousness and, you know, and universal trying to find the Most High. You're trying to find your way. But all those people who you know, just everything, they just, nah. They was the ones that really get diddy. Those the easy. Those the ones that they take the bait. These serpents use those people because those are the ones who call themselves wise but are fools. You see, you know what I mean? That's the scripture speaks to them, all the time. All right, so let's continue. So anyway, you always see the star everywhere, right? But let's continue. Let's go. Yeah, jack of all, doer of none. I forgot those sayings. I wish I had the saying written down. So this where I got the thumbnail from. This the article. Look at him looking like a cue ball. Don't he look like no shout out to not no disrespect to my brothers that are that got clean bald heads. No disrespect. I'm not but he looked like the master. No, he looked like what's his name from the TV show back in the days. Not Herman Monster. Was it Herman Monster? The one with the what's his name? He looked like I can't think of his name now. He used to have the black thing on. I think it was the Monsters. What's his name? I can't think of it. I wish I could think of it. He looked just like him. But anyway, this Aleister Crowley. So this article is crazy work when you read the article about him, and it was called Devilish, Sex, Mad, and Corrupt. Okay, that's it. Jack of all trades, master of none. Uncle Fester. Thank you, Solid. Yo, Ivan said Uncle Fester. It's Fester with an F. You was close, Ivan. Thank you. I knew y'all. The chat never let me down. Uncle Fester. That's the Adams family. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Up here
You're going in and out.
All right, that's because I'm too loud. This dude up here looking like Uncle Fester, right? What is Don doing? I haven't been disrespectful. Y'all been disrespectful. All right, so Don, let me explain. So we won't disrespect you. That's correct. All right, let me explain. Let's revisit this, Don. Let's start all over. Let's get a fresh slate. All right? Let's get a fresh slate. We won't disrespect you. We will respect you and we will receive you. But the only thing that you gotta try to we gotta know what you stand for, right? So if you're trying to defend some Satanist belief, then we're gonna think that you're pro-Satanist, right? But then you can't turn around and be like, well, I'm not pro-Satanist, so then why are you defending some other if you're not pro, so that's where we got off to the wrong foot, okay? So if you can respect and we can understand that you are just trying to find your way through all cultures, I guess you're trying to find on what you're going to follow and stand for, that's okay. Most people are on a journey, all right? So I won't disrespect you. I repent for that. I apologize for that. You're correct. You said you haven't been disrespectful. We've been disrespectful. All right. So we can start fresh over and we can try to get through the lesson. We'll enjoy the lesson. A lot should come from the lesson. Okay. There's different culture. Stuff is going to come out. We're just getting really started, right? It's going to get good. It's got other stuff to come out, a lot of stuff to come out. So we can start all over again. All right. Welcome to the channel, Don. All right. All right. So, all right, we'll continue. All right, everybody. And just monitor and let me know if anything looking crazy, y'all let me know. I'll handle it and everything. All right. So let's get back. So yeah, he looking like Uncle Fester on the thing, right? So anyway, and this dude was really wicked. This Aleister Crowley dude, he was a really wicked dude. All right, let's continue.
Other video. Now back to Crowley. You know what? Many of the famous people
on your knees and you worship.
Other video. Now, and then there is this other video. Now back to Crowley. You know what? Many of the famous people, very famous, worship this guy and give homage to him, which is bizarre.
Crowley's supreme commandment revealed in his book of the law was this: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. He didn't whisper this in secret. He shouted it to the ages. Crowley.
All right, let me adjust this one thing one time. I'm not going to keep stopping. I just got to do because somebody up here. Don is not, didn't say anything wrong. We can see that you're an aggressive, angry person who would rather you're angry and aggressive. Oh, I guess I'm a black angry man, right? You're angry and you're aggressive and you're just this and that. And be quiet, man. Don sat up here and started talking about defending Satanism, bro. All right, so now we're trying to get to a better understanding, okay? of what Don believes in, right? But you don't go into a Muslim house, okay, and start talking about praise Satan. Do you understand? You don't go into a Christian church and start to, right? Just like I'm not going to go into your house and just start pissing on the floor. So you understand where you're at and you have respect and act accordingly where you at. So if someone's in here defending the adversary to my creator, the adverse, the one who wants to harm me, then that is my opponent, okay? And unless he defines who he is, because it was looking like he's defending it, but then he said he's not. So now we're trying to get an understanding. And if we can't, then whatever, right? You know, y'all gonna be gone because you're not about to hold up our lesson with this foolishness. Go ahead, Hakim.
Don's asking what is your belief, but also in one of the other lives he said in the chat, I love Lucifer. So I'm
he was here
putting
before?
that out there. Yeah.
Ah, so you caught him. So you're a liar. There you go, Don. See? So we caught you. You already got caught, Don, because you was in another live stream and you put you love Lucifer, right? And Lucifer is the light bearer, right? The adversary. Thank you. All right, so thank you. So now you're caught in your lie. But we understand because Lucifer is a liar and there's no truth in him. You understand? So don't worry about what we serve. We serve the Most High, the Bible. We serve it. And you serve your Father. So either watch the lesson and just enjoy or we going to be out of here because you're not going to distract this lesson, right? It's crazy work, right? But anyway, yeah, we do diligence here. They just literally clicked and looked up your thing, and you was on this channel before talking about you love Lucifer. So stop. You're caught. All right, all right. Now, so listen, I'm a he chosen. All right. So, all right, let's continue.
His writings celebrate lawlessness and work of the law.
Was this about to get good? Yeah, this just getting funky. Let's get with the lesson, bro. Look at him. He got his fedora. And that dude looked crazy. Can you imagine the stuff that he was doing to the little ones with that crazy looking look? And imagine when he looking like angry and all on one. Oh my goodness, he must have been scaring the mess out of those babies. All right, let's continue.
Famous people, very famous, worship this guy and give homage to him, which is bizarre.
Crowley's supreme commandment revealed in his book of the law was this: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. He didn't whisper this in secret. He shouted it to the ages. Crowley's writings celebrate lawlessness and moral inversion, violence, blasphemy, and predation as liberation. He called for the total destruction of Christian morality.
All right. So you see, he has Baphomet over there. Do what thy wilt is the whole of the law, right? That's where they get the YOLO and do whatever you want. Do what you will. And follow the laws of the Most High. Let's continue.
Predation as liberation. He called for the total destruction of Christian morality.
Bad Bunny, who performed at the Super Bowl this year, also worships Baphomet. Aleister Crowley.
Now look at Benito. In 2020, he released an album titled YHLQMDLG. When the meaning of the acronym is translated into English, it means I do whatever I want.
You know what that means, right?
So he had the album basically titled I Do What I Wilt.
The name of the album is Yo hago lo que me da la gana. And that means I do whatever I want. I do whatever I want. I do whatever I want.
Bad Bunny has echoed Crowley's law into a global anthem. This is the gospel of do what thou wilt dressed in reggaeton.
And this is why they let this be a devil too. They let him be all on the Super Bowl stage and all that. I ain't heard talent out of his little finger. Well, I'm like, what in the world? But again, they let those who serve their devils, who serve their master, they give them what? The power to be a influencer so they can influence the masses to what? Do what thy wilt, right? Transgression.
Doctrine has not changed, only reggaeton. Global anthem. This is the gospel of do what thou wilt dressed in reggaeton. The doctrine has not changed, only the delivery system. But Crowley did not only leave behind a doctrine, he left behind the I.
I never heard of that. Wu Sabat. Wake up, Ahmad. I don't know what that is. You can, I guess you can inform us because I don't think I've ever heard of that. Wu Sabat? I think somebody else asked us that on another live. I think you stumped me there. I never heard of that. What's that? Some other belief system or something? Um, you can write what it is so we can read and find out what it is. All right. Oh, Hakama, you could Google it real quick and see what it is and let me know. Somebody else said something about that. I've never heard of it though. All right, let's continue. All right, Bad Bunny, blah, blah. All right, let's. Oh,
I found it.
All right, what it say?
It says
The all-see-
Wu Sabat refers to a spiritual or esoteric doctrine focused on knowledge, wisdom, and overstanding. And I think it has something to do with a line of books, maybe.
So who made that up? Where did it come from? And what does it, try to Google when and who brought that up? Does it sound like some new stuff? Somebody made up a new religion or something, a new culture or something?
It says often linked to the concepts of the master builders and the New Wupedian movement.
Oh, that's Nuwapian. Oh,
Okay,
that's
there you go.
that's what's the name? Okay. So yeah, they got okay, that's Nuwapian stuff. Nah, okay, yeah, I know about that. What's his name? The one that ain't he dead now? The one that was locked up? The leader, the follower, I forgot his name. Yeah, the Nuwapian Nation. They had the thing out there in Georgia with the yeah. All right. Shout out to Rendell. All right, so all right, something looking to woo. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good with the Nuwapian. I'm from New York City, by the way. So that all started in Brooklyn, all right? And I'm from I was in the Brooklyn in the 1970s on the streets when they was first starting all of it. All right. So I was there when Dr. York, that's his name. When Dr. York when he was before all that, when he was a singer, when Dr. York was making records and stuff. See, that's what people. I'm old school. I'm from the original seed, bro. I'm an elder. You understand? So in the 1970s, we was running around the streets of Brooklyn and all that in the 80s. So I know all this stuff before they got to where y'all people start following them as these big leaders and stuff. Even Bishop Nathaniel and stuff like in the Israelite, like, bro, this dude was a cop back in the days. And y'all, no disrespect. Shout out to the righteous police. We need righteous police. No disrespect to them, to the good righteous police. But I'm just saying. So again, a lot of things that people made these leaders. Remember Yahweh, Ben Yahweh and stuff. These people been up being cult leaders and stuff. We seen them before. We seen them before when they was doing something else on the street before they got into all that. So now I'm good with I'm good with that. I'm good with the Nuwapian stuff. No. All right, but to each his own, right? All right, let's continue.
The eye in the triangle. This was Crowley's
The eye in the triangle, right? That's the eye on the back of your dollar bill, right? That's the Eye of Horus, dog. You know what I mean? But let's continue. So again, everything that they be following is actually ancient Kemet. Listen, guys, this goes all the way back to always the Anunnaki, the fallen angel, ancient Kemet, ancient Thoth, Osiris, Horus, Isis. This always goes back to the fallen, okay? All of it. That's what the pyramid is. That's what the eye, all that, right? So here he is, thousands of years later, in Europe somewhere, talking about do what they wilt, and he heard from a devil, and it's the same fallen angel stuff. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Same old stuff. Same old symbol of the Masonic symbol and all that stuff, right? Same old, ancient Kemet, same old Egyptian gods, right? Because this goes before the Muslims conquered them and named them Egypt, right? Ancient Kemet is what they would call land of the blackface, right? So that's what this goes back to. All right, but let's continue.
Predominant occult symbol, the sign of illumination from a spirit that
And it's so funny because this the part that's a conundrum to this whole thing. Listen clearly, that they actually be racist. This part just is the most baffling thing in the world. That they will be racist. I ain't talking about white people. I'm talking about this specific person, because not all white people ain't racist, all black people ain't racist, all whatever, right? Prejudice or whatever. It's individualistic. I'm talking about this individual, and these people that be following these beliefs and cults, right? So this dude will be racist, but he's following the whole black culture, religion. That you can't. I can't. I mean, I can do simple mathematics. I'm a simple person, right? I'm simple, right? I can do simple mathematical computations, right? I can do simple English and linguistics and spelling and history, right? Simply put, how are you racist when you follow the black face? That is the land of the burnt face people. I'm sorry, everybody, but Egypt was black before the whited out Arabs came in and started taking over. It's ancient Kemet. It means the land of the black face, right? And they follow the black culture. That's Ham. This is Ham's descendant. It ain't even righteousness either. That ain't righteousness. It's fallen angel. They follow Ham, but then they racist against black. Make that make sense. You can't. I did. That's why they call Hasatan the author of confusion. You see, he's the father of confusion. All right. So it's like they're confused. That's why I told the other brother, right? He here talking about he not a Satanist. We didn't caught him. He over there talking about love Lucifer, but now he over here, right? Right? It's just crazy work. But anyway, let's continue. Because he races is all outdoors, but running around with a whole Eye of Horus on his head. You serving a black god, but you racist. Make that make sense. I don't know. I can't get that. You serving Ham, right? But let's continue.
In the triangle. This was Crowley's predominant. The all-seeing eye. The eye in the triangle. This was Crowley's predominant occult symbol. The sign of illumination from a spirit that guided him named Iwas, who he later clearly identified with Satan himself. Now look at Bad Bunny's debut album. The eye is the central icon. At Coachella, his stage centerpiece was a massive sculptural eye, and he emerged from within it. At the American Music Awards, he appeared with a third eye physically attached to his forehead. When asked about it, he called it a powerful eye to see everything.
So this is why they made Bad Bunny a celebrity, a star, out of nowhere. Ain't none of us heard of no bad bunny. We ain't heard of no bad rat. We ain't heard of no bad guinea pig. we ain't heard of no bad hyena beside Kamala, the cackling hyena. We ain't heard of no bad bunny. Who is this bunny? Where does bunny come out of nowhere? And this dude is this, right? So this bad bunny who they just come out of nowhere shooting down our throat is this dude, right? And we don't know him, right? We come out of nowhere. That's what they do. That's how you know, but behind closed doors, they set all this stuff up. So this is the Bad Bunny, right? He's a bad bunny, right? So he come out of nowhere and he got the Eye of Horus and everything and Do What Thy Wilt and Aleister Crowley, right? And he got his little pink dress with his armpits all up, and he's a bad bunny, right? And he got his tattoos, then he got his struggle heels right? You can't make this up. So he a bad bunny, but this is what they give us. This is what they give us as the celebrity, right? A celebrated entity and who he served, right? Okay? And they bring it out of nowhere. That's him. That's him again, right? And someone thought that was AI. That's not AI. That's the person's hand sideways pulling his hair back. That's why his fingers look like that. It was like in his arm, he's behind him pulling his hair back. Okay? That's the Bad Bunny right there. You can't make this up. And this the dude, they made him do the Super Bowl, right? And he up there, can't even understand nothing. He said, even the Hispanic brothers and sisters don't know what he's saying. But he's a Bad Bunny. Look, that's him. So again, this is what they give us. So he's serving Aleister Crowley. Because that's why Epstein, that's why all of them guys, even the dude with the Palantir, they do the men with the men, right? They do each other, right? And that's what that's what it's about. So, all right, so let me stop share. Let's get back to the video, right? I just need to, sometime I'm going to need to do that, right? I need to show some things, right? This stuff is messy. Hasatan is a mess. It's all messy when you come to Hasatan, right? So look, so he got the Eye of Horus on his forehead. Do you understand? So again, they show you who they serve. It's the fallen angel, all right?
Physically attached to his forehead. When asked about it, he called it within it. At the American Music Awards, he appeared with a third eye physically attached to his forehead. When asked about it, he called it a powerful eye to see everything.
Ozzy Osbourne, seen here bearing an inverted cross, is only one of many rock stars who have promoted Crowley's Satanism. Ozzy Osbourne has stated that Crowley was, quote, a phenomena of his time. Osbourne, like so many other rock stars, initiated the youth into Crowley's teaching through songs like Mr. Crowley.
So they got whole songs talking about Mr. Crowley. Crowley is considered the patron saint of rock and roll. Do you understand, guys? And everybody is worshiping. So they, he biting the head off a chicken, right? Jay-Z got the shirt that says, do what thy wilt, bro. Come on. So it's reaching all the way inland, Jay-Z, you heard? The Beatles, the Beatles was looking like some little Beatles couldn't squash a fly. The little four dudes looked like they couldn't beat up they couldn't beat a cockroach. Just a nice little guys with the little accent. But all of a sudden, the Beatles is doing this. Oh, come on, y'all know I got him. I got you. So the Beatles got the album, The Beatles, Yesterday and Today. See, look at them. They got the little haircuts, just nice little English guys. But why they got babies with the heads off on the album cover? Look. I ain't finished. Why they got pizza made out of flesh and blood? Why they got flesh and blood parts on them with babies with the head, baby dolls with the heads chopped off? And he got the head in his lap with the arm and leg, but with flesh coming out of their uniform with doctor's things on, with flesh in the image of pizza. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the house of Yah. I tell you, whatever I do in the thumbnail, just come on the live. That's why they shadow banning us. At least we got through 100 on the live. We're supposed to be 400 or 500 of us on this live stream. Okay? Oh, yeah. The Beatles. Yeah? Facts. And this is their other album cover called Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Some of y'all might have heard that album. Y'all might know some of the songs. And they got who? Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley. And when you take the album cover and you manipulate it into a kaleidoscope, this is what comes out. Aleister Crowley is at the top of the pyramid, 2 heads. Crowley's atop the pyramid. And then this image appears in the album cover. And this image is the cup of chalice or something, whatever this devil image is. Otto or something. See? So, they do all this stuff in the symbolism. And they got them hidden over there, doors. They got temple doors. So the thing is in between. And then here, Crowley's between the temple doors. The 2 temple doors on the side, and he's positioned in between it when you turn it into a kaleidoscope. All the stuff in hidden symbolism. All right? Yeah. The Beatles. It's the most non-threatening that you can get. But this ain't non-threatening right here. Shout out to Sister Amy. Thank you so much, Sister Amy, for your donation. I humbly receive, Sister Amy. Thank you so much. All right? This ain't non-threatening. And these dudes wasn't bad dudes. What I mean by when they go to get the record deals because, you know, they want to be singers, entertainers, they don't know what they're signing up for. You know, everyone's not strong enough to say no or to stop these devils. So these dudes wasn't some dark dudes when they was, you know, just regular guys. Yeah, I think Sgt. Pepper was supposed to be Hasatan. It's the most disturbing album cover in the world right here. All right, let's continue. Let's get back. All right. Y'all know I'm going to do that every now and then. Stop to show y'all some things. All right? So I come back to y'all, share screen, come back to the bang, share. And I got more. Wait till the next one. Wait till the next video clip. All right, here we go. Crowley.
Crowley is considered by many to be the patron saint of rock and roll. Here we see many deluded fans paying homage to him as led by satanic evangelist Ozzy Osbourne. Led Zeppelin's leader, Jimmy Page, is also a fanatic follower of Aleister Crowley and his teachings. Morrison echoed Crowley's teaching of do what thou wilt, declaring, quote, there are no rules. Morrison stated, I'm interested in anything about revolt, disorder, chaos.
I've shown you this multiple times before, which goes to show you who really influences many of those that are famous and ultimately the world, even the Beatles. Now, there's a reason why I mentioned the Beatles.
This is who the Beatles have on their front cover as a figure they admire. No, worse, they put at the top. This is the same picture of the front cover in a mirrored form, and after some kaleidoscoping, you'll find this. Fellow Freemason Aleister Crowley sits at the top.
See, they once did this album called Yesterday and Today. I want you to take a look at the shocking cover picture of this album. Well, we see pizza and baby dolls with severed heads. What an odd choice for an album cover. Well, in the Epstein files, there are several coded references to pizza and other various stuff.
If you look up the word pizza in the Epstein files, there is some weird stuff.
These circles of friends that you guys have, you told a story about going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all in Aniston. It's like George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but
how was the pizza? Was it good?
Oh, what? Did he make it himself? Amal's pizza was better than Clooney's. They both made. Everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that he doesn't.
5 different kinds. 5 different kinds or 6 different kinds of pizza that night. Clooney's was excellent. Amal's was the winner.
Thank you very much for this.
Okay, so all these celebrities, all they keep talking about pizza, 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 right? Don't no regular people talk about pizza like that, guys. Now, we all like a good pizza, right? You know, we some of us, you know, I eat vegan pizza because I don't even eat milk or nothing, so it tastes all right. You know, you get used to it, right? But it's not, I wish I miss my old New York City slices, right? But it is what it is. I can say no to any matter of flesh and blood, right? So most of us, you know, we enjoy a good pizza. But we never talk about pizza the way the celebrities talk. They be talking about it like, you know, like it's too much. When you ever say, well, you want to have a pizza at 8? And, you know, that pizza we had, it was so entertaining. That was an entertaining pizza. You're like, entertaining pizza? What the? like, yo, what are y'all talking about, bro? Y'all scaring me now. Y'all talk about something else. Right? That's where I'll be like, hold up, this is something I ain't even know, because I'm just talking about regular slice of pizza. You know what I mean? From the pizza parlor. I don't know what y'all talking about. You talking the way y'all talking, that sound like something else. What y'all talking about? What kind of right? So this is what they serve and what they follow. It be a whole different energy and thing as they talking about that. I'm trying to find something. That's why I'm doing two things at once. I'm trying to find something. All right, I'm gonna find it now. I'm trying to find something while I'm talking to y'all, while I keep y'all entertained, right? So as I'm about to show, these people talk about pizza in a way that it's like, hold up, something is not natural with that. It's that's not how people react to food, right? Especially pizza, because pizza is not even an intricate food. You know what I mean? You know, you've never, only time you ever talk about is you say, we watch you want to order a pizza. That's just a yes or a no, right? You're like, yeah, it's not a whole big thing surrounded around pizza. You're like, bro, what's with your obsession of pizza? It's not that serious. It's not that serious of a meal. you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm trying to find my thing while I'm doing it. I thought I had it open, but I didn't have it open. So I got to scroll up because I need to find it. But anyway, so for those who did know, the PizzaGate, that's with the Epstein stuff, right? And Hillary Clinton and them, and John Podesta, and his brother Tony Podesta, and Alefantis, the PizzaGate scandal, and all of the stuff in pizza. I think pizza was a little girl, no, cheese. Pizza is something, a little girl, and the other one's a little boy. There you go, I finally found it, right? So let me do it. Come back to y'all. Bang, bang, stop share screen, right? Just real quick so we can get a little refresher. I need a refresher, because I don't remember this. So these, they pedophile codes. Pizza equals a girl. Cheese equals a little girl. Chicken equals a young boy, like 5, 6, 7. Pasta equals a little boy. Walnuts are children of color. Hot dog is a boy. And sauce is when they're going to have an orgy. So if they said they wanted a pasta sauce, that meant they wanted to have a little boy and they was going to run an orgy on this little baby, a baby, and they was going to run an orgy. If they said they want a pizza with extra cheese, that's saying they want a little girl with baby girls there too, right? So this is okay. So I'm showing it because this is why they speak in this codes, right? So these celebrities keep talking about pizza, and none of us talk about pizza like that, right? And this is the PizzaGate, right? This is a boy lover, child lover, this they codes, right? And this they images for their codes, right? And this is in the Epstein files, right? The man that seems pizza related, and Epstein keep talking about pizza and Pepsi, right? All right. So now let's continue. I need to do that because, all right, so here, come back, stop share screen, bang, share. So now let's listen to it again, right? How they talk about pizza, and they always talk about pizza, these celebrities, that's all they like. Okay.
In the Epstein files, there is some weird stuff.
These circles of friends that you guys have. You told a story about going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all in Aniston. It's like George and I.
And George Clooney is all over the Epstein Island files too. Nasty ditties. All right, let's continue.
Love you to come over for pizza, bud.
How was the pizza? Was it good?
Oh,
what? Did he make it himself?
Pizza was better than Clooney's. They both made. Everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that he doesn't.
5 different kinds. 5 different kinds or 6 different kinds of pizza.
Where do y'all go? It's about everybody made their own pizza, 5 different kinds. There's no pizza we didn't love. And what are you talking about? What 5? What are y'all talking about? Let's continue.
Clooney's was excellent. Amal's was the winner.
Thank you very much for this prestigious award. To show my appreciation, I am inviting you all to a pizza party tonight at Jennifer Aniston's house. I'll see you there.
You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza. It's so much fun.
Right? We love a pizza. It's so good. It's so much fun. Everybody, guys, when have you ever in your life? I'm from New York. I love a good pizza. You know, I got to watch saying that now, right? You got to watch your words, right? I was like, pause, right? Like, boy, they make it when you can't say nothing. When you ever said a pizza was so much fun? What y'all doing with the pizza? First of all, if it's too hot, it mess around drip on you. That ain't fun. It'll burn you. If it's too hot, it'll burn your tongue. You ever had pizza burn on the tongue? Let me stop. Boy, we can't say pizza no more. I mean, these people they done contaminated everything. Okay? So when did you talk about, when have we ever been obsessed? All right, let's continue.
To show my appreciation, I am inviting you all to a pizza party tonight at Jennifer Aniston's house. I'll see you there.
You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza. It's so much fun.
So that's where Clooney lives. George Clooney lives.
Yes.
And Jen and George are friends. So you went to George's house?
Yes, of course. And him and his wife and all these nice people were there, and they invited Jen and me. I know George back in the day too. So we went there, and you take a boat. You get on a boat. You cruise down. Went over to their house. They made us homemade pizza, and it was an amazing time. I sat next to Bono. It was a good day.
That is a good day. She likes to. She's busy all the time. I know she's the greatest host, but
she is a good.
I like I'm going to bed at 9. I can't come over. Your thing starts at 8:30. So
yes, she can handle it. She can handle it. And her parties are incredible at her house too.
Yeah, she does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful pizza. All right, just
see, guys. When do anybody talk about pizza like this? This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. They've been showing us this the whole time, but they speak in these codes, and we know now it's all coming out, right? The Most High is revealing everything, right? But it's like all they keep talking about is pizza. She make great pizza. Yeah. Pizza. Incredible host. She make incredible pizza. Like, wow. They do parties, and she got a whole Epstein temple in her background, right? Right? Her background, the whole Epstein temple. Right?
And her parties are incredible at her house too.
Yeah, she does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful pizza. All right, just y'all are all like, whatever.
That's because we don't understand what y'all saying. And look, hey Ellen, why does your set look like Epstein Island? I'm serious, bro. Her set is the whole Epstein Island, the whole blue. Y'all see it in the background, the whole blue temple. Okay.
And Epstein writes, how many? And the doctor writes back, 10. After you use them, let's go get pizza and grape soda. Call me. So to all the people who dismissed out of hand this conspiracy theory about PizzaGate, it had nothing to do with sex or kids or anything illicit at all. It wasn't a code word. Here you have apparently Jeffrey Epstein's urologist telling him that after you take your erectile dysfunction drug, wash your hands and join me for pizza and grape soda. Okay, now.
A lot of language that appears to be coded regarding food. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza. Another email read, this is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. This one talks about, yeah, that's the pizza. You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement.
A lot of these emails are very strange and do not make any sense in the context of actually talking about pizza.
There's these references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code.
Yeah.
And then it brings you back to PizzaGate.
Yeah.
And which was widely dismissed. Everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of kooks. Here it is.
The experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Leader of satanic cult, guilty of that. The PDF leader.
Now, did y'all see that dude? Yo, these dudes be looking real scary, bro. I mean, may the Most High will be done over all these devils on this earth. Every time I see these devils like this, the first thing I think of is how much fear they must have, enacted in those children. You know, how scared those children must have been seeing these people, right? Watch this. Share screen, share screen, window. Where is it? Let me, I gotta go back, go screenshots, scroll, hold on, scroll to the bottom, grab it, it's right there. Double click, come back to y'all. There it goes. Shit. We need to look at this. Look at this dude. Guys, these dudes be looking real. I mean, they look the part, bro. They be looking the part. And it be amazing me that they be looking like this when they're not even being like angry. Cause when those spirits take over people, they turn into like they look, they switch from light to dark. So if you looking like this and this is your happy face, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh my goodness, what what the victims with the fear. That's what that adrenochrome stuff is about, right? The fear that's, that's crazy. That's why I'll be like having to look at them, bro, because it's like, oh my goodness, y'all take care of yourselves, watch yourselves, sisters, brothers, young, old, watch vans, watch your cars. When you walk into your car from a supermarket at night, even in the daytime, they'll run up on you in a van and the four of them will jump out and grab you and throw you in. Like, you got to watch your surroundings. Don't get comfortable, okay? Stay in your righteousness with the Most High and pray that the Most High send his angels, his Malayaks, his Sabayas, his heavenly host to guide and protect you. But y'all keep your head on swivel. Pay attention. Be careful. Don't be walking the streets at night no more. It ain't safe, bro. I'm telling y'all. It's not safe. These devils are everywhere. All right? They're everywhere. All right. Be safe, everybody. Men, women, children. They don't care. Old, young. All right? They got fetishes for everybody. We all fit. Every last one of us. They got fetishes for young blacks, young whites, males. Old blacks, old whites, old Hispanics, young Asians, young, old, young, babies, middle, like they got fetishes for all of it. And they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get you. All right? So please be very careful, everyone. Just be very mindful, focused, intentional in everywhere you go and everything around you. I have that in my DNA from growing up in New York City during the crack era and the wild. So I'm just have it inherently. I stay on observing. I stay on discernment. I stay on discernment at all times. I'm never not on, but y'all have to train that muscle, please, just for your safety as well. Don't think because you might be an older woman or an older son. No, they got fetishes for everybody. Some of them pay for a 50, 60-year-old black woman or a 60-year-old white woman or a big woman or a skinny woman or young. They pay so that they can grape and torture and get their devilish tendencies off. Okay. All right, stop share. Let's get back. Share screen. Share.
That the period leader of Satan.
This is the leader of a satanic cult, and they found him guilty of child rapes, right?
Satanic cult guilty of that. The pedophile leader of a satanic cult inspired by the occultist Aleister Crowley has been convicted of a series of rapes and on children. Colin Bartley, 48, wore hooded robes and read from Crowley's The Book of the Law before carrying out the assault at his home in Kidwelly, West Wales.
This is who Jay-Z is.
So he followed Aleister Crowley, right? And look at Jay-Z in the Epstein files. This little nasty ditty too. You heard? He gonna go down one day. He is. Do what thy wilt. since when I'm from Brooklyn too. You heard? Brevoort Projects. That's where my mama and them from. My family's from Brooklyn too. Brooklyn and Hempstead, Strong Island is where my people's from, right? And I lived in Brooklyn, I lived in Queens, and lived in Strong Island, right? Now, and lived in North Carolina, real estate in North Cac. Shout out to North Cac, right? And now I'm in Florida. But I grew up born and raised in New York City, right? All through New York City, Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, Strong Island, everywhere. You heard? Everywhere. We ain't never in our life growing up worship some Aleister. We wouldn't even know who Aleister Crowley was. Who that? Some Satan worshiper? Where you following this dude from? And he with the, he with the Brinovich witch lady, right? Again, showing you who they serve. Do what thy wilt. You heard? And this is where all these occultists who graping the little ones, this dude following, this Aleister Crowley.
Really, West Wells.
This is who Jay-Z is quoting on his top. This is who this Jonas brother holds in high esteem.
Look, Jonas Brothers. Look, got him on his shirt with the Eye of Horus on the hat.
This is who the Beatles have on their front cover as a figure they admire.
In the movie, he poses as a struggling magician, dropping groceries or black balloons to play on a child's innocence. The moment they stop to help, he uses a chemical agent to incapacitate them and vanishes into a black van. Once they were in that soundproof basement, he set his trap. He needed them to fail his game so he can justify the violence that followed. This is a direct metaphor for the real-life method used by this monster. Just like the grabber, the real-life monster used a lure, the promise of money or a modeling career. He sent out scouts to high schools and middle schools offering cash for massages. Once the victim was lured to the estate, the isolation began, just like Finney in the basement. In the movie, the grabber wears a multi-part mask that he consistently swaps out. One for smiling, one for frowning, and one with no mouth at all. He literally changes his face depending on the game he's playing. To me, this is a direct nod to the dual lives these real-life monsters lead. One face is the brilliant philanthropist or the genius investor they show to the public, while the other face is the monster they keep in the shadows. It's about the public versus the private persona. Just like the grabber used magic tricks to appear harmless, this monster uses wealth and science to mask his true intention. Around this time is when X's career really started, and Bruno seems to play an important role in all of it. Looking into Bruno.
And so when XXXTentacion, that little young rapper, he famous with Generation Z, with the young men and women, right? He had this devil around him, right? This Bruno dude. I didn't know about him until recently, as the Most High got me exposed in all this darkness, that these people are everywhere. And they look normal, right?
Around this time is when X's career really started, and Bruno seems to...
See, this dude look regular, but they be worshiping Aleister Crowley, Satan worshipers.
Play an important role in all of it. Looking into Bruno, I discovered some very interesting information. Bruno was into the occult and Thelma, and was a worshiper of the infamous occultist Aleister Crowley. I have found multiple people speaking about their experiences at Bruno's house, where they all say he was participating in rituals. One film star, Marsha May, who worked with Bruno and was managed by him, said in an interview that Bruno actually would sacrifice the souls of women he did scenes with in his house. She claimed that Bruno had a pentagram underneath his bed and would do a ritual that would allow him to harvest the souls of the people he hooked up with.
Now listen clearly, sisters. This is what I mean. You have to be very, very intentional and careful. So these sisters was hooking up with this brother because he's in the entertainment industry, right? The rap industry. He probably got the big Mercedes and the big Rolls Royce and the big house and the entertainers, right? He a manager or whatever, hooking up with XXXs, he round and everything. And they not knowing they sleeping with him, and he got a pentagram under the bed. And he literally is sacrificing, as the Bible says, when the two sleep, the two become one, okay? And every person that you sleep with, you take on their soul and their spirit. You take on their generational curses. You take on their, yeah, you do, right? And so You're not understanding that he got this pentagram and all this sacrificial stuff going on under the bed. And when he enters you and everything, and he enters his spirits into you, he's doing a possession for your soul. And that act of sex is the highest act of humankind that the Most High created. When the male and the female come together in the proper order, meaning the male puts his, right? That's when we have the creative center of the Father in us. We can recreate ourselves. We are created in the image of the Father. In that act is when we have the gift of recreating ourselves. Yes, it's a portal. So that's the highest act. That's why even the highest elevation of what you call it, of like blissness, is when when the male and the female have an orgasm. That's the highest elevation of exhilaration of, right? And so that's why that's the highest. That's when all of your endorphins and all your serotonin and everything, that's why people chase that. That's why people, sex slaves. And people are slaves to their sexual appetite, right? That's why adultery is hard to conquer that one, right? And but it's supposed to be saved to marriage and all that type of stuff. So they know that, especially that act. That's why they have everybody in the world now. So what's that word that they promiscuous, right? And my body, I can do what I want, and everybody just give it. It's just sex. It ain't got nothing to do with marriage. It's just, right? You just swapping souls and spirits. But these Satanists got a trick up their sleeve. So this dude was smashing all the girls and had pentagram under his bed. Hold on. And that sister's telling the testimony of it.
Heard some very interesting information. Bruno was into the occult and Thelma, and was a worshiper of the infamous occultist Aleister Crowley. I have found multiple people speaking about their experiences at Bruno's house, where they all say he was participating in rituals. One film star, Marsha May, who worked with Bruno and was managed by him, said in an interview that Bruno actually would sacrifice the souls of women he did scenes with in his house. She claimed that Bruno had a pentagram underneath his bed and would do a ritual that would allow him to harvest the souls of the people he hooked up with.
So I moved into the model house. He started, the guy that had the model house, he was a male talent too. I actually can't stand him. His name's Bruno. He does some satanic shit now with the girls.
That's on Ruby Lust, right?
Yeah, you know him?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Well, I met him once in clubs and stuff.
He's a no around. He sacrifices girls' soul and he f***s them on top of his bed. Because he has the gates of hell pentagon drawn underneath his bed.
So he had the gates of hell pentagram underneath his bed. So he's sacrificing his soul when they do the act with their sin and transgression from that act.
The lyrics repeat the line, "I'm going to do Santeria on you," and openly describes stealing one's soul through Santeria as sexual seduction, a literal description of how the enemy operates.
So Bad Bunny's song, right? And Jay-Z had him perform at the Super Bowl, says, "I'm gonna do Santeria on you, your mouth against mine, only when you wanted it, even the sky hid. Come on and do Santeria on me, your mouth against mine, only when you wanted it, even the sky fell."
Sexual seduction, a literal description of how the enemy operates. What happens between Benito and his partner in the song, he is doing to the masses through his music. When the lyrics of the same song declare the moon supervised, it refers to occult invocation of unseen demons overseeing the ritual, echoing Benito's occult imagery and the lunar tattoos and the signaling that's in the ritual, not just romance. The lyrics declaring the soul is taken without warning.
The first shocking piece of evidence is the name of Epstein's bank account, which goes by the name Baal, the demon that the Bible mentions that demanded human sacrifice. The document states, "Please wire $11,438 from the above account to Baal, name Wachovia Bank, N.A."
Now, for those, I did this before. I showed the Epstein file with his bank account for Wachovia. His name of his bank account was Baal. So this was the Epstein file when they told him to please wire the money to his Wachovia bank, and the bank account is Baal. Okay? So again, when people, try to say, well, y'all just saying
Bible
this
mentions
stuff,
that demanded
and the Epstein files brought out
human
everything.
sacrifice.
That's the time. 2026 is the year of exposition. The Most High. This is ushering in a lot of stuff. The Most High is exposing everything. And he made me do this. I wasn't even on this stuff. I was doing none of this. Y'all see my library is, we have 500 videos, about 1,000 to go with our other channels, the Patreon. I ain't never did this type of stuff. And he got me just going in, but I understand it now. All right. So again, his bank account was called Baal. Again, they're telling you who they serve.
States, please wire $11,438 from the above account to Ball. Name Wachovia Bank, N.A.
The all-seeing eye, whose identity is revealed by the hand gesture, which is 666, with the vow of silence and throwing up the devil's horns, which I hope you can finally see means something. Share. Can this get any more obvious now? The sign of the vow of silence being made with the sign of the devil, telling you.
Share, throwing up the devil's horns with the tape, the vow of silence, right?
But the secret which isn't to be spoken of is Lucifer, right there in front of you, speaking through signs and symbols, like Confucius said. Signs and symbols rule the world.
Confucius says signs and symbols
not
rule
words
the
nor
world.
laws.
Well, rule the second world, he's correct. These devils.
B. I just want you to see a few connections between the one-eye symbol.
Cardi B, and then that tongue out their mouth. That's Krampus. That's devil. That's where they get Satan claws, right? That's the Krampus tongue. When they put that tongue out their mouth, and it's the one eye of Horus, okay? All right?
Symbolism, the 666 hand sign, and the horned God symbol. Eddie Izzard, all-seeing eye, hidden hand, and mimicking the horns of the Masonic God. Oh, but men love the darkness rather than light, as the scriptures put it so solemnly.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it now. My position on it is completely shifted. I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic.
All right, here we go. I got another one for y'all. Let's go even deeper. Let's go. Share this tab instead. Let's go even deeper. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go. Learn, children of the Most High. Welcome everybody coming in. That so that you can go forth and protect those who don't know. The children, the meek, the elderly. Protect the animals. Protect the earth. Protect the Most High's children. Protect yourself. But you'll be destroyed for a lack of knowledge, so you ought to be taught. So toughen up and face the darkness, because it's here on the earth and it's living and existing and it's here. You can try to act like you don't see it or smell it, but it's all around you and you'll be destroyed for the lack of knowledge. We need to know. So stand up, put your big girl panties and your big boy boxers on and learn this truth. Face it, all right? So that you can stand and understand the darkness all around you so you can see it. It's everywhere. It's in your children's schools. It's in your schools. It's the teachers. It's the gym teachers. It's everything. It's all around. It's everybody. Let's go. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers.
A lot of these bloodlines are Satanist. In fact, the major ones are all Satanists. And by that I mean they are into human sacrifice, human blood drinking, and all that other stuff, sacrifice of children. And it's been going on way back. And people have no problem with the fact that it was going, oh yeah, those ancients used to do that, and the Aztecs and all that stuff. But they can't expand that perception of the possible that it's still going on.
And that's Moloch and Baal. They just have different names, all right? Moloch worship is Baal worship, giving the babies over to him, right? This is that pizza stuff. This is what it's all about, right? So y'all see that, you see the star and all that, Baphomet. And people, what he's talking about is people who said, yeah, the ancients used to do it, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the ancient Canaanites, the Amalekites, right? Moloch and all that, right? Nah. They're doing it today. Epstein, Peter Thiel, he's making an islands called the Prospera city-state islands outside of jurisdiction of anything, that they can do what they will if they get you on these islands. All right, let's go.
Excuse
all
me.
that stuff. But they
Uh-huh.
We have another adversary in the chat. It's S. Dot. They're just completely being disrespectful over and over again in the chat. And
All right. So just S. Dot, take your dot somewhere else. I know that you are a Diddy and you want to harm, the innocence of the children, but this is a place we're adverse to you and your kind. So we're not buying what you're trying to sell here. There's TikTok, there's Instagram, there's a million YouTube channels. So be gone and have a nice life, devil. Okay? So be gone. Take your dot somewhere else. All right. Yeah, you is being disrespectful. Who said that? Yeah, you is. He being disrespectful, right? Why do they keep doing that? So y'all ain't even real men. What kind of man, if you're gonna be disrespectful, own it. Stand it. I don't like a little wuss. Y'all some real wussies, bro. What is this? This the new age of effeminate trolls or something? What happened to the trolls? Did the trolls get Diddy too? What is wrong with y'all, bro? Every time we get them, we're like, I'm not being offensive. I'm not being this. I'm not being this. It's like, bro, shut up. Go somewhere. Grow a pair of cojones. Get your little Diddy self out of here. Man, stand up, man. The Most High don't like nobody. They don't like nobody likes lukewarm. My Messiah say spit you out your mouth. If you're going to stand, so if you're going to be dark, then be dark. Don't be no lukewarm. I don't like lukewarm, bro. I can respect you dark and whatever. You might have said whatever. We go at it. But don't be lukewarm and cowering, putting your tail between your legs and trying to be some little, I don't know, man. All right. Just get him out of here. Yeah, bye, Steve. We ain't got time for this. We try and expose darkness. They all run around here. They lukewarm and I know Hasatan don't even like them. Right? I know Hasatan like, man, the pickings is slim out here. At least Epstein and them stood in there. They was 10 toes down. These little trolls, they ain't even, man. Oh man, my goodness, bro. All right, let me get back. I ain't built for this. I'm like, I could face some darkness, but I can't face no fake darkness. I'm like, I don't even know what to do. I don't know whether to punch you in the face or give you a binky. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to do with these trolls. I'm like, what is this, a new era? This the new age? Oh my goodness. Oh, all right, let's continue.
Can't expand that perception of the possible that it's still going on. It is. Can't.
Okay, so what he's bringing out, he said people are thinking like they was doing this worship back in the days, right? The Aztecs and the Mayans and the Canaanites and, in the Hebrew, they, giving them over, but they failed to realize they're still doing it today. Okay? Nothing new under the sun. Let's go.
Expand that perception of the possible that it's still going on. It is massively going on. The fact is it was openly going on then it became unacceptable to the population in general, and it's gone on secretly ever since.
Another element of the Rothschilds, they are known for their involvement in a religion called Luciferianism or Satanism. Baroness Philippine Rothschild often wore jewelry that depicts the symbol of Satanism, a horned goat.
So this is the Madam Rothschild, right? And they always show, right? They got the horned Baphomet jewelry, right? Expensive jewelry, okay? So this is for real stuff, right? Let's go.
Philippine Rothschild often wore jewelry that depicts the symbol of Satanism, a horned goat. She even had jewels that simply showed the head of Satan. On this picture we can see Baron Jacob Rothschild posing in front of a famous painting called Satan Calls His Armies Forth from Hell. He poses alongside one of their favorite artists, Marina Abramovich. This lady organizes very strange parties for the elites. Here you see some images.
And that's who Jay-Z was with, right?
Of these parties that are called spirit cooking. They basically celebrate the practice of human sacrifice and cannibalism.
Even the owl is a symbol of ancient mystery Babylon. The owl was worshipped by the ancient Egyptians and by the Babylonians. And it's interesting to me that many of the members of the Bohemian Grove have in their homes, as I understand it, small figurines of owls. And I believe they actually worship those owls as a symbol of the deity, the great goddess of Babylon.
They believe themselves to be the sons and daughters of the fallen one, Lucifer. The elite are obsessed with the likes of Aleister Crowley and engage in the disgusting rituals he prescribed, which includes the consumption of bodily fluids and child sacrifice. The ruling so-called elite certainly view themselves as a race apart. But who are they? Typically, the elite come from certain ancient bloodlines. Researcher Fritz Springmeier identified 13 such bloodlines in his book, Bloodlines of the Illuminati.
It's actually 33 houses, 13 bloodlines, but it's 300 of the, and I got it, but I can't expose that. They already shadow banners. We'll really be done if I'm gonna do that on the Patreon. I promise I'm gonna flood the Patreon, and once I do that, then I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna let everybody know to go there. So all that real stuff will be there because I can't do it here. If I did it here, they'd probably take the channel, more or less. We'll be shadow banning us. All right, so let's continue.
Leader obsessed.
That's what it's all about, the lineage. This is a serpent lineage that go all the way back through all of the cultures. I'm talking about ancient Kemet, ancient Ugarit, ancient Acadia, ancient Babylon, ancient Sumer, ancient, right? It's with all Thoth and Thoth, Osiris, and all this, the Eye of Horus, all that, Baphomet, Baal, Moloch. It's the fallen angels, the fallen. Let's continue. And they lineage.
His book, Bloodlines of the Illuminati. The elite are obsessed with genealogy, many tracing their bloodlines back thousands of years to ancient Sumer and Babylonia. These are the people at the top of the pyramid who fund both sides of wars, spark revolutions, make presidents their puppets, and they are weird. Not just eccentric or odd, but totally inhumanly strange and evil. A common distinguishing theme among elite circles is an inversion of everything. Good is bad, ugliness is beauty, and pain is pleasure. These are all forms of trauma-based.
And that's why they do this stuff to the this is why they do this stuff to the youth and stuff. It's pain to them is pleasure. Everything is reverse, inverted. So where we will be like, how could they do that? Like, how could you harm this innocent and the screams? Because they get, that's pain is their pleasure. It's like everything is reversed. It's opposite. But we can't fathom it because we're not that unrighteous. We're not that dark. You understand? So for us, we can't understand it, fathom it. But for them, it's how they get their serotonin, their dopamine comes from that.
Mind control, which is almost trauma-based mind control. These are all forms of trauma-based mind control, which is almost always done to Illuminati children.
These people are warped by this generational torture that they do to their children. And so they get to you as an early child. You're raped at least once a week when you grow up in a satanic family. You're beaten, you're put into small cages. One of the best rituals that they use to split the mind so they can build altars and form a multiple personality.
Psychosis, psychotic. So they do this to their own. You understand? So it's like we will wonder, like, how are these people so dark? Like, how could you do that? It's because these things were done to them from birth. Like they were fractured and split to serve darkness. Like, so they're like, they create monsters. You understand? So it's like, that's why we have to know this stuff. Because if we just in our regular life thinking people are just regular smuggler, and you don't understand, these people will do the darkest things to you without batting an eye. They're like soulless. They're fractured and splintered. It'll be another one of the personalities in the individual that shows up and does this thing. And then another personality come out and won't realize nothing that would happen. But they build this in their own seeds. They do this to their own. So if they do this to their own, imagine what they're going to do to anybody else that ain't theirs.
Build altars they use to split the mind so they can build altars and form a multiple personality person. Is when you're 3 years old, they'll put you in a custom built wrought iron cage and leave you in a room for several days.
Now, wait a minute. How common is this?
This is standard operating procedure.
Generational child abuse has been passed down in their families for hundreds of years. As always, they have the power to never even be questioned.
The reason why this generational child abuse is passed down, because that's Baal worship. Let me explain, guys. Back in the ancient times, their gods required child sacrifice. The firstborn child, harming the child. So they serve their gods. They've been doing it for thousands of years. It's culture. It's their culture, their way of life of serving their gods. It never changed. Their lineage, they kept pure. They inbreed as well. These are your powers. You understand? What they call elite, dark elite. Okay? These are the devil's elite children. All right, let's continue.
In 2014, an heir to the Illuminati DuPont family confessed to raping his 3-year-old daughter, but was only sentenced to probation because the judge felt he, quote, would not fare well in prison.
Y'all remember that story? I remembered it. And I used to work at New Morris Hospital. It's a DuPont. Rich, that's one of the families. He admitted that he raped his 3-year-old. And the judge said, oh, we're not going to send you to prison because you won't do well in prison. You see?
His 3-year-old daughter, but was only sentenced to probation because the...
It's not exactly news that the wealthy defendants can buy more lenient justice. And shocking case underscores how badly askew the nation's justice has become. An heir to the DuPont fortune, Robert H. Richards, was sentenced to probation with no prison time after he was convicted in 2009 of raping his 3-year-old daughter. You see? Same time that Epstein was convicted in 2009, and they gave him, he was going out of they gave him a slap on the wrist. He was leaving the prison and committing his stuff, going to the island and everything.
Judge felt he, quote, would not fare well.
There's someone said something in the chat. May I read it for you?
Go ahead.
Traveling Lamp said, this is what my father did to me. Suffocation, beating, strange dark incantations while he did it. No cage though. And he also gave a little testimony earlier saying, I never went to the bloodline, I was born in a family related to Hurriemans. I refuse to join my family's cult and have been gang stalked and blackballed because of it.
And is traveling, is that a guy? You said it's a guy? You said she?
I'm not too sure. I just said
okay. I thought you said he. Yeah. You well, no. I think it's a woman. Traveling, if you can, let us know if you're a female or male. Oh man, that's and I have noticed this is why they start to shadow ban us, because when they first let us through the shadow ban, guys, y'all remember the Most High was sending a lot of his children who's been victimized. When they first let us through, remember when we got 30,000 views, 50,000 views, 70,000 views, and all those people was coming. Remember, we was 1,000 on our live stream, and it sent a bunch of his children who had got the Most High was sending them to safety. So that's why they just start shadow banning us again. Because if they don't, okay, if they don't, then his children will find us. The Most High's children have been victimized, and they'll find a place of repose. They'll find a place of safety, of love. And so they start shadow banning us again. That's why I got to find another way around it. Because we have to reach y'all's children. There's so many. He's a male. Thank you, Traveling. There's so many of his children from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who've been victimized by the hand of the adversary, even through their lineage. And that's good, Traveling, that you rebuke your ancestors' lineage. Rebuke the bloodline, the curse of your generations, and it stops with you. You stop it right there, because you are not your ancestors. It's the same thing with all of us. We have to rebuke Adam and Eve because we all descend from them too. And they are the ones who brought this into this world. It starts with them, because if it wasn't for them, the adversary will be in the garden in the Most High's presence, and all righteous. There will be no sin and transgression. There will be no beast. The beast was sin. So any of our lineages that descend from Adam and Eve, we rebuke. Any unrighteous lineage, like Cain, you see? And Cain's descendant, like Canaan, like Nimrod, like right all the way through. It's always an unrighteous and a righteous part of the lineage. Two nations that come from one womb. Just because you were born from a family that's of that lineage, don't mean you're of the lineage. Let me explain. And I'm glad you found this. I'm glad you found this, Shamaria. Now, just because you were born in that lineage, two nations will come from one womb. You could come from that same womb, but your blood is the blood of the Father. You are a righteous child of the Father. And your other brother and sister or mom and dad can be of the serpent. Two nations come from one womb. Jacob and Esau, Cain and Abel, came from the same womb, two manners of nations, the spirits of people. So you rebuke your whole lineage, your darkness, and understand that the blood of the righteous Messiah, the blood of the Father, the righteous Father, the creator of all things, flows through your veins. And you rebuke any negativity in your genealogy. All of us got generational curses. We all got, that's because I was from Adam and Eve. All right? Our heart is evil continually. We have to rebuke it. So praise the Most High for all those who found the righteous house. Come on, break the cycle. You have to break it. I broke it in minds. You understand? You have to break it. Praise the Most High for those who are allowed to find us. That's why I'm going to do everything I can, guys, to get us back around the shadow band. Yeah, I am. I'll see if it works. And if that one don't work, I'm going to try something else. Because guess what? If they don't allow us through it, then we got to fight. I got to fight to get for the Most High's children over the world to find the righteous safety. You got to fight for it. The same way they fight for darkness, we got to fight for truth. That's why I pay for this. I don't get paid from YouTube. I'm shadow banned. Ain't nothing monetized, none of this stuff. You understand? But I work diligently because I know that if one person they could find, and they could find a house, and they can find healing, and then they can go forth and help someone else, and they can heal from their trauma. So Traveling, we pray over you, King. We pray the Most High righteousness over you. You are his child. You are his son. And we rebuke anything that was done to you, anything from your ancestors, any trauma. Vengeance is the Father's, and it will be repaid. And there's a beautiful existence waiting for you after this earthly existence. This thing is over and done with. You have a beautiful eternity to spend in the presence of the Father in righteousness where no more harm will ever be done unto you. This is for us all. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order, that you are his beautiful children on earth. And it is the sin and transgression of this dark world that has allowed things to happen to you. But everything will be accounted for. Everything. And the eternity you will spend in a glorious state in the presence of the Most High, where no sin will ever accomplish you ever again. You have to believe it in your heart, children of the Most High. The same way these satanic, these darkness, they believe their wicked, dark stuff. We have to believe it. When you believe it, it comes to pass. That's your reality. You have to believe it and you have to stand in it. And when you believe it, you live it. You got to live this. I live this word. I live it. I don't just speak it. I don't just read it. I live it daily. And when I transgress, fall, I repent, I get back up, and I get back to righteous for righteous sake. I put in this work for righteousness because they put in this work for darkness. How much they do darkness is how much more I got to do righteousness. You hear me? Fight for righteous sake. Strong, 10 toes down. Because the children and those who've been victimized, they need us, the righteous, they need us. If the righteous don't stand, then the earth will be overcome with darkness. We have to stand for righteous sake, all of us. We stand for righteous sake and we fight on behalf of righteousness. We are creating our Father's image, and they want to destroy the Father. That's what the dark want. That's what the Tower of Babel was about. They wanted to get through the firmament and try to destroy our Father. The devil's a lie. Somebody told them wrong. We are warriors of the Father, and we have to stand in spirit and in truth. Come on, put on the full armor of the Most High Yah. Come on, put on the armor. I know some of y'all don't know his name, but keep watching the channel, you'll learn. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. The book of Psalms said his name is Yah. That's his name. Ya'ad, Aliyah, and Hayah. It ain't all those other things that you add to Yah is describing something about his name. But I'll do that on other lessons. His name is Yah. It says it in the book of Psalms. Right? And later you'll know, because you come in the name of your father. They come in the name of their father, Hasatan, the devils. All right? But now you're covered with his grace because you didn't know. They told you God and titles. That ain't his name. His name was written over 7,000 times in our Sephir they call the Bible. They took it out and replaced it with Baal and lords and gods and all this crap. The Canaanite, the Ashkenaz convertites said you can't even say his name. It's ineffable. Don't speak it. The devil's a lie. We have to call in his name, come in his name. We're covered by his name. You heard? Praise the Most High's holy name in his rightful order, his holy name. The Messiah, the book said, what is his name and what is his son's name if you can't tell? See, but they took his name so we don't know it. Come on, yep, that's that Yah. And there's no J in Hebrew, so that's the Yah. There you go. You got it right there. Because when you say, what do you say? Say hallelujah. What are you saying? Hallelujah. You're not saying hallelujah. You're saying hallelujah. Because in J was the last letter added to the English language. There's no J in Hebrew. It was a Y. It's a Yod. So that's hallelujah. That's his name. That means all praises to the Father. All praise Yah. That's what that means. Praise him. It's in the book of Psalms. They tell you, just go through the thing and you'll see in the older versions it says Yah. There was no J in Hebrew. Facts. Hallelujah. All praise Yah. That's what kumbaya meant too. That kumbaya, my Lord, that means come by here, Yah. Come to me, Yah. Come save me, Yah. All right, it's right in our face, but we didn't know. They took it out, but praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. But right now, you could call him on God, call him Yahweh, call him whatever you want. Call him call him whatever you just call him. Be in his right likeness and image and being. But the name is important. That's why they took it out. Very important. There's some See, names denote purpose and character and function. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. The name is a covering. Okay? Praise the Most High.
Excuse me?
And y'all can look it up. Just Google. You'll see the letter J was just added 500 years ago. It wasn't even there. So that couldn't. All right. Go ahead, Akim.
I'm gonna send you the rest of the full testimony that he gave.
Okay.
And also, do you remember the live that we did where that brother named Nathaniel gave his testimony and he was in the 13 bloodlines? Do you remember the name of the?
Nathan? Oh, the one where our video, what we did? I don't know what it's titled. I need to find it.
I'll find it then. Thank you.
Yeah, find it for me. I don't know what it's titled. And maybe we need to put that in the title because we need, a couple of times we needed that because we broke that Nathaniel thing down because I think Masherie was talking about it. And I'm like, you need to watch our video. All right. So, all right, let's continue. Zayana says she know too. All right. Once y'all find it, let me know and I'm going to try to retitle it, maybe put his name in the title somewhere so it could be more easily found.
In prison. They are some.
So again, this dude,
as the judge felt he, quote,
raped
would
his
not fare,
three-year-old daughter,
but was
the
only
judge didn't even put him in prison, got probation.
sentenced to probation because the judge felt he, quote, would not fare well in prison. They are sometimes forced to participate in the abuse or sacrifice of animals to further break down their mind. While the elite do keep masterful works of art hidden away in their private collections, the art they truly fawn over is not really what most would even consider art. In total celebration of all that is grotesque and repulsive, the sick individuals who run our world pay outrageous sums to collect the most disturbing art they can find.
I was reading this morning on ABC News about the Sultan of Oman and other people, buying artwork, buckets of maggots. I told you they love buckets of maggots. Images of dead children and maggots, crystal skulls, formaldehyde, fish tanks with dead cows in them, dressed in gold. Jesus with maggots all over it. See, that's who rules things. That's who runs it. All these elite homes, let's go to the room where it really shows who we are. And that to them, it's so beautiful. Images of demons eating babies. Images of maggots covering everything. Maggots, cans of human feet.
It's valued at $80,000. 10 of artist SHIT.
Feces for millions of dollars apiece.
Famous elephant dung painting of the Virgin Mary could fetch $2.3 million at auction.
That's their works of art. You see, this is just the front of it. The maggots, the dead kids, the golden calves covered in maggots and crap. This is what they're into.
Take, for example, Washington, D.C. power broker Tony Podesta, brother of John Podesta, former White House chief of staff. His home is filled with disturbing paintings of children being...
So that's the PizzaGate scandal that I broke down, right? I've been breaking it down. Tony Podesta, John Podesta. John Podesta's Hillary's campaign manager. PizzaGate. Remember? This is the Red Shoe Club. Remember? This image was his art. That's the children hanging. And before they do the adrenochrome, and then the blood drips off the feet, and that's the red shoes. That's where they got red bottom shoes, your Louboutins, right? That's the Red Shoe Club, okay? And he has this art. This is what's in his home.
Stripped down and tortured. He has a gold...
Then he got this golden statue of the man decapitated. This is like Epstein's art. This is an actual victim that they had bronze, that, they make the statue bronze and gold, and his head is decapitated, hanging, body bent over, okay? These are the politicians. This Tony Podesta, this Hillary's campaign manager, brother, right? Watch this. I did this, hold on, y'all know me. Y'all already know I got something for y'all. Watch this. Do I want to do it that way? I'm going to go to here first. I'm going to work my way to it. right? This one, bang. So y'all remember the last live stream, stop share screen, right? I'm gonna get back, watch this, because I had something I didn't show last time. That's him right there with that art with the gold statue and all that. And that's the Red Shoe Club. And this was the one here with the person, Ghislaine Maxwell, and him, that's him, Tony Podesta, that's Hillary's campaign manager, John Podesta, his brother, and Ghislaine Maxwell got accused of, Madeleine McCain, 3 years old, disappeared on the evening when John and Tony had when they had their red shoe party in Portugal, and their dad and mom, his dad sacrificed this little girl, R.I.P. to little Madeleine McCann, 3 years old. And that's his dad in the picture, Jerry McCann. And they said he committed suicide not too long after this. And the red shoes is children's skin, right? The blood. And this is the police sketch for those, a direct sketch. All right? Now, what I didn't show last time, that's him at the Red Shoe Club. That's the dad, right? All right? What I didn't show last time, let me continue. I showed this. That's the Pope, the Red Shoe Club, right? Ronald McDonald, the Red Shoe. McDonald's is, that's why y'all got to stop eating it. Even the rich people said that they chop up flesh and blood and feed it at McDonald's. They've been doing that forever, allegedly, that they've been feeding flesh and blood in the McDonald's, right? They've been doing this forever. Y'all don't eat McDonald's anymore. I'm gonna find the clip where the person said what do they call them? The halal people, when they said they chop up the flesh and blood, the missing people, and they sell it, they make money off it. They sell it into the McDonald's, right? The red shoes, right? Now watch this. Hold on. This is the one I didn't show. Oh, I did show this, but okay. So the Red Shoe Club, right? The Pope. The Devils Wear Prada, right? The red shoes equal sacrifice and made from human leather, right? And that's the one with Macaulay Culkin. I showed it on the last live stream. Y'all got to go watch the last live stream where Macaulay Culkin said he learned to detect when the shoes that was made from humans, right? And so this is some of Tony Podesta's art in his home. Again, the babies tied to the chair, and they got the red shoes, and the shoes is because what they say is as they hang them to do their adrenochrome, the last thing where the blood drips is from the feet. So it makes so they dye the shoes red. The skin is made out of their victims, and they dye it red. All right. Now, more, right? Red Shoe Club. All right. They should be told they need to wake up. We that are awake should not coddle them anymore. They are skins of the hashtag children that these devils graped, drank their blood, and unalive. Then the devils dyed the children's skin red. You should know who the thing is in tan pants. The thing in tan pants, hold on, is him. He sold his firstborn. So the admittance to Podesta's Red Shoe Club is you have to sacrifice your firstborn child. This was his child. He sacrificed it. They sacrificed the baby girl, and he got to join the club. All right? So the person in that thread was exposing him. He said, you should know who the thing is in the tan pants. Watch this. Here we go. The Red Shoe Club, the Pope. For decades, Irish nuns ran homes for unwed mothers. Beneath one of them, a ghastly discovery. 796 little ones buried in a septic tank. Roman Catholic. This, the logo for the man-boy lover all over Roman Catholicism. This is the Pope with all these babies with what? Pizza, everybody. Pizza. Let's continue. This is the fuller image from the short one of that night that he sacrificed his little daughter. They say he unalived himself not too after. Hopefully it was out of guilt. Well, not, I don't say hopefully, I rebuke that. I rebuke that. They say he unalived himself. So this was the Red Shoe Club. This is the fuller picture. Look, they all there to show their red shoes, which shows that they sacrifice someone. These shoes are the skin of the innocents, right? That's him, Tony Podesta, espionage. He's one of the great. Epstein ain't had nothing on him. He all through the Epstein files. Him and his brother. His brother is part of the Comet Pizza and the PizzaGate file. That's how PizzaGate scandal came out, from his brother emails and Anthony Weiner's emails. Yeah, they smiling because they having a good time in there. And look. Come on. Come on. I tell you. This go further than race, guys. It goes further than race. Come on. Look at the brother. Oh, yeah. Yeah. A lot of them are racist, like Epstein and stuff. But this goes blood lineage. This goes further than race. Okay? All right? The Red Shoe Big Club. Remember? The red shoes worn by members of the Red Shoe Club are often made from the human flesh of the unalive sacrificed little ones. For example, the Jesuit Pope's papal shoes, red shoes worn by satanic ritual abuse ceremonies. So when the blood falls on their shoes, it blends in with, right? So this is the ancient papal shoes out of flesh and blood, right? And these are the artwork in Tony Podesta's house. They're going to Ronald McDonald shoes, right? Symbolic. Tom Hanks, the man with one red shoe. The devil wears Prada, right? We did this already, but watch this. And that's the other image in Tony Podesta's house of the babies tied, hanging with the blood dripping from the red shoe from the feet. Now watch this. This photo is from Tony Podesta's 65th birthday red shoe affair in Washington, D.C. at the National Museum of Women in the Arts. Guests were asked to wear red shoes per theme. Podesta's center front is the host. The other men are friends and colleagues, DC circles. Most aren't named in the public reports from the event. I think I showed this before. Yeah, I did, right? And it's supposed to be, now that's Epstein, right? Oh, I don't know if I showed this before. Look, the leather could be made from human flesh. The same leather that make the red shoes. Research the Red Shoe Club, right? Now, this is the image of the, right, red shoe. That's her father, McCann. And this is Epstein. And they be getting this fabric. This is supposed to be, and they're saying that this is the dyed red human flesh. And they make clothing, shoes, and everything out of it, right? Now, look at this image right here. Watch this. In this image, that's Epstein. Now watch this. Look what you see in the background. Watch this. Look what that says. CIA, 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 CIA. And they say, Epstein was an espionage spy. This is crazy. I know that's going to really get us shut up. Praise the Most High that I'm covered under y'all, because they'll be coming to get me. They'll be coming to get me. They like, this fool to be exposing everything. Yep, because I'm covered by my father. I ain't scared of none of them. You know what I mean? You do what you got to do. My father going to make sure you take care of me. You can't be scared, guys, when you stand in truth, but you got to be in righteousness, though. You can't be lukewarm, right? Now, if I was secretly sinning and transgression and all that stuff, I'll be asking, now I'm playing with fire. But when you live in righteous, I'm covered under the anointing of the Most High. I'm in his kayaf, his mighty hand. I'm in his yahad, his mighty arm and hand. You understand? And my righteousness is what got me covered. You understand? So I don't got to be scared because I know I'm not sinning and transgressing. Don't take this on if you lukewarm and you in transgression. You know what I mean? All right. So yeah, they're saying that this person said this looks like it has a human form around an armpit and a shoulder. They try to look like, this look like it's, it's got human. This is human flesh. All right. So anyway, but y'all see what's crazy in that? All those bins. All right, let's continue. It says nothing will change until this happens. Well, this ain't gonna happen. That ain't happened. When this type of image happens, when the judgment comes. Because the Most High is cooking. Let the Most High cook. They ain't gonna lock each other up. That's not happening. But it will fall. All right? Now remember, this is just an AI made this image, but remember Epstein got this image of Bill Clinton in the blue dress with the red shoes? All right, now watch this. I'm going somewhere. The disgusting old Satanist PDFs who SA kids and worship Moloch, they get together for blood shoe parties in honor of the victims they have recently eaten. That's what the red shoe party is about. All right? And in order to be a part of it, you have to sacrifice your firstborn. Then you become a billionaire. It's like joining Skull and Bones and stuff. They have all these clubs, right? All right? So hold on. Let me get past that one. That's another lesson. Where is it? Oh, man. All right. So I got it somewhere else then. Let me stop sharing. Let me get it. I want to get to it right now. I opened it. Where is it? Right there. Here we go. Share screen. Window. I didn't do this last time. Bang. Look at this image. And I got a video of the old McDonald's image where they pulled a little baby out of the thing, the old McDonald's, right? Now that's just an image. I don't know if that's real or not or what it is, but stop eating McDonald's. Allegedly, they got flesh and blood in McDonald's. Okay? All right. Let's get back to the video. Red Shoe Club, Tony Podesta. Share screen, bang, share. That's him right there, Tony Podesta. All through the Epstein files, he the big espionage leader. All right, here we go.
And tortured of staff. His home is Washington, D.C. power broker Tony Podesta, brother of John Podesta, former White House chief of staff. His home is filled with disturbing paintings of children being stripped down and tortured. He has a golden statue known as the Arch of Agony, modeled after the posed corpses of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer's victims. If you don't see the artistic beauty in that, you are obviously an uncultured plebeian. When a cannibal painting was found hanging in John Podesta's Clinton campaign office, his only comment? It's better to be the guy with the fork than the guy on the table. Another so-called artist admired by Tony Podesta and the like is Patricia Piccinini. This woman creates realistic sculptures of absolutely grotesque, lifelike monsters and repulsive human hybrid creatures, often depicted clutching children in disturbing poses.
These people, the yachts, the hookers, the power, it all starts not having the luster anymore. So they pay top dollar at first for the snuff films of children. Big in Europe, big in Russia, just incredible evil. And so that's the thrill.
They get a fiendish thrill out of watching others suffer. The most sought-after high among the elite comes from an extremely rare, yellowish-brown drug obtained by sacrificing a terrified victim and using a hypodermic needle to extract a substance known as adrenochrome from the base of the neck, or in lesser effect by drinking the blood of the sacrificed person. Many Illuminati elite are addicted to the extreme high of human adrenaline, secreted at the height of terror.
I've talked to a lot of Satanists who've told me common themes about what goes on in these rituals. And one of the things that they do is when they're sacrificing somebody, the people with invisible light, the Satanists and the bloodlines, they'll drink the blood because when the terror reaches a certain point in the ritual, a certain adrenaline goes in the blood, which gives these people a high. I mean, sick is not the word.
Cannibalism is another particularly enjoyed practice among the elite, often done in a ritualistic nature. Most shockingly, in his book, Bloodlines of the Illuminati, Fritz Springmeier claims that the flesh of the Illuminati Grand Dame Doris Duke of the notorious Duke family was consumed in a satanic Halloween ritual.
There you go, ancient Kemet.
What differentiates the elite bloodline from everyone else? Long ago in the ancient cultures to which they trace their heritage, the ancestors of today's hidden rulers pledged themselves and their future generations to the dark force that opposes humanity. Call it Satan, archons, or whatever, and that energy still lives on through their descendants to this day. As one begins to study the lives of the elite, a common denominator is always their allegiance to Luciferian doctrine. It is the key tenet of the Illuminati.
Here's the way they look at it. Here's their metaphor.
William Cooper was a dope dude, and they unalived him. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna bring out something. I got him something of his story exclusive. They unalived him. William Cooper, behold the pale white horse. That's when I first was really awakening to a lot of stuff. That was, I think, in the 80s when I read that book. I think, and they unalived him.
Adam and Eve were held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust, cruel, and vindictive God. Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free from this garden by giving him the gift of intellect. Through the use of intellect, man will conquer the earth, will conquer nature, and will himself become God.
So I don't think he's saying that that's what he believes. He's saying that's what the Satanists believe. They teach that Adam and Eve were being enslaved, and Hasatan came and freed them with the do what they wilt, right? All right, let's continue.
It's taught in every Masonic temple in this land, every secret brotherhood, every secret society, every mystical temple, every occult organization teaches the Luciferian philosophy.
These rituals are increasingly being done in public on a scale not seen since the days of Stonehenge.
Teaching Satanism in schools sounds like the stuff of horror movies, but a US court ruling on religious freedoms has enabled devil worshippers in Florida to hand out educational material about their beliefs to kids at state schools.
The 10-page Satanic Children's Big Book of Activities features characters named Annabelle and Damien who demonstrate rituals to explain Satanism.
All right. Now, yes. Billy the Canaanite Carson doctrine, right? That's where he get, yep, exactly. Now, I'm going to break down something, right? Because this goes back here. This is where they get it from. This is where Aleister Crowley, this is where they get it all from. That all I see and I thing, okay? That's this thing. Watch this. Matter of fact, share this tab instead. This is where they get this from. I'm going to break something down for y'all. All right? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for reactionary purposes only. This is what they worship. Come on, guys. Is this just coincidence? I know. I meant to, we rebuke every bit of that music turned backwards, and whatever it is not to enter none of your homes and none of that. We are exposing that darkness. All right. I meant to take that out and put some other music under it. But praise y'all, I'm covering this whole lesson. All right. I'm covering the whole thing in spirit and in truth. Don't even worry about it. None of that can enter. This is the laws of the Shamayam. You have to take authority. This is called spiritual warfare. You understand? The creepy music go right along with their creepy crap. There's no accident. Facts. And it's that backwards music. Now, is this some coincidence that all of this is happening? Yeah, and don't worry about it. Ain't none of it entering none of it. Bind up, cast up. Listen clearly. Every time I show anything, you're in the house of the Most High. It is covered in righteousness. I can expose any darkness, and it will never have access to ever enter you, enter your houses, even though that you might not be spiritually strong enough. Every lesson I do is covered in the Father, because the Most High instruct me to bring this stuff out. This is His doing. Do you understand? So everything is covered under His name, in His order, under, all right? So praise the Most High. So don't worry about nothing that's being shown and exposed. You are to learn, you are to get the information, and you are to be strengthened by the info, by the intel. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You are to be strengthened by the knowledge, so you can have discernment. So don't worry, everything is covered in this house, everything. By the laws of the Shamayam, by the strength of the Father, I'm created in His image, likeness, and being, and everything succumb to the will of our Father. The earth and the fullness thereof is given to the righteous. They just forsook it in the garden. You heard? By transgression. You heard? Nah. The righteous remnant of the Father, we take authority, Radayah dominion back. You heard? That part. All right, let's expose this darkness. Ain't none of this coincidence. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have someone in the chat. Andro gave a little small testimony. Mind if I read?
Go ahead.
It says, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a former free Mason with a free in front of it, and now Christian. God delivered me with justice and mercy. I have lost my left breast and part of my bowel from the Most High's curse.
Blessings. Praise the Most High for your repentance and your rightful recovery and righteousness. And you are made anew in the image of our Father. We can all be made again. You heard? That's reborn. You are made new in the image of the Father and His created being. And we welcome you in the warriors. We welcome you as a child of the Most High to stand in this end time, to be the light that fight against all darkness. We heard? We welcome you and we need you. So you continue to stand in your new righteous suit. You stand for righteous sake, because we need you. And all the victims and everybody, the children, the elderly, the meek, the humble, the earth, the animals, the earth. We all need the righteous remnant of the Father to stand in spirit and in truth and fight against darkness. All right? Praise the Most High. So yeah, y'all see it, right? And I'm going to explain what this is in 1 second. I wish I could play it without the music. Just ignore that devil music. In the name of the Father, we expose. That's what I do. I'll speak the word over it. In the name of the Father, we expose all these dark devils. Look at them serving the Eye of Horus. Look at them, don't even know whose they are, who they serve. For mammon that they got this ability. They become celebrated entities. They sold for porridge, for red lentil soup. They sold for shekels. You heard? They sold themselves into eternal damnation for transgressing the Father for 2 loaves of bread. You understand? For to be backstabbed by the adversary who lied to them. Look at them one by one, celebrated entities, worshiping their father, the devil. This ain't nothing but Thoth. This ain't nothing but Osiris. This ain't nothing but Horus. This ain't nothing but Anunnaki. This ain't nothing but fallen angel. We rebuke all of every last one of you. May the Most High will be done over all of your lives. For those of you who are doing these symbols, may you come to repentance. May you rebuke for all the transgressions. May you lower yourselves and repent and come back under righteousness before the end of the judgment, before you cast into eternal damnation. May you repent for all your sins and transgressions. May you come back into the order of the law of righteousness in the name of the Most High. May you come in the name of the Father. The name of the Father, his name is Yah, and power and glory. It's the Yah, the Aliyah, and the Hayah. In the name of the Father, the Most High, creator of all things. All the darkness is being exposed, and we rebuke it all.
Why do billionaires pay millions?
Now, that part. That's how you handle that. Let's go. Now I want to show y'all this. Y'all see this right here? Let me break this down for y'all as we find a closeout. We're gonna close out in a second. I got I don't know. I'll see if I'm gonna do the next clip, but I'm gonna close out. But let me break some of this down so y'all can have an understanding of what this all eye seeing eye of God and all this eye of, this on the back of our dollar bill, right? That's what they was doing. You see them all doing all this eye, right? All this eye worship. This ain't nothing but Billy Canaanite Carson crap, all right? Let's go. Let's expose this darkness. Where's that? Let me grab it. It's here. Grab it there. There we go. I'm going to do it this way. Stop share. Share screen. Bang. Let's expose this darkness. Because this darkness has been going on for so long, and most people don't really even have the full understanding. And those who even sold themselves to it don't even really fully understand what they even sold themselves to, these fools. You heard? That's the most foolish thing. You don't even know what you're serving. You heard? This, the all-eye seeing eye of God, originated from the Eye of Horus in Egyptian mythology. That's ancient Kemet. It ain't started no Egypt. There was no such thing as Egypt. That Egypt is an exonym. The ancient Kemets ain't never called themselves Egyptians. So y'all need to understand that first and foremost. The land of the black face, the burnt face. You heard? On the Nile Valley. All right? The ancient Kemites. You heard? In Hebrew, they call Mitzrites. Mitzrayim, the house of bondage. You heard? That Egyptian stuff, that came from what's the name? Who called them that? I broke that down. Was it Romans? It wasn't the Hellenes, because I don't even think the Muslims, they still called it Kemet. All right, I broke it down. But anyway, let me do the Horus thing. All right? Now, listen clearly. Shout out to Sister Cookie coming in the building. Now, let's go. Who is this all eye seeing that they all covering their eye for? Come on, Yashala. Missed you, sister. I'm like, where's Yashala at? I know you've been working about 9 jobs. I know you working, but I missed your presence, Yashala. All right? Listen clearly. The all I seeing on the back of the dollar bill, where they all covering their eye. It's the god Horus, the ancient Kemet, which y'all call Egypt. It's the falcon god. It's the falcon. Let's go. Let's go. Horus is one of the oldest gods in the ancient Kemet pantheon, what they call Egypt. Okay? It wasn't no Egypt. It was ancient Kemet, the land of the burnt face, the black face people. You heard? On the Nile Valley. That's why they were blacker than blacks. It ain't those whited out Arabs who are over there now. No disrespect to my white brothers and sisters. I ain't talking about y'all. I'm just talking about those whited out Arabs who over there act like they Egyptian. You understand? Yeah, you ain't ancient Kemet. That ain't your land. You know, that part. All right? Now, the burnt face people, the blacks. All right? That's what they call themselves. That's what Kemet means. All right? One of their oldest deities, gods, his name was Heru. Heru, and it was translated as the distant one, okay, or he who is above, okay, and it was reflected in his nature as a sky god. These are the ancient polytheistic cultures who served other gods. This is what's on the back of your dollar bill. This is the one that's in that pyramid. This is one everybody putting that eye thing up. This is what Aleister Crowley, this is what they all worship. They call themselves Epstein, call themselves racist and everything, and they serving a black god. Do you understand? Heru. Okay? Come on, beloved brother. You know we're going to break it down in the house of the Most High. Teach his children, my father says, all the time, guys. That's why I put all this work in. He always said every time, teach my children. Let's go. Listen clearly. Heru translates to he who is above, the distant one. Okay? He is a sky god. He was represented as a falcon. And so they made him a Nephilic image of a man with a falcon head, a falcon-headed man. Later, his name became Horus. He embodied the concepts of what they call divine kingship. This is before the Ptolemies, before the pharaohs, okay? Now, this is a kingship, all right? Now, he represented the sky and the protection for the ancient Kemet state. Now, in ancient Kemet mythology, there was two forms of Horus. Two. Now, for most, they don't know it. And for others, it confused a lot of people. Now, Horus, they had Horus the Elder. He was Haro-Eris. Haro-Eris. Haroeris. So it's two forms of this eye god. This is what they call the all-eye-seeing eye. That's one on your dollar bill. This is what this whole America, every day, all worship this. Okay? This is what's his name? Billy the Canaanite Carson and stuff, all these people worship. Listen, this is Anunnaki fallen angel, made up stuff. A falcon-headed man, Nephilim. Do you understand? The fallen came, the watchers slept with the daughters of men and hybridized. All right, let's continue. They have Horus the Elder, right? Haro-Eris. He was one of the 5 original deities, gods, born at the beginning of ancient Kemet civilization. They have 5 original gods: Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys, and Haro-Eris. That was the Horus Elder, the first Horus. Nephthys, like Neptune, Set, Isis, and Osiris. Osiris and Apis is where they got Kreshti, the Christians. That was Serapis Christos. I'm sorry, that'll offend some of my Christian brothers and sisters, but you better understand where they wrote this in the Hebrew manuscript. Let me not offend, that'll offend some who don't have the election. Please keep coming back so you can understand that the Messiah was never, ever called no Christos or Christos. He was the Messiah in Hebrew. That means he who delivers, a deliverer to the Father. His title was Messiah, okay? So that Christos is Serapis, Osiris. These are ancient mystery gods. They was worshipped for hundreds and thousands of years. Well, hundreds, almost 1,000 years before. It's crazy work. But anyway, let me continue. I don't want to get nobody offended. Don't get offended, just learn. All right? You got to empty your wineskin. Now let's continue. Now, Horus the Elder, he was one of the 5 original ancient Kemet gods, deities. All right? Alongside, you're very welcome, Beach Girl. Alongside Osiris, Isis, Set, and Hakyama, put my Christian video. Y'all watch that. It breaks everything down and goes back into the ancient times, ancient Hellenes and the mystery gods and what they call and how they got these titles, how they got all this stuff. All right. Now, the Messiah was never called that. All right. Now, alongside Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys, he was what they called a creator god. So these polytheistic gods, we're talking ancient Kemet, what they call Egypt later. He was a creator god and a patron of the Upper Egypt. So he was called to protect Upper Egypt, and they called him a creator god. Then they had another Horus, Horus the Younger. He was called Hippocrates. That's where they get Hippocrates from, the Greeks. Hippocrates, Hippocrates, right? Hippocrates. He was supposed to be the son of Isis and Osiris. This is where, no disrespect to nobody, they get the Trinity stuff from. This is why the ancient Kemetes always say that the Christians stole their gods, right? So this is Isis, Osiris, and Horus is supposed to be Jesus, their character. I'm not trying to offend nobody. Just listen to ancient mythology. Listen, understand where this stuff comes from, all right? Now, so the younger Horus was the younger son of Osiris and Isis. This Horus was the central figure in the myth of Osiris. These are mythologies. Just like Rome and Hellen's Greece made up these mythological deities, Olympias and Hermes and all this stuff, right? So in the Osiris mythology, Horus was born in secret and was raised to avenge his father's death by his uncle Set. So his uncle Set supposed to kill his father Osiris, and Horus was born in secret. So the mythological origin story is that Horus got into a struggle with Set for the throne of Egypt. So the son Horus got into a battle with his uncle Set, who's supposed to kill his dad Osiris, right? This is all ancient Kemet mythology. And during the battle between Horus and Set for the throne, Set tore out Horus' left eye. Everybody listen. And the eye was supposed to be later restored by the god Thoth. This was a Thoth, Thoth. That's who Billy the Canaanite Carson, that clown. He follows Thoth, right? This is the god Thoth. What kind of god y'all follow here? Thoth. This is the first Thoth. Y'all know these Thoths. These Thoths are a problem today, right? So anyway, this god Thoth, right? Thoth, Thoth, right? Now listen clearly. This is the first Thoth, Aaron J. So this is the story. This is why they all doing this eyes thing. I'm teaching y'all now why everybody's doing this eye work. Why it's on the back of your dollar bill. The story is supposed to be the epic struggle between Horus and Set for the throne of Egypt. And Set, his uncle, is supposed to rip out Horus' left eye. But the eye was later restored by the god Thoth. And the Thoth is supposed to be the god of wisdom and magic, sorcery. And this act of restoring, and that's why the ancient Kemet try to say they stole the Jesus character because he's supposed to be restoration, bring restoration and healing. And the god Horus, that one-eyed thing, is the god for them for their restoration and healing. But it's in a way, no disrespect to them, in a way they actually correct, because the Hellenes and the Romans took that story and created another image that ain't the Hebrew Messiah. You understand? This Caesarea Borgia character. They made this new character, okay? And they took it from the ancient, who they worship, the ancient mystery schools, all right? Because remember, they were polytheistic Roman, and they was out Olympia, Zeus, Helens, and all that, right? So how are they giving you your manuscript? They wrote, they liked this being, but anyway, not to offend nobody, let's continue. Now, so that's why you'll hear these discussions between the Kemet, the Egyptian dudes, and then the Christians. They going back and forth and saying, you stole this and you stole that and stuff, all right? Now, let me continue. The eye that Set's supposed to rip out of Horus, his left eye, it was later restored by the god Thoth, right? And this act of restoration made the eye a potent symbol. So that eye became a symbol of healing and restoration and the process of making one whole. So the ancient Kemets start to worship that eye as a symbol of making one whole, wholeness, healing, restoration. And then later, they started to make amulets of the eye, and they wore it as protection to ward off evil. All right? So Horus, this is ancient Kemet mythology, and this is what all the Masons with the free in front, all the presidents, the powers, the Illuminati, the 13, they all follow this. This is all 13 bloodline families, 33 houses. This is what this whole thing is about. Epstein, this is what all this crap is about. It goes right back to this story. That's why I'm teaching y'all this story, because this is with the whole foundation of it. This eye. It's all in our dollar bill. It's everything that they worship. Now listen, Horus was supposed to have offered his eye to his deceased father. So the god Thoth, the Thoth is just, I just can't with this Thoth, both. The god Thoth, right? Thoth was supposed to be the god of wisdom. He healed, restored the eye, the left eye, right? And so Horus has supposed to took the healed eye and offered it as an offering to his deceased father Osiris to sustain Osiris in the afterlife. So now the Eye of Horus became a symbolic composite of human and of falcon features. So each part of the eye was associated with a specific sense and a mathematical fraction. This is ancient Kemet. Now, let's do it. This is the eye, right? It's that one that they all showing y'all all over the place. Now, this is the breakdown of it. The how can I say it? The composite, it's associated with specific senses and mathematical fractions. In the inner corner of the eye, it's supposed to be a fraction of 1/2, a half, and that's supposed to be the smell. It's supposed to denote the sense of smell, and symbolic to the nose, the inner corner of the eye. The pupil of the eye is supposed to be the mathematical fraction of a quarter, 1/4, and it's supposed to represent the light, the sight, the light. So the corner, the inner corner, represents the nose, smelling. The pupil represents sight, seeing, the light, the eye. The eyebrow is supposed to be a fraction of 1/8 mathematical fraction, and it's supposed to represent the mind, the thoughts, okay? So you got this part representing the smell, the nose, this part representing the eyesight, the light, and the eyebrow representing the thoughts, the mind. Then you have the outer corner, and this is supposed to represent, it's fraction of 1/16, and it's supposed to represent hearing, the ear. So this is supposed to be the nose, this is supposed to be the eye, this is supposed to be the hearing, the senses. Then you have the curved tail, and it's supposed to be the representative fraction of 1/32, 1/32 fraction, right? And this is supposed to represent the taste, the tongue, or the sprout. This is why they be sticking their tongue out their mouth, right? This is supposed to be representing the tasting, the smelling, the seeing, right? And then you have the vertical teardrop. And this is supposed to be the fraction of 1/64. I don't know how to say that in fraction. 1/64, I guess. 1/64, right? And the vertical teardrop is supposed to represent the touch, right? And they call this the foot hitting the ground. They standing on their stuff, walking. They standing 10 toes down, I guess, right? So this teardrop is supposed to represent the touch. The curved tail is supposed to represent the taste. The outer corner is supposed to represent the hearing. The inner corner is supposed to represent the smelling. The eye is supposed to represent the seeing. And the eyebrow is supposed to represent the thought, the mind. All right? So these are called, in ancient Kemet, they call it Hequat fractions, Heqat, Hequat fractions. And they sum to equal 63 over 64, right? And this is just my method, this ancient Kemet stuff. I'm breaking it down because this is what all of our kingdoms are worshiping. And we need to know this, all right? But people destroy for a lack of knowledge. Now, this is called Hequat fractions, and it's supposed to equal out to a sum of 63rd over 64, 63rd, 64. But there's a missing 164th from the fraction, and that is said to be supplied by Thoth, the god Thoth, his magic. And that 164th supplied by Thoth's magic is supposed to represent the inherent imperfection of the physical world compared to their divine world of their gods. Okay? Now, there's another eye that most people don't know. There's two eyes. It's crazy work. This one is called the Eye of Horus, but there's another eye called the Eye of Ra. All right? And Ra is the sun god. Now, most people confuse the Eye of Horus with the Eye of Ra. The Eye of Horus is the left eye that Set's supposed to have ripped out. The Eye of Ra is a right eye. And the Eye of Ra represents the sun. The Eye of Horus represents the moon. Everybody listen. The Eye of Ra represents sun, power, and the destructive force, and is often personified by their god, Sekhmet. All right? The Eye of Horus, the left eye, represents the moon, healing, and protection. This is what ancient Kemet believed. Now, the Eye of Ra is what the ancient Akkadians called the god Shamash. In the Hebrew, the sun is called Shamayash. Everybody understand? The ancient Akkadians is a Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongue. It's the Amorites. And our ancestors started to come one with the Akkadians. And that's where we get Yahuwah. That's where we got the vowel sound of Uwa from. There was no Uwa before our ancestors started mixing. No disrespect for those calling on Yahuwah. Understand, you can't get mad when we talk about the Christians. There was no Jesus, that wasn't the name, no J, right? But then the Hebrews want to get mad because you still not understanding. You still got to come out of Canaanite too. Just because we telling the Christians to come out of Rome and Greek, but you stopping at Acadia, that's Amorite. You need to come on back to the Habariya, okay? But understand, we meeting people where they at. So there was no ooh, there was no vowel sound in the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongue. It's a consonantal tongue, all right? Shemitic, all of ancient Sumer. Acadia was the first vowel. They got some fallen angel knowledge and they made up these vowels. And the ooh was the first vowel sound, is you. Okay, so that's when the Hebrews started calling some ooah. Okay, there was no ooah, all right? It's awa, right? And awa, aya, well, aya, and awa too, but aya, it was before the wav. There was no wav. There was 19 Habariya letters, but I don't need to go into that. It's a whole nother election. But anyway, I'm gonna keep it basic understanding. All right. Now, so that's when they started calling on uwa later. All right. So that's Canaanite, actually. That's why it's the key. If you Google Hebrews and Google it, go Wikipedia, they'll tell you they call it the Afro-Canaanite group of tongue languages. The Hebrew Canaanite. All right. Because they start, Ugarit is when they start Yahweh. That's where we get way. That ain't Hebrew either. That ain't Habariya. All right? It's Yahweh, if you want to say, if you want to add something, because whatever you add to Yah is describing something about it. So when you say Yah, Ayah means I am. Okay? Ayah in Hebrew, Habar means I am. That's when he said, I am that I am. Tell Mashiach, Moses to tell him I am that I am. He said, Ayah, Asha, Ayah, right? Ayah. So if you put Ayah with Yah, that's Yah. That means I be Yah. I am Yah. I am, right? I am Yah. If you put Hayah with Yah, Hayah is a second person plural. It means he is Yah. Second person. He is Yah. So if you put Yah, Hayah, that's saying he is Yah. He be Yah. Yah is. Yah exists. Ayah means I am. I exist. I be Yah. That's where he tells Mashiach. Tell him Ayah sent me. Okay? All right. So anyway, now let's get back to this. Now, the Eye of Ra is confused with the Eye of Horus. The Eye of Ra represents the sun. The sun gods was the ancient, the most represented god of ancient antiquity was the sun god. The moon god started being worshipped later, and then it became the most prolific deity worship. And the moon god has the crescent god is called the god Sin, and Yarak in Hebrew, Yarak, right? Now they call it Yarik in Canaanite Hebrew. Now so the sun god in Akkadian was Shamash. In Hebrew, that's Shamayash, what we call the sun. Okay? And the moon is Yarak in Hebrew, original Habariyah. All right. Now, so the sun worship was all the cultures was worshiping the sun first until they started going into moon worship. Okay? Now, the sun god Ra represented sun, power, and destruction. Now, and the eye, that's the right eye of a fallen angel. I get that's crazy work. So look at it as the eyes of a fallen angel, because all these ancient chemists worshiping fallen angels. It's Anunnaki, right? So the right eye is the god Ra, and the left eye is Horus, and represents the moon, healing and protection. Now, the symbol of the medical symbol, y'all know the Caduceus with the snake going up it? All this stuff is ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, right? All this American stuff. That symbol, the prescription symbol with the Caduceus and the serpent going up, that's the one that Baphomet got on his belly, okay? That symbol suggests the modern, a distant, it's an offshoot of the Eye of Horus, symbolizing the healing aspect of the ancient sign. That's why they used it as a medical symbol in America. That's Horus on the Baphomet stomach with that Caduceus symbol with the serpent going up, the medical symbol. That's the actually aspect of a Horus healing sign. That's why the ancient Kemet get mad when they say Jesus is this Horus, right? Healing and protection. Now, they have the Eye of Providence. So that's what they call the eye on the back of the dollar bill, okay? And the mason with the free in front, that come from the ancient Hermetics offshoot, Hermes. That's from the Romans who followed the Hellenes, who followed the ancient Kemet mystery schools, Osiris and Isis, okay? So that's where that come from. So they call it the Eye of Providence, the all-seeing eye. That's just the Eye of Horus, okay? And they represent always watching, divine watchfulness, okay? So Horus emerged as a local falcon god in 3150 BCE, the pre-dynastic early ancient Kemet. It's way before Hellenes was even born, Roma was even born, any of that. 3150 to 6000 BCE, Horus emerged, and the rulers were known as the followers of Horus. Just like in the Bible, the followers of the Messiah weren't called Christians. They were called Tamadaya Hadalayat, the followers of the way. The way is the Dalayat. That's the fourth letter in the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph Bayat. And it is the way, the path, the door, What did the Messiah says? I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the door. No one passes through the Father. You gotta come through me, through the Dalayat. That's Tamadaya Hadalayat is the followers of the way. The Romans first called them Christians at Antioch. It was a slur, like an igor. Same way that they called the Egyptians, it was a slur. Same way that Romans called the Hellenes Greeks, it was a slur, an exonym. Okay, and the Romans were famous for that. That's what Romans was the biggest gang. They was famous of conquering you and then calling you a slur. And now later in time, people call themselves this slur. Just an igor, all right? Mashiach was never, ever in his life, ever called himself a Christian. There was not such a thing. That's the ancient mystery schools, the Christians. You got to know who they was. The Christians was the biggest cult and belief system for almost 1,000 years. They was huge. Osiris and Apis Bull, Serapis Christos. Go just look it up, guys. And look at the image of Serapis. That's the image they gave to the Roman God, this new Jesus character. You see it. Just look it up. All right? I didn't know I was going to do this tonight. I should have showed my Serapis Christos thing. But anyway, we'll do it another time. All right, so let's continue. I ain't trying to offend nobody. Just learn. Just listen. You got to understand, because these peoples, they like this an image into a culture that wasn't theirs, right? And that's what the Bible speaks on, all right? So it's not true, these images, right? Now, the Pharaoh became identified as the living Horus. All right, so the followers of Horus from 3150 to 6000 BC, that's that eye, right? These rulers, now I can make it a little smaller. There we go. Because I just said the eye of providence. That's the one on the dollar bill, right? None but Horus, all this stuff, right? So, and then the early dynastic period from 2613 to 3150, following the followers of Horus period, the pharaohs become identified as the living Horus, right? So the Horus name became the first title in the royal Kemet titulary, okay? So the Horus name, the pharaoh star, became known as, identified as the living Horus. Then around 2181 to 2613, they called it the Old Kingdom of Kemet. That's when Osiris myth became formalized. That's when the second Horus was born, the one who's supposed to be in the sun, and that's when that eye is supposed to got ripped out. These are mythologies. The second Horus got established as the legitimate heir to the throne in the Osiris myth. And then later, during the Middle and the New Kingdom, the Eye of Horus got widespread use as the citizens of ancient Kemet started to use amulets for protection. And then they constructed the great temple of Horus at Edfu. And that's when the Ptolemaic period completed. The Ptolemaic was the ancient Greek when they conquered the Calphites, the Muslims that conquered ancient Kemet. And that's when ancient Hellenes, the Greeks, the Hellenes, the Ptolemaic period completed. They completed the temple of Horus. And then the Romans came in, the Greco-Roman period, 395 to 332. Horus got syncretized with Apollo, and the worship of Hippocrates became Horus the child, and it spread through the Roman Empire. And later that became, sorry guys, but that became the baby Christos. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to offend nobody. I can prove you everything that I'm talking. This is all fact history. You have to understand that in the island of Pharos, they enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders, the Hellenes, Ditties. They worship mystery gods. They was doing Diddy, Epstein stuff. The Romans and them. They are not righteous. And they enslaved them and made them write the sacred Hebrew scripts and transliterated it into the Koine Greek tongue. They got civilized by the Phoenicians years ago from the Greek alphabet, and the Mycenaeans from Linear B, okay? And the Mediterranean, okay? The island of Crete, the Cretians, bro. Come on, bro. All right, let me stay surface. All right? So Horus, during the Greco-Roman period, got syncretized with Apollo. And the worship of Hippocrates became Horus the child, and it spread through the Roman Empire. All right. So that's the breakdown of the Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra, the falcon god. All right. So now y'all understand. So they tie this into Hasatan. So the all-seeing eye of their god originated from the Eye of Horus, an Egyptian ancient Kemet mythology, ain't Egyptian, also known as the third eye or the spiritual eye. Horus is the same as Lucifer, equal light bringer, the morning star. All right? All right. But the ancient Kemet didn't see him as that, but it is actually that. So these are Illuminati symbols, all that Eye of Horus, that's what they worship. So in the video, when it's breaking down all the 13 bloodline families, that's what they talk about. That's all you see, the Illuminati. It's like, it's crazy work, but I knew I had to actually break it down because most people don't have the full understanding of what it is, of the Eye of Horus and everything. All right, so stop share screen. We're gonna close out now. Share screen, bang, share. All right, so this is what they worship, their Eye of Horus. Right? And they do all these symbols. So the 666, the divine symbol, the compass square, the pyramid, right? I broke this down already. Now watch this. Now this, what I'm about to show y'all is, when I showed y'all on this clip, the artwork that they, oh, that wasn't this clip, it was the other one. The artwork that they use, their real art is actually dark art, meaning the abuse of gargoyles and devils slaughtering little ones and maggots, and right, and they pay millions of dollars. That's the art that they have in their homes. These rich elite 13 bloodline 33 house, the house of the Albergani, the house of this and the house of that, and right, I broke it down in another lesson. I can't remember their names now. I can't say it. It's got them hard names, right? And the families, right? The DuPonts and all that, right? And so the artwork that they got in there that they pay millions of dollars for is actually, it's actually dark. Again, everything is their slaughtering. They're like trophies, right? That's the art that they have on their wall. But what I'm about to show y'all is a way that they wash their money. Y'all know the art that they show, that they be buying these millions of dollars. They buy these little squiggly lines art. And we wondering, like, why is they paying millions of dollars for this art? Watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This brother gonna break this down. Their real art is their demonic art. That's what they got in their homes. This is the art they show us that they buy. It's just a tax write-off. It's a money laundering. Watch this. That was loud, whatever you say.
Why do billionaires pay millions of dollars for paintings that look absolutely terrible? It's not because they love ugly art. It's because they understand something you were never taught. Here is how it works. When the tax authorities send a billionaire an $80 million tax bill, they don't pay for it like normal people. Instead, they go shopping. Not for a yacht, not for a mansion, but for a painting. They drop $50 million on something that looks like a child threw paint at a wall. But here is what most people completely miss. They do not hang it in the living room. They store it in a free port. A free port is basically...
So, he's just showing you, right? Because they'll be at Tiffany's and they'll pay $10, $50 million for this that look like somebody just threw splats at it, right? And you're like, what is that art? They don't hang this crap in their homes. They got that dark, they real art is them unaliving stuff, right? Watch this.
Basically, a high security warehouse is basically in the living room through paint at a wall, but go shopping. Not for a yacht, not for a mansion, but for a painting. They drop $50 million on something that looks like a child threw paint at a wall. But here is what most people completely miss. They do not hang it in the living room. They store it in a free port. A free port is basically a high security warehouse where the ultra wealthy park their assets and bypass most tax rules entirely. The painting just sits there, tax free. Now here is where it gets powerful. They put it up for auction. Other billionaires in the same circle start bidding against each other. Not because they want the ugly painting, but because by doing so, they artificially inflate the price on paper. That $50 million painting, it is now valued at $80 million. And here is where the real move happens. They do not sell it. They donate it to a museum. And the moment they do, the government hands them a full $80 million tax write-off. That original tax bill, gone. They paid zero to the government, offloaded the painting, and now the world calls them generous, art-loving philanthropists. The museum gets a headline. They get to keep their $80 million. So the next time you see an ugly painting sell for millions, understand this. To billionaires, it is not art. It is a financial weapon disguised as culture, and the system was built to let them use it. If you want to learn more ways billionaires...
Wow. Y'all see, guys? Broken down. Broken down. Now it makes sense, right? Literally, while we got to pay taxes on everything, I literally got to pay taxes now because I'm about to do my taxes. I'll wait till the end because I pay taxes. I got to pay at the end of every year. All right. I don't get no tax return check. All right. They literally will write off $100 million, $80 million free. Well, they got billions of, that's how they get so rich, bro. They pay no taxes, all of it. They got loopholes for everything. And so now, we sitting up there like, why is they paying all this for their art? That ain't art. That's money laundering. That's a loophole. And we got to pay taxes on everything we got. Shout out to Michael Jones.
Protect their wealth, comment wealth, and I will personally send you my playbook.
Yeah, it's a scam. All right, I was going to go into something else, but I'm going to save it for Friday. I'll save it for Friday. There's still 100 of us on this live stream. Let me see, how long is it? It's kind of short. Maybe let me see. No, because once we start talking, that'll be another hour. No, I'm going to stop. Because once I start talking, it'll be another hour. I had something else. It's kind of, because I know if I don't bring it out, then others have been bringing out by Friday. Yep, into that art world. Yeah. So it's all right. Even if others bring it out before I do, it is what it is, right? But because if I go into it. All right, so yeah, I'll answer some questions. Let's do that. Let's close out with did somebody got some questions? I'll close out with
there's just a few.
We love having you here cut from a different cloth. Go ahead, Akim.
With questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're welcome, Petrus.
Let's see, this one is from Andrel. He says, I've heard that ancient Irish Druids I've heard that ancient Irish Druids were the knowledge that seeded Kemet, not putting a white face on Kemet because I'm Sicilian, not Irish. The ancient Druids predated Kemet. Could this be Odin? ?
Oh, I will have to break that down because I don't think that's factually correct, right? Because some of the cultures existed simultaneously, and the ancient, because there's different, how can I say it? There's different epochs of these cultures that was there, because there was a time that the ancient Irish was the blacks, okay? And we did that on the lesson, right? You got the blacks now. Look at the Irish Post. We did the lesson with the Irish Post that's talking about the original inhabitants of the Ireland were actually blacks with blue eyes and stuff. We did it on the lesson, right? So, and then you got ancient Celtic, ancient Druids, ancient everything that they make us think might have been so-called white culture. A lot of times it wasn't white at that time, right? The ancient Welts, the ancient Danes, right? The originals, right? Then we did it with the ancient books too. So we did it with the ancient books from the 1400s and the 1300s. And yeah, Ireland, Scotland, all of it, right? So when you go further back, all right, you had this pygmy set of people, right? You have the ancient dubs, right? You have the ancient, right? So we broke that down. If Hakyama, I don't know, it's somewhere on our live stream, right? We did a whole series on that. So what I would have to do, I'm not saying that what you're saying is not correct. I would have to grab the timeline and find out exactly which set of people was in this place that is being called Ireland now at that time, which set, because you had marauding sets of that would conquer other sets and take over for a period, and then someone would conquer them and take over for a period. And right. So the true Bible, the best we got right now, Shamaria, is the KJV, but it is to be deciphered and discerned, right? And we in here, well, if you go to our live streams, you go through our old videos, it's broken down, deciphered. The Messiah, Matthew said, he who has the keys to decipher, and the Raya Kayakadash will bring all things to remembrance. So with the language and the tongue of the original Habariyah, all of the euphemism, linguistics of we understand what was added and taken away. So the mysteries are deciphered. So the best we got is the KJV, written by King James, who was original Yasharalite, Jacobites. Jacob is Jacob, right? And Jacob got his name changed to Yasharal, Israel, Jacob, right? So Jacobite is Israelite, literally. So, and that's where they descend from, okay? And they got over there from Spain and Portugal, from the ancestors who fled the Babylonian captivity and went into Spain and Portugal with the Moors. And when they fled, a lot of them fled into this part of Europe, and they became the Stuarts and the Scots and the Jacobites. They ran kingship lines before Cromwell and them came over and conquered and sent into slavery and did all that. And then these new kings over there now that call themselves kings and stuff, right? But anyway, we got the whole lesson with the ancient books. The thing that the Most High had us do, right? I'll be saying I know those, but his name is Yah, but I said in Most High because I want to speak where others can understand what we're talking about as well, right? Speak the when Romans speak it to Romans, right? Speak the word of the language so everyone can understand you. So in our lesson, our series, we go through all the ancient books from the 1300s, the 1400s, the 1500s of the people who was there and what they wrote. All right. And it's written in Brooklyn English. It's like they didn't lie back then. They just they told it raw and cut with no chaser. So anyway, so for the other person who asked the question, I would have to go to that timeline when you're talking about. If you wanted to, you can email me the information and what timeline you talk about, and then I can check it against the historical records, the books, right? The ancient books, right? It's on the Internet Archive libraries, right? And I can check to see which group of people was there at that time and all of that to see, right? Because a lot of the cultures, the times intersect as well. All right. Did you have something else, Akiyama?
Yes, this one is from, let's see, Rendell said.
I'm sorry, hold on. Because in the ancient books, it was some shocking stuff we found out. They had black Vikings as well, too. So you know how everybody say the Vikings and we just think it's just white Vikings? They had black marauding Vikings, the seafaring people, the seagoing people. It was black somewhere. It was no joke back in the days. Boy, so it's so much stuff. But that was a great time. We went through all those ancient books. We're gonna start it up again one day too. So I'm gonna start mixing it in. What I'll probably do half of current events, and then the second half we're gonna start getting back to teaching, especially when I get us to get back through the shadow band again, right? So y'all can start, so we can get back to the books and the teaching and breaking down so y'all can really learn, all right, in real time instead of just going back in the old videos and stuff. But make sure y'all go back in the old library and study sure. So click the live stream and the tab in our video, the live stream, and go through those. You'll see the titles. You're gonna be like, whoa. and just start learning and seeing it. All the books is there. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing it again here. So we'll split into half. We'll do half current exposing darkness, and then the other half we just start breaking down and getting back to business. You heard? Because we teach this word like you, boy, and we show the books, receipts. I don't believe, and the Most High has me. I don't believe in just teaching without showing receipts for what I'm teaching. So I always bring the receipts, and everything I teach, I tell you, go study shows, go look it up. Everything I'm telling you, you can find it. It's right there. It's public knowledge, but you just have to seek it out, right? Diligently seek out the truth. All right. So whenever I do my lessons like that, we put it on the screen. We put every book, we show everything where it come from, just so you don't fall on man's, lean on man's own understanding, right? All right. Go ahead, Akiama.
All right, this one is from Rindle. Rindle says, so am I wrong? Question mark. My belief is HIMM, Hebrew Israelite, Messianic Muslim. I am Hebrew Israelite, chosen by the Most High, born melanated. I believe the Messiah and submit to the will of God.
Hold on, that is a very interesting mix. Hold on, that's a new one. I never heard that one before. Hold on, let me put this up. I got it. That's very kind of dope. Anyway, all right, let me say that again. He's a what? That's because this was going to happen in the end time, because we were scattered across the four corners, guys. So people are going to come. That's why a lot of those in the awakening and the faith, they get all offended. Like I used to be like that. I used to be like, you gotta be this and you gotta have this and you gotta. I didn't know, right? The Most High, I was so rigid, and the Most High, as I grew and developed, he said, you gotta be more receptive, because my children are going to come from all different walks. They're going to come from all different, right? All right, you can email me, Shamaria. And they're going to come, so you got to be able to receive them where they are, all right? Because we're all on a path and a journey, you know what I mean? I used to call God Jesus, right? I was a Christian. Then I used to be Yeshua. Yeah, no, it was not Yeshua. It was Yahusha. Yeah, Yeshua. And then it was Yahusha. And then it was, Yeshaya. And then it was, but we go along on the journey. But anyway, read it again, Hakiyama. What did he say? Say it again.
Okay, he says, let's see, let me go back to it. He says, so am I wrong? Question mark. My belief is HIMM, Hebrew Israelite, Messianic Muslim. I'm a Hebrew Israelite chosen by the Most High, born melanated. I believe the Messiah and submit to the will of God.
Okay, good. But so where did the Muslim, I wish he was still here. Is he still here? If you're still here,
I haven't seen him. I believe, let me check.
He probably asked it and bounced. I wanted to know where the Muslim part fits in at.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, he's here. Good. That helps. So, explain to me where the Muslims, let me explain this part. What you just described was Ishmaelite and Israelite mixed. Now, those are two brothers, okay? And they had different, they start to serve different gods, okay? They went separate ways. Ishmael and Isaac, okay, were brothers, all right? So Isaac's descendants became the Israelites, and Ishmael's descendants became the Ishmaelites, which later became the Arabs, the Muslims, right? That's where that original come from. So, right, so that's what I'm trying to find. So you're mixing two, right? Two different. So what I'm saying is, because Ishmael descendants, now remember, Ishmael's a wild man, all right? So hold on, let me see what he said. Yes, both were from Abraham. Yes, they both from Abraham. So okay, let me explain. Rendell, they're both Hebrews. All right. So there's two different Hebrews. There's more than two different Hebrews, because they all descend from Habariah, Abraham's grandfather. That's where the Hebrews come from. So Ishmaelites are Hebrews. They're called Hebrew Ishmaelites and Hebrew Israelites. Now later, they started to serve other gods and make different cultures, the Muslim cultures, right? Remember, you got Muslims that make gods of rats and cows and different, right? So that's where it said Ishmael's a wild man. So it's like such a broad, that's a broad statement to say Muslim, because which Muslim, right? Which Muslim, which part of Ishmael culture, which part, right? So you gotta be much more specific, because Ishmael was a wild man and they served many gods, and that is polytheistic. That's out. You can't be right, monotheistic and polytheistic at the same time. So it's kind of, on no disrespect, but it's kind of a little bit of confusion. That's why I'm like, so, but if you're saying that you identify because you grew up with Muslim, which I understand, because I was part of the Nation of Gods and Earth, an offshoot of Islam, right? And an offshoot, right? We believe that, Allah, we believe that Allah was God, but believe it was the mind, right? And we were the body of the mind. And, we were gods, and the mind was Allah and stuff like that, an offshoot of Islam, right? Its own thing, right? And then you got the American offshoot of Islam, the American Muslims. Then you got all type of Sharia law and Sunni, you got all types. So you got to, you got to be much more specific than that, right? Because my Muslim is just submitting to the will of God. Okay. So, all right. So how can I explain this? It's still serving. All right. So this would be the difference. If you're serving Allah, right? Because the Muslims believe Allah is God, right? And you're serving Allah, right? And you but it's what version, right? Because Muslims got many, right? Sharia law, they worship Allah, but they believe in raping little girls, marrying little girls. You see what I mean? So that's Muslim too. So you gotta, it's kind of like you can't just say Muslim. I think that's an American thing. And that's why, the actual Arab Muslims, they get upset at that. They don't respect that, because it's not, you can't just broad stroke it and say I'm Muslim. That's some Americanized stuff. It's too many sects of Ishmael's culture. Okay? So no, that's not true, because even Christians and nobody worships, because you can worship one God that you calling on, and you calling them God, and somebody else worships somebody else they calling God, and they don't do nothing like you do. Because most people who think they worshiping the God of the Bible don't do nothing what he said. They be in there just as fornicating, eating swine and abomination, all that, talking about they serving God. What God? It sure enough ain't the God in the Bible, because he said that's an abomination. And then they told me what Paul said. Paul ain't the Most High. And Shayal, you don't even know what Shayal meant by that when he said that. But anyway, so no, that ain't true at all. None of that's true. All right, so anyway, let me not get in that debate. But I'm trying to get with the brother with the Muslim, and he made up his own vernacular too. He called it HIMM. So that's one thing we got to be careful for too, guys, because you'll end up making up your own culture, like you're making up, your own thing, right? Right? So in fact, that's funny. That happened with the Nation of Gods and Earths. So back in the 80s, it was the gods and earths, right? That was the Nation of Gods and Earths. Then all of a sudden, years later, the Muslims, Americanized Muslims, started to call themselves American gods, like the Muslim gods and they mixed it. They like hybridized it. I'm like, huh? It was crazy. But so again, you can't really merge. Unfortunately, you can't really merge something with the Bible, with the Sephir Yah. It doesn't work like that. There's one God, and He has a name in the Sephir Yah. So you can't change his name. You can't call him something else. Well, you can in your ignorance, and his grace will cover you when you don't know no better. But that's what they do, right? They likeness and image in. He's singular. He is Ahayad. He's one, right? So if now something that most people don't understand in the Ishmael, I ain't talking Muslim. I'm talking Abraham's children. That's the difference. Once you start saying Muslim, you're talking about a religion, not the bloodline of Isaac and Ishmael, right? If you're talking Hebrew Ishmaelite, right? Ishmael, which stopped serving Yah and started serving another God, went somewhere else, and Isaac served. That's why Isaac was the chosen son. Ishmael got blessings, but the Messiah came through Isaac's lineage, not Ishmael's. You understand? So Isaac got chosen. Now Ishmael still got blessed with his money. He would be the richest, right? The Arabs, right? But all right, but Ishmael was a wild man. Now, if you going through blood lineage and you want to say that I understand my granduncles, which is Ishmael, if you believe you descend from Isaac, right? You say, I respect my granduncle's, I don't know, blood lineage, and I just identify because we can't do that, because that's becoming a respecter of relation, meaning blood relation. The Messiah said, he who keeps my father's commandments is my brother, sister, and brother, right? So I don't care if Ishmael is my blood lineage, if he ain't keeping my father's commandments because he's keeping another religion's commandments, you understand? It's not the same. Then he's not my brother or sister. It's like in my physical lineage, I could have Uncle Bobo, right? And here I am, I'm following the Most High from the Sephir Bible, the Abraham's deity, from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, okay? So this Sephir Bible, this is what they call deity God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It don't say Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob. You understand? No disrespect. So you can't mix and intertwine unless Ishmael repent and start serving the God of Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You can't mix those two, okay? Yes, many Hebrews, right? They're not Israelites. Many, right? Now, you can't mix those two. Ishmael would have to repent and start serving the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's the deity Yah of the Sephir Bible. That Bible is not Ishmaelite. That is not Ishmael's book. Ishmael made a Quran, and they made other stuff later. They made other religious books. Now, let me explain. If you serving these other cultures, but you're righteous, like he said, he's saying God, but living right, not Safari, not Sharia law, and not all these other cult things, then in your righteous deeds and acts, you can see the Father's fruit in you. There is a righteous covering over that. But you can't say that I'm a Hebrew Muslim mix. That's not correct, King. You can't do that. That's kind of blasphemous. You just don't know it, but it is. Because the Most High speaks against that in the Bible. You don't mix. You would have to repent and serve him. And yeah, you can't serve two masters. That's just, it's biblical. We don't. Now, but I would understand, especially, we have a calling for Ishmael because that's our descendant cousin. If you descend from Abraham, there's something in the DNA. That's why a lot of blacks become Muslims. because it's our DNA is calling us to come back, and it's close to Isaac. That's our brother. That's our uncle. You know what I mean? So that, that's our grand uncle. But just like any other uncle could go start serving something else, right? And I rebuke that uncle, and I'm not serving you, but I'm still tied to you genetically through blood lineage. But that don't mean I'm serving what you serving, Uncle Bobo, right? And as long as you ain't serving mine. Now, another problem is in the original Hebrew, the tongue of Ishmael and of Isaac is similar, or Jacob is similar. That's because the Habariyah tongue, because they're both Hebrews. So you have Assyria and Syriac and Aramaic and Hebrew. All of those tongues are sister languages. So if I speak original Hebrew, then I could speak Aramaic and Assyrian. So within that, there is a title for the Most High. Listen to the brother. And that title is called Aliyah. Everybody listen, Aliyah. In the English, they call it Elohim. Y'all heard Elohim, right? And in the singular for Elohim is Eloah, E-L-O-A-H. Y'all look this up. That ain't Hebrew. In the original Hebrew tongue, that Eloah, that's the singularity of the Most High in the heavenly, and the heavenly council is the Elohim. These are his Sabaoths, his images, when he reflects his image, the heavenly council. We say, let us make man in our image. That's the they call it Elohim, but that's not Hebrew. That's Canaanite. That's what it's English. But it's Alayam in the original Hebrew. So the singularity of the deity of the creator in the singular form, where they will say Eloah in English, is Alayah in Hebrew. That's really close to Allah. Alayah and Allah sounds very similar. That's because Ishmael's language and Isaac, Jacob's language, are very similar. See? So the father is our Alayah in Hebrew. They'll say Eloah in English, transliterating. And the heavenly council is the Alayam. All right? So when I understood we about to close out, Tory Rice. When I understood the language, I started to see the similarities, and I said, no wonder the Americans, American blacks, we're so quick to pick up Ishmael, the Muslim, because it's our actual genetic bloodline. So it's called, and the Most High used, shout out, the Most High used the Muslim culture, American Muslim culture, to save a lot of the Black Americans from the serpent seed putting poisons. This is in the 70s, right? When I got civilized through it. We were savage in the streets, and the Most High used American Muslim culture, right? So I give respect where respect is due. Facts. The Most High used it to save our ancestors in America from heroin, from crack. I mean, yeah, crack too, but heroin, from all the liquors, we was being destroyed in the streets in the 70s, in the 60s, from the poison that they put out. And he used, it wasn't time for us to awaken to Ishmael, to Isaac, to know we were Yasharalites, the Israelites from the Bible, right? This ain't no Hebrew Israelite crap that these clowns out there, devils, talking about, Star Moloch hating people. This ain't that. Right? So before the so-called blacks could awaken that those curses in the Bible was about us going into captivities, he used Ishmael's culture, the Muslims, to start civilizing us, to get us ready. It's like us coming out of the transgression and the slavery. It was a cleansing. So I don't poop on what the Most High will use anything. And it would make sense because that was the closest to who we really are. That's why we all became Muslims and, Moors, Drew Ali, Noble Drew Ali. And we was doing all of these ancient, trying to find who we were, those who were scattered by slave ships to America. Then you got the indigenous of America that was here, but,
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
Get right with God brought out something that's kind of key to what I didn't even see when I was reading this. He said, no, in the Quran, God, Allah, oh, it moved. In the Quran, God, Allah, she said something along the lines of did not have a son. And in the his message, he did say that I'm a Hebrew Israelite chosen by the Most High, born melanated. I believe in the Messiah, submitted to God, but he's Hebrew Israelite Messianic Muslim. So I
Right.
thought that was a good correlation,
Cause,
of
cause,
Muslim but believing in the Messiah as well.
right. But you said the other person said the Quran said Allah don't have a son.
Yes.
So I would have to find that out, right? I don't want to speak. So if that's true, then how can you, right? See, that's what I meant. That's a confusion. So if the Quran actually says that Allah doesn't have a son, then how can you say that's the same God, right? Deity.
As Muslims will say that Jesus was just a prophet.
Right.
You've
That's
heard
what they
that,
say.
yeah.
Exactly. They say he was just a prophet. So he can't be the only Ya'ad's son. And you got to know what a Ya'ad son means once you know the scriptures. It's different from begotten. It's more powerful once you know the original Hebrew, the only Ya'ad son of the Father. So again, that's a contradiction. That's something like that can't. Brian said Muslims say that Jesus sits on the right side of God in our Heavenly Father's kingdom also. Okay, it does. So I don't know the Quran like that. So, I can't speak on something that I don't know not of. I've read a little bit of it. I've never really read it. I'm really not versed on the Quran, right? So, and when I was a part of an offshoot of Islam, it was 120 lessons. Now I know 120 lessons, but I ain't know no Quran, right? So I don't know. So it says Jesus sits on the right side of God in our Heavenly Father's kingdom. So the Muslim in the Quran says Jesus, because I know what's his name? Farrakhan always speaks of Jesus, right? And I know they always mention it, but I thought they said he was just a prophet. That's what I've always heard, right? Like Muhammad was a prophet. They say he was a great prophet. They say he was righteous. They don't disrespect him, but they don't put him at the same place as we put him as in the Bible. All right. That's why I'm saying, yeah. So for the other brother, you cannot mix those two. There's no way you can mix those. That's blasphemous. You can't. You can say that you're trying to study both religions or cultures to see which one you're gonna serve because you can't serve two masters. It's confusion. Quran, and the Quran also, he is referred to as Jesus, son of Mary, emphasizing his human mother rather than divine fatherhood. Okay, because I do know that because I've had discussions with some Muslims before, and they see him as a prophet, like like Muhammad, right? He was one of the great prophets. I think they have a number of them, but they don't see him like us, you know, as a yeah, it's not the same. I know that for a fact. All right. So anyway, yeah, that one, brother, you just got to work on that, and hopefully one day you'll settle on serving one of the cultures because you can't be you can't be a Ishmaelite Israelite. That's it's kind of crazy. It's like you can't serve two masters. Um you have to as you journey in your understanding, you're going to have to pick because yeah, it's kind of confusion. But you can, I mean, you can understand both cultures, but I understand some of it. I haven't read the Quran enough to be versed enough to really give a stance. I don't speak about it, which I know not of. I'm very well versed in a lot of stuff, but not the Quran. Uh, well, was there somebody else, Hakiyama? Was there something else?
There was just one more, and it was from the same person asking, what about the Ethiopic Bible?
Well, the Ethiopic Bible is one of the oldest Christian Bibles, right? It's a lot, it's better than doing the, how can I say it? It's better than the transliterations like the NIV and all this, the HIV, the TP2000, all these thousands of different relations, because it has more of the apocryphal that the Romans took out, right? But you got also KJV with the apocrypha, right? So the now some people think that the Ethiopic Bible is, I don't know, kind of more, because it's more, a little more ancient, that it's more righteous, but it's they became Christianized, right? And Ethiopia, they became very, very Christianized. So it's not Israelite-ish, right? It's very, very Christianized the same way as the KJV is. So you have to do the same lens with it. You have to you have to understand the original tongue, the Habariya, to speak, to have the linguistics, the euphemisms, to be able to understand certain words that can't transliterate, all right, that don't transliterate over, because they became the first Christian kingdom, right? It's like when you go over to Africa now, they serve a white, no disrespect, but they serve the blonde haired, blue eyed, Caesarea Borgia Jesus, and they don't care. They like, that's what we serving, and like, it's right. So it's the same thing. Now, even though they do have in the Ethiopic, they have more of the melanated, they got the original pictures in there, but they got really Romanized. I don't know, it's just crazy. It's a mixture what happened over there. Uh-huh.
We also have an Ethiopic Christian in the chat as well.
Oh, that's good. Praise. They from Ethiopia? Are they
I'm
original?
not too sure. They haven't said. I can read what it says right here if you'd like. Just so you know, as you continue, you know that we got someone here. It says, I spent years at religious school, and I was also a Catholic altar boy. I'm trying to help you. I've denounced Catholicism because it's under Satan's control. I now follow Ethiopian Christianity.
Okay. And so what I want you to do is, as you keep going, the same way that you discarded the Catholic, because that's Roman, you're going to have to keep going back, because this is what I want you to understand. The Bible, everybody listen, is not Roman, it's not Greek, it's not Ethiopian, it's Hebrew. And I'm not talking about the convertites, not Judaism, not those. It's a Habariya book. Understand? And Habariya people weren't Ethiopian. There were some under because Sheba and what's the Solomon, and right? So his descendants, right? So you have some Israelites there, but they're not Cushite. Ethiopia is descendants of Cush. That's Ham's descendants. All right. So a lot of them, they got colonized too. The Christians went there, right? So as you come out of the Roman Catholic, you getting closer when you get to Ethiopia. At least now you back on the continent. You see, you know what I mean? You at least back in the you back in the skin, you back in the fold. But now you got to come from Ham back into Yasharel, into Shem, Shamayam. Okay? It's a Shemitic, all right? And that's the Habariya. So that's why I said, even in the Ethiopic Bible, you still need to learn the Habariya so you can decipher where they wrote their likeness and image with the Ethiopians. You understand? When they came in. But you're getting closer back to the original. Same thing when you come from all these other Bibles, Romans and Greeks and Septuagint, the Vulgate, you got to come, right? You're coming closer back. Ethiopia, that's the last stop. That's you getting you right at, that's the closest you getting back to the original Habariyah. And it's the language. Let me explain. Thank you, Father. Let me explain so y'all not confused. It's the language. So if you read the Ethiopia or the KJV with the Apocrypha, you can get the same understanding. You can get the same revelation from the Holy Spirit, long as you have the Holy Spirit revealing and you know the tongue, that you can decipher the transliterations back to the original Habariyah tongue. Because if you don't speak the tongue, then you can't transliterate it nothing, even if it's in Ethiopia, because that ain't Hebrew, right? Kush got his own tongue and language, and the Ethiopic is basically written in English and in a Christian tongue, right? But it's more of the original. I agree. It's more of the original than any of the other transliterations. The Ethiopic Bible is more of the original than the Septuagint and the Vulgate and anything. The only thing that sets the KJV, the 1611 one, right, from with the Apocryphal, the original, set apart from all that, is because it was written by King James, which was an Israelite. And that was on order of the Most High, allowing the Jacobites to write it. And he wrote it in the English tongue so that the descendants that's went to captivities can be able to find a way back. And for those who find a way through the Ethiopic, good for you. That's good. It's very good. So shout out to our Ethiopic brothers, and it's a very good Bible. And but the language is the key, because everything doesn't transliterate over. Everything doesn't transliterate over. So you need to have the original tongue to decipher even the mistranslations in the Ethiopic as well. All right. So yeah. So wow, that's good. I'm good to see so many people trying to find their way to the Father. That's what it's about. It's the journey and the path. It's hard because all this darkness out in the world, right? Look at this thumbnail. They're trying to make us into cyber. Oh, I didn't do the transhumanism. All right, I'm gonna have to save it. I didn't do the transhumanism. Crap. And I got it on the screen too. I'll do it on Friday. I had this transhumanism crazy thing to bring out. I just can't do it all. I got so much. But yeah, we're gonna try to close out. Yeah, I'm very glad. Even my brother who's trying to find, the Muslim, but that's crazy work. I can't believe he made an acronym for it, the HBIW. I'm like, is that a thing? They out there making up new things. Boy, y'all Hebrews know y'all be doing too much, right? I'm like, boy, y'all know y'all can make up some stuff, bro. But at least he's trying to find the Father. That's why he's like, listen, listen. I don't want to say this to because I'm nobody. I am somebody. I'm a child of the Most High, but I'm not. Find righteousness. You know what I mean? Find righteousness. Man, you could call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, Christian, Ethiopic. You call yourself an Israelite, Christian, Ethiopic, Muslim of the gods and earths to the, I don't know what else they got, right? I just need to see, are you righteous and what is your fruit? You know what I mean? Because at some point, that's what matters. What are you? Because you could be named, you could call yourself whatever you want. You could, Pretty Ricky, what you call them, right? What is your fruit? Well, Messiah said, you know them by what? You know them by their fruit. I used to be on it like that. You gotta say, you gotta do this and you gotta do that, and the Most High showed me later, like, it's gonna come a time when they're gonna be coming from every kindred, four corners of the planet Earth. They ain't even gonna speak your tongue, really. But if you can't see me in them, then something wrong with you. Ooh, you hear that word from the Father? If my children come to you and you can't see me in them, then something wrong with you. That means you're looking from a lens point of like religion or a doctrine of men. You see? Imagine I go to the Amazon jungle. I can't see the Father in some of them. They don't know nothing about no Ishmaelite, Muslim. They don't know nothing, right? You go to the Sentinelese Island, right? They done been there for thousands of years. You tell me I can't go amongst the Sentinelese Island with them who ain't been inhabited, and I can't see somebody in those culture that I don't see my Father, and somebody, right? I ain't gonna see nobody in that village who's taking care of the meek, the hungry, the animals, the planet, the earth, who's righteous, who's forgiving, who's kind, who's merciful, where I can see the image of my Father and my Messiah in them. When they don't speak nothing I'm talking about, they don't know nothing about no Muslim, they don't know nothing about no Bible, they don't know nothing about no King James, no Ethiopic, they don't know nothing about the Roman. They just living a righteous life, and I see my Father, I see my Messiah in their works, in what they're doing, and he who keeps my Father's commandments, everybody, the commandments ain't that's what people made it, a doctrine of men, like because you keeping the feast day or you wearing some type of clown costume. Nah, the devil's a lie. What is your fruit? What are you living? Are you living righteous? Are you living what the Messiah lived? Are you living what the Most High said we are to be? Are you the living word? I don't care what you know how to quote. I don't care what costume you got on. This is the growth in the spirit. I'm going to see my Father in an individual, and that meant that is my sister or brother, regardless to what tongue they speak. If I can observe their works. The Messiah said you know them by their fruit, their works. So you got to be able to see people by the fruit, because people will talk to you with the tongue all day and have the costume, and I'm this, and we serve the same God. That's why I'm quick to tell you we don't serve the same God. You know why I'm quick to say that? Because I never seen your fruit. I don't mean no disrespect to anybody, but that's why people are like, well, this is saying, I'm like, nah, don't put me in that boat. Because until I see your fruit, and that takes time of discernment. I don't know who, we don't serve the same same Father, because I know what I'm serving. I'm serving them in spirit and in truth. Because you got people that say we serve the same God, and they eat a whole pork sandwich. They got a whole swine generating in their belly as they telling me we say the same God. When my Father tell me that's an abomination. But religion told you, Paul said, I can eat. No, we don't stand to see, guys, we ain't serving the same Father. I'm quick to tell people that in a minute. Don't lump me in there with that. I know you by your fruit. Don't mean that you're not trying to be righteous and go along the path. We all start somewhere, but we ain't serving the same Father. Facts. I serve mine. Everything he say to do, I'm doing. That part. I don't pick and choose. I ain't got no religion, mammon tell me nothing. I decipher and discern it. Okay? I know, right? They got a whole plate of lobsters. Talking about we serve the same God. I'm like, no, we don't. Right? It don't mean that you're not a good person. Listen clearly. It doesn't mean that you're not trying to be, you're not a good person trying to do the right thing and all that. But we're not serving the same deity. You see? We're not. I'm sorry, it's just not. So I'm quick to tell people, nah, don't lump me. I don't let people lump me into nothing. Okay? Facts. And remember, I'm not trying to judge nobody and everything. We're all on a journey. We're all on our journey to righteousness. And I'm here to guide you as much as I can to righteousness. But, shoot, I don't know, man. This thing is crazy. It's levels to this. Because, you can have somebody that just finished a crab full of, a whole crab meal at Red Lobster, but they could be good people and doing really righteous acts all their life. And then you can have somebody that don't eat no swine, no abomination, none of that. And they secretly smashing Sister Susie and cussing and right? So again, it's all about an overall, are your righteous acts more outweigh your unrighteous acts, right? It's not about, I'm learning, bro. I didn't used to have this election. I was more hard, rigid core. You gotta, but the Most High is showing me, because like I just said, that scenario, you can have somebody who ain't following all the things, but overall, when you do an overall score, they're more righteous than the dude who's like looking like he following everything to the letter, but he still got secret iniquities and he doing some old abomination stuff over here, but he checking all the boxes for the, right, for the other stuff. I don't know. It's just, that's why the Most High, it's like he started to show me it's more about your righteous works outweighing your unrighteous acts, because people are in so many different levels of sin and transgression, and you have to meet everyone where they are. And the best I can give you is to strive to be more righteous than unrighteous. Strive to have a relationship with the Creator, right? And keep coming back and start to learn and empty the wineskin. And as you go on your journey, you'll start to toss away things of your old self. You'll start to rebuild yourself in the image of the Father. It takes time. But if we just judge everybody where they at and just, you can convict people and offend them and then they'll go away, right? That's why I'm trying not to offend people, you know, when they come, like the brother, like, you know, I'm Muslim. It's like, I would rather him, with wherever he's at with that, still come back so that righteousness can be poured into him, so he can have more discernment of the scriptures and grow in the word, so then he can actually make more sound decisions in his area of growth and development. Because we all grow and develop, and we shed an empty wineskin. But if we reject people from when they come and offend them, you lose people on their path, you know? So he's making me more receptive and kind and patient and tolerant. You see, more, I wasn't like that before, right? But praise Yah for growth and development. And imagine when we start to get back through the shadow band and there's 500 people like before on the live stream, and they're coming from all walks. We can't be like, we lose souls, bro. Everybody's on the path. You understand? So, but I am still going to call out. I'm going to call out stuff. I'm not, you know, this ain't the yes man's club, right? Like, I'm going to tell you that you can't mix those two. That's abomination, bro. You can't do that, right? But stay on your path. At least you're trying to be righteous and stay on that righteous path. Was it another one, Hakim?
Yes, this one is from, let's see, let me see his name. Is it Maddie? Yeah, it's from Maddie. Also, he had a little chat with Roberta that you might want to check after the live.
Okay.
Maddie says, that is all we have. The truth has been hidden for a long time, so it will be confusing from the King James Version. What about the Sephir Bible? I know these books were taken out by the whites, especially. The Apocrypha was taken out in the 1700s. It was banned, and the Caribbeans, the Jamaican Maroons, knew who they were. The British never conquered them. That's all.
Let me, so he said, that's where they get people. He said the KJV is confusing.
Yes.
And that's where they
asked, what about the Sephir Bible instead?
Let me explain.
Okay.
The KJV is not confusing. learning your ABCs was confusing when you first went to kindergarten, right? Learning the cursive writing, right? I remember when we start the ministry, when they first started, everybody was doing the NIV and the DISV, the ESV, because they do stuff to make it easier. But know what they do? They change stuff to make it easier. They're changing. Now, let me explain. When I was first doing the KJV, everybody thought it was so difficult. And right now, everybody in the ministry, like, that's crazy that it's a muscle, right? She said, Maddie said, I never said that. They said they never said that. Did you read it correctly? What you wrote?
Yes, I was reading exactly what was written.
So say that part again. Maybe it was.
Okay. It says, that's all we have. The truth has been hidden for a long time, so it will be confusing from the King James Version. And then they ask, what about the Sephir Bible?
Pause. You're going too fast. Stop right there. That's the part. The truth will be hidden from, say it again, because I think we just mixing understanding what he's saying. He said the truth will be, say it again.
The truth has been hidden for so long.
Uh-huh.
So it will be confusing from the King James Version.
See that?
What
the way
about
you,
the
the
Sephir
way,
Bible?
would you stop right there? That's the part. Just stop right there. All right. So it's what the way you wrote it, Maddie, was confusing. You said the truth, you have to explain the truth was hidden for so long, so it would be confusing from the King James Bible. I don't know what that means. That's why the misunderstanding is. It sounds like you're saying it's reading the King James Version is confusing, but I could see that's not what you meant. It's just the way it was written. So anyway, let me continue with some understanding of it, because I'm gonna get to the Sephir part. So the KJV, right? The reason why, right? The Sephir is no disrespect, but I got a lesson. I'm gonna do another one. The man who wrote the Sephir name is Pigeon. And Pigeon, I did a lesson out of his own words. Pigeon worship other gods. Pigeon, these people wrote this to make money. Okay? These people are like basically transgressors. All right? And because we had a lot of people in our ministry, Sephir heads, I call them, they love the Sephir. And when I did the video of the Sephir, and out his own mouth, I had to find him saying, because, people, we become favorites as a men, and people love, the book. And I'm like, okay, you know what? And the Most High allowed me to find, and even our elder Tommy Yah had to put it down. He said, you got me now, because I didn't heard it out of his own mouth. That dude serving other gods and writing some Bible. Now, everybody listen clearly. I know you think that it's easier what he's writing, but he wrote other gods in those books. Listen clearly. In the Sephir, that is Canaanite Hebrew. When he's writing these names, all these A-E-I-O-U, Aki, Oki, Yiki, Aki, Aki, Oki, Aki, that's Canaanite, okay? Those deities are even darker than the watered down deities later. Let me explain. The further you go back in antiquity, the stronger the gods get, the principalities. When you go further from the KJV, when they put Lord, Baal, and God, right? That's what they got in there. And we know the Lord is Baal, right? And God, right? And then they put a lowercase l. But in the Sephir, they got all type of, read it. They got Oki, Aki, Oki, Yiki, Yak. These are fallen angel gods. Yo, people really don't understand. I was like, yo, you're calling on ancient Anunnaki, Amalekite gods, Ugaritic gods, Amorite gods, Akkadian gods. Ain't none of that Habariya. You really calling on an actual principality. I'm like, you better off just calling the Lord from, reading in English and calling the Lord and God, because you're only calling two, Lord Baal. On theirs, you calling 99, in that Sephir stuff, you calling on 99 different fallen angel gods. And he got you calling them by their name. Everybody, the name denotes power. Remember, the Messiah said there are some devils that only come out by what? By calling their name. Do you understand? So when you call on the name of it, and you speaking and praying and worshiping toward it, he got you in covenant with these fallen angel Canaanite gods. It's worse, yo, GIW. I had to get these people out, and the way that I got it out, Hakiyama, we got to find that video. I don't know what it's titled. I don't know. I think I titled it C for something. It's the one with, she'll find it. And I'm going to show y'all because
And Maddie
Pigeon,
gave me the correction when you're ready.
okay. And Pigeon, he, in his own words, I show him saying that he following other gods and he following other, his crazy work. That made the ministry put it down, because a lot of people is like, oh, I know, but I like the Sephir, and I'm like, I'm trying to tell y'all, this dude is y'all be talking about come out of Caesarea Borgia and everything. These dudes is devil. No disrespect, but the Strongs thing too. They be like, Strong said, Strong. Who is Strongs? Y'all be following these fallen angel dudes, and these dudes be writing this stuff and got everybody leading. Did the Bible say that Strong said, or did the Bible say the Raya Kayakadas, the Holy Spirit, will bring all things to remembrance? Everybody, I ain't never read Strong's. They never said nothing to me. Sephir, when I wanted to pick it up in 2015, the Most High said, the Most High basically said, if you pick that up, I'll pop you in your head. I'm like, what are you talking about? The Sephir. Everybody doing the Sephir. I want the Sephir. It was the big guy. The Most High said, I'll pop you in your spiritual head. Sit your butt down. I'm going to write it in your default. And then later I said, oh, I see why. He like, I'm using you to call others out to get my people out of this stuff. All right? People paying, getting these people billions. This man charging $200 and $300 a book. This man that made billions, and he don't even worship he worship another gods and deities. Wait, yo, you got to be kidding me. All right, so no, just stick with your KJV. Just stick with your old KJV written by, and you can get your Apocrypha. All right, and just stick with that. Just the old trusty King James, our ancestors, the Yasharalite. He was a righteous man. Don't believe that stuff that they tell y'all he was smashing and no. He was one of the righteous kings ever of all time. A righteous man. They just defamed his name and put a blot on him because he's Yasharalite. All right? And the Most High ordained him, right? And he got it from Tinsdale. Okay? Tinsdale, another Yasharalite. Okay? Tinsdale. So they'll say, they'll tell you about what's the other dude back then? I forgot their names now. No, I forgot his name. The John dude and the other ones. So there's Tinsdale and there's King James. The Yasharalites wrote, and we rightly divided, and the Most High unlocks. I know when it's add to and took it away from. I speak the language, the tongue, so I can transliterate the words in the original euphemistic terms and the ideologies and the linguistics of the tongue, and depending on the context of the time where our ancestors were, that's how you decipher. And in the mysteries, the Messiah, through the Holy Spirit, will give the keys to unlock the mysteries, but that's through your righteousness. All right? And yeah, so put that other stuff down. That stuff is fallen, a lot of fallen angel stuff in there. You understand? A lot of fallen angel, Canaanite stuff. Really, really dark. Like I said, the further you go back in antiquity, the stronger those deities get. And they got us calling on them, saying their names in those books. All right. What he said? He said he explained the thing.
Okay. Let me go up some. Maddie said, the truth of God's word, many don't understand the KJV. And then they continue to say, I don't have a Sephir and I have not read it. And
so that's
last
good.
one was, my daughter wants a Sephir Bible. Now I'll tell her.
Tell her now. And we're going to find the lesson, and you'll be able to see it. I'll be able to show you in the lesson with C for pigeon. You'll see. You'll when you see that, you'll be like, okay, thank you, Aunt. Definitely no. You save that $200-300. You get you about 3 King James for that price. you get you about 5 Bibles. You got Bibles that can get panned out to people for the price of that. They can't decipher our tongue. You get, man, these people crazy. You got the same people that worship other gods that's trying to tell us our original Hebrew and it's Canaanite Hebrew because they want, if we get them to curse themselves, they try and curse us all over again. That's what they did. They ain't doing nothing but curses all over again. Oh, good. She's listening. They ain't doing nothing but curses all over again. God's calling on ancient Canaanite gods, Amalekite, Amorites, and calling them by name. It's all written through it. I'm like, that ain't Habarian, none of that. Our elder was doing it in our WhatsApp, and I said, what is this? It reads crazy too. It was like Anunnaki, Ukeyaki. I said, who are these gods? No, bro. I'm like, stop reading that stuff. It's kind of like when we was playing the video when the music was playing backwards. It's that same thing. Remember, all y'all was like, that's satanic. The music playing backwards is probably giving curses and spells. That's the same thing. That's why I started speaking over it. Reading that, but it's the same thing. I'm sorry that some of y'all, it's the same thing. All right? Because you're calling on these beings and you don't know who you're calling on. You have no idea who you're calling on. And every time you call on them, they're entering your house and they're entering your temple. They're entering, right? That's why the Bible says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because you don't understand what you're calling on. And so what do? They get you to curse yourselves, right? If we get them to curse themselves, right? So that's the scripture. So then they proliferate. They make money. They get millions, billions off of it. That dude's a billionaire trying to sell us our history. What kind of crap is that? All right. So yeah. So go ahead, Hakim. And one day when we read the King James, people be asking us, what Bible is that? And they don't realize it's just the King James. It's just the way that we read it. We put Yah's name back. We put the Most High back. We put the Messiah back. We put what they've replaced. The Most High's name was over 7,000 times in our Bible, in the Sephir Yah, and they took him out. So we put his name back everywhere where it was. So when we read it, people think we're reading from a different book. That's why I start to put it on the screen. So people be like, oh man, that's crazy. I want to learn how to do that. It just comes with practice with anything else. You just got to get used to it. And that's it. You don't need nothing else. That's what they get us for. What do they call that? Convenience. You know what they tell you? Oh, we're going to give you the NIV. We're going to give you the HIV. We're going to give you the DID Bible. We're going to give you the PPP Bible. We're going to give you this because it's easier. And we're going to put footnotes and we're going to explain this. And the same people who cursed you, the same ditties is trying to explain, I don't need you doing nothing for me. I need you to get away from me and leave my book alone. All right? I don't need your footnotes. I don't need nothing that you're trying to explain, because you ain't nothing but sin and transgression, and I'm good. All right. Praise the Most High for righteous understanding. Less is more. All right. That was it, Hakama? Was it?
There's just one last one.
Okay.
My Shari says.
Shalom, my Shari.
Why did
Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High. That's what that means. Sorry, guys. Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High. Go ahead.
My Shari says, why did King James write the demonology book?
That he didn't. That's another lie. All right. So I did a King James. I don't know. We got so many lessons. All right.
I posted it.
Oh, you post that one, the King James one? Okay.
Yes.
So there is a lot of lies that they put against our ancestor. All right. They also said sis, that he was Diddy. He was GAY. They also said that all of that is a lie from the Lake of Fire. He was the only monarch to have one wife. I think they had like something like 10 children, and he never cheated, never went outside his marriage. Marriage was blessed. Children came out good for the most part, righteous. He was one of the most righteous men of the era in time. And because of what he was to do, his legacy, that the Most High, would be using him to awaken the remnant descendants that were scattered across the four corners, his descendants, all right? He's a Jacobite, all right? That's Israelite. Jacob got his name changed to Israel, okay? Now, Yasharalite, that's how you say that. Ain't no Isis Ra'elite. That's English transliteration. It's Yasharalite, right? It's Yasharalat in Hebrew. Ain't no it, I-T, it's at, Yasharalat, all right? Now, sorry guys, that sounded kind of real anal. I said sorry because that sounded anal, was all outdoors. I'm not anal. But anyway, I'm just trying to get the correct pronunciation so y'all can have full understanding. Now, he, because of what he was going to be used to do, remember, they took his kingship. They stole his identity. They telling you now that he wasn't even black, right? They got images, if you Google, some white people, no disrespect to my white brothers and sisters, but white men come up. His son, King, the Stuarts, the Scots, they telling you they were all white. And my lesson, when I show you the original images, right? And then you Wikipedia, then you see the new images, they change, right? So we go back and show you the original images. Him with his afro, his wife with the key, right? You see them. So they changed his likeness, his being, and all they did was try to demonize him, and so that we won't receive him, right? The same way they do any righteous. They smear your name and your likeness and function so that the children won't receive from you, whoever the Most High is sending to do a work. So that's what they did. They tried to smear his likeness and being an image. All that's a lie. He wasn't no sorcery. He wasn't no witchcraft. He didn't do none of that crap. He wasn't no non-male and female. He was a righteous man, and his legacy could never be tarnished by those who study to show themselves approved. You got to go through the books. When you go ancient, that's why we broke it down. So if you watch those videos, we go through. We show the images, the ancient, the original. We go through things. So history, the good thing about history, the Most High had throughout all of history, he had people write, and those writings been preserved. But what they do is they try to hide it, right? And so you have to seek it out. And praise the Most High, he just allowed me to find stuff. He gives it to me, right? I do diligence to seek stuff, but basically he guides me to the stuff. So everything that I have and bring out, I know y'all be like, dag, Unc, you be having the, right? I know y'all like, you be having the goods. Because the Father, y'all be guiding me to it. You understand? I wouldn't be able to. Now, it takes me so many hours because it takes a while. He guides me, and I this and that and that and this, and I got to download and do and edit and do all this stuff. But he leads me. That's why, I don't know what I'm going to do for every lesson. He leads me. So I don't take credit for that. Only credit I can take is that I would choose with my free will to do my Father's work. And I can take credit for that. Pat yourself on the back, guys, when you do the Father's will, because that's you choosing to do. I don't got to do this. I choose to serve my Father, and I'm proud of it. And I serve him well. You heard? So I pat myself right on the back. Good job. I know my Father be like, good job, my son. In you, I'm well pleased. I could feel it when he said it. I feel the shamayam and everybody feeling like, good job. I'm like, let's go, guys. What's next, Father? Right? But sometimes you got to pat yourself up. That ain't pride. It's just sometimes you be the only one that's going, your family won't appreciate you, your husband, your wife, your loved one, the kid, nobody. Right? Sometimes you guys got to pat your own self on the back. Good job, King. Facts, guys. You got to be your own. Love yourself. If you don't love yourself, then you can't help nobody else. You can't love nobody else. You got to love yourself. You understand? And you do that, they make us to hate ourselves, right? They make us, they make us not like ourselves, you know what I mean? So that you can't help no one else. How you gonna love someone else? You can't even love yourself. And this ain't selfish love. This is just understanding and giving yourself the grace of complimenting yourself for a job well done. You see? Yeah. Come on, Rendell. Good job. He's still here. I'm glad you're still here, King. Good job, King. You're on the path, Rendell. I'm riding with you, King. Just keep on coming back, King. You on the path. You got a purpose and a mission of your life. The Most High gonna use you to do a mighty work on this earth, King. You heard? You got people. I've been hydrating a little bit. Thank you, my Cherie. You got people. I've been hydrating through this. You got people that need you, Rendell. They need all y'all, my Cherie, all of us. That's what we here for. I knew they needed me. That's why I did the diligence years ago. It's this mission I'm doing now started 20 years ago. You understand? I never wavered. It was rough. It wasn't no joke, but look at the fruit now. You understand? This is the fruit of the labor. And now you learn salvation is in the testimony. So my testimony of my walk, that's how you can take strength in my walk. Well, man, Uncle, do it. All right. I can strive to be. Yeah, it's in you. All of us. The Father's in us. We all have our individual gifts and things, powers, a purpose that we are to fulfill. And it's nobody's purpose is more important than another's. And the Father, he doesn't have favoritism of men. Everybody is equally as important. No matter how big you think the purpose is or small you think it is, it's all equal in the Father's eyes. Right? Nobody's greater than another. The Father don't believe in that favoritism at all. Not at all. All right? Everyone's needed. Yeah. Praise y'all. All right.
I got one last one for you if you want it.
Just go ahead. We might as well. Let's close out with that. We'll do the 3 o'clock. Go ahead.
It's from Shamaria. She says, what about the Yah scriptures? I'm not sure if she really means the hallelujah, but maybe you know.
She's probably about the hallelujah stuff. I don't know. Sis, what I can tell you is because I have had others that told me. All of those crutches, only reason why I'm saying it is because I haven't read it. Some people in the ministry, like you got Kalala Yah in our ministry, he got every last one of those Bibles. He got the Sephir, the Hallelujah, the KJV, not the KJV, the TP 2000. They got the R. Kelly Bible. They got the Sufi Kufi Bible. They got so many different things, right? I'll just stick with the KJV. I'm really an old school. I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of person, right? I believe that once you start going outside, I don't know, bro. It's just, right? But I haven't read that Yah Bible, the Hallelujah, and I don't know who wrote it, right? I don't know. Like, I would have to read it and see what they're saying in it, right? Because a lot of people be trying to, so what I'm saying is a lot of those who are trying to transliterate, that's Canaanite, what they're transliterating. It's not Habariyah. So those words that they're transliterating ain't the actual, that's actually Ugarit or Akkadian gods, right? But you don't know it, right? But yeah, sometimes we just like a new thing, but I'm the Most High. He never. I mean, I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, and he never allowed me to go to anything else. That says something. He never allowed me to go to anything else. Simplify, because he's going to write it in your inward part. It's like once you start relying on different books, it's like they're writing things in your. So he had me really be simplified and just the Holy Spirit just reveal, and it's just simple right there. So I'm not saying if you got those books, throw it away or nothing. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you don't got to go out and spend your money on those. Most of you already got it, KJV. That's all you really need, honestly. Because the crazy thing is, in a lot of those other texts, I would have to undo the stuff that you ate in those texts, right? You learning something else that I'm gonna have to tell you that is not, that's actually Amorite, right? That's Amalekite. That's not how you say it. So you're actually eating food that you don't even need to be eating, right? It's like you're ingesting something that's really gonna have to be spit out later. So it makes no sense to even eat it. Less is more with the Father. Yah is in the simplicity and the stillness. It's always less is more with the Father. He's always, everything is very less is more. It's like, it's in a way, guys, it's like the Most High said, like, I've given them everything they need, but they always looking, because the world is introducing things all the time. And the Most High is like, less is more. So if you already got it, then I guess it's cool, But I would probably need to see one. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll have Kayala Yah on one of our Tuesday Bible studies on Zoom. Have them. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh crap! It's 3:00 too. I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna have to get up early and because I want to do a lesson for y'all tomorrow. I want to do a presentation for tomorrow's Bible study, our Zoom study. That's where the word really at. Boy, if y'all only knew those Tuesday, but boy, that's where it's at. But anyway, this is where it's at too. But the Bible, I'm doing current events now. But anyway, so what I was gonna say, the Most High is in the stillness, less is more, in the simplicity. Be still and know that I'm the Most High, I'm Yah. Be still. I exist in the stillness, small, quiet place. So it's always less is more with him. So a lot of the things he already provided. They got a Trump Bible. You gotta be kidding me. I bet they do too. Yep, because you have to unlearn to relearn to learn again. They got a Trump Bible. That's insane. I'm guarantee you they do too, because anybody could make one. You know what I mean? If it wasn't such an arduous task, I would do one in the original Habariya and have it everything the right way. But that would take years. I'm too busy teaching this word, trying to do. There's no way I would be able to accomplish that because the task would be monumentous to take everything and give y'all the correct Habariya in a Bible that's actually 100% original pictograph Habariya. No Canaanite, no transliterations, just the original tongue. That would be insane. It would probably take forever. But all right. What was it? What she asked?
Oh, you saw? She said, Machete said, how many days does Ankh fast during the week?
Well, my fasts are intermittent, meaning I don't eat much. I only eat one meal a day anyway. So like whenever I teach the word, I never eat. I'm always on an empty stomach. So that's like, because fast, you can have a 12-hour fast, 24-hour fast, 2-day fast, 3-day fast, whatever. The last 3-day fast I did was a while ago. That was probably like 8 months. It's been a minute. I need to do another one. I wish I didn't lose weight so fast, but I remember about, I think it was last year, I did like a 7-day. That was crazy. I didn't mean to do it. I meant to do a 2-3 day, but it just turned, I just didn't want to eat. My body just, and I lost a lot of weight. I don't want to do that again. If I was naturally thick, I would do it a lot, but I lose weight so fast, bro. I like my weight. I try to keep my weight up, but I fast intermittently. Now, also, I fast from things, right? Not just food, right? So my food is all from the garden anyway. So all of my food, I don't eat no matter of flesh with no matter of blood at all. No dairy, no nothing. I eat only from the earth, right? So, so my food is not, not even a problem. But but I am gonna fast. It's because it's been so long. I'm gonna do a cleanse too, and just fast. I might just only do a day, a 24-hour day, maybe 2, because I don't want to lose too much of my weight. I'm trying to keep my body weight up. But I fast also from people, from noise, from, I fast. So I spend a lot of time in y'all's stillness, just working in the spirit. I mean, 24 hours, like 20 hours straight, 30 hours, 26 hours, no, like, just in a bubble, like a spiritual bubble. And time, it's like, I don't know it's that long. I look up and it's like my roommate said, I went to sleep, came from work. She just said this the other day. I came from work. You was here working in the studio, went to sleep. You were still here working in the studio, went back to work. You were still, and came back from work and you were still here. And then you went and studied and taught the lesson for 8 hours. That's when I just did the 8-hour lesson, the last live stream. And I'm like, I know if the people could really see what I really do, it's crazy. It's supernatural too. So yeah, my food is different fast. So my food fast, I mean, I don't eat much anyway. So, but I make sure that every time I teach the word, my temple is empty. And every time I go to the gym, my temple is empty. So I don't eat before I work out either. When your temple is flushed, your body is more tuned. They got us thinking we need to eat 3 times all the time. But when I go to the gym, I make sure I go on an empty stomach. Facts, every time. And that's the whole thing. You got people in there, they be taking all type of creatine and drinking all type of protein crap and doing all, please. I'm fresh, body empty, stomach empty. Everything is not working on digestive system. It's working on healing, growth and develop. All of my systems are working on regeneration. Rehealing, healing itself, healing things instead of working on digestion all the time. Then when I come from the gym, I eat a big meal. All right. All right. So we need to close out. I'm getting tired too. I know everybody getting tired. 75 on the live. It's getting really late. Well, I didn't know I was gonna go this long, but praise the Most High. So I'll save the other thing I was going to do to Friday. It's very important. So I'll see most of y'all on Friday. I don't know out there. I ain't gonna think we're gonna get through no shadow ban no more. I'll work on that another way. We gotta get through it another way. They like, we hip to you. We ain't about to let y'all have 1,000 on your live stream no more. Too many people getting the truth. Right? So praise the Most High. This was transhumanism, and I didn't even do the transhumanism part. I had some special transhumanism part to bring out, but maybe I'll do it on Friday. All right? Transhumanism and Epstein, from files to flesh. All right? Devilish, that dude on the screen is, what's his name? Aleister Crowley, and all these devils are following him. So we praise the Most High for this lesson. I thank y'all all for joining us on this Monday night as we teach his word and we expose this darkness. I'm not going to be live again till Friday. So I'm taking off Wednesday because I need to recover and I need to work and rest. And I'm working on this business. I'm working on this tool for investment, right? So we got this tool coming that, because I know a lot of y'all ain't going to be able to learn the digital currency space. So we're working on this tool that it'll tell you on your phone, it'll send a message to your phone and tell you when to buy the coin. And then another message will come to your phone and it'll tell you when to sell, right? So we're making it, me and my partner, Agyana, we're making an alerting tool that'll go through your phone, through your WhatsApp. You'll just have to have WhatsApp, or it could come to your email, and it's going to assist you into doing the trades. Because if I try, it'll be really hard for y'all to learn so much. And we only got 2 years, and that's going to go fast. Boy, it's almost April already. Before you turn around, we got a year and a half, then we have a year, you know what I mean? So we making a tool. It's like done. It might be able to be released next week. And this tool will be able to tell you, I'm gonna set you up how to trade, get your account, get everything set up, and then the message would tell you when to buy. And it could come through all day. So even you could turn it on and off. So while you at work, you could turn it off. Then you could choose, all right, I wanna trade, so I can turn the app on, right? It's an app that we created. And I can turn the app on, and then it's gonna tell me when I'm ready to trade. All right, bang, buy the coin. It's gonna tell you what coin to buy and when to buy. And you go to your account and you press buy. And then you gotta keep the app on, right? Turn your volume up and everything. Then you could go wash dishes, go to the gym. You could do what you want, but you need to hear it. Then it's going to tell you to sell. It's going, when the conditions, when you got your percentage that you're supposed to get out of the coin to make your money, then it's going to hit you again. And it's going to tell you to sell the coin now. Then you go back. You could do it on your phone. You go or your computer and you click sell. And now you got your profit. You did a trade. So it's automated and it comes to you. All right? We created this because there's no way with all of y'all's children that I'm going to be able to teach all of y'all and walk y'all through it and everything. So we got to, so I'll show y'all see the commercial. I'll show y'all everything. It's really dope. And it's really dope. So that's the blessing. Y'all will have that. All of y'all will have that. And once you have the app, that's it. Then you can do it. And then once you're using it, that's how you're going to learn the trading system. Because as you keep buying, as the app tell you this coin and you go and buy it, when you keep doing that, you're going to learn, okay, this coin, Hyperliquid. Okay, Hyperliquid went up 10, it made me 8% today. But tomorrow it picked fetch, right? Then you'll be able to see the exchange on Blowfin. You'll be able to, okay, and then you'll be able to learn as you go through it. And that's going to make you learn as you're earning. And I'm setting it up. So praise the Most High for him teaching us to make that app to assist his children, because it would be really too hard for everyone to really learn it the way you need to learn it. And the way that the beast makes it, you won't have time with your everyday lives, and you got kids and you got to go here. Some of you got jobs, you got to do this. There's no way. So praise the Most High. All right. So I'll show y'all. And once, that's coming. So praise the Most High. And yeah, right after I said the lesson, the market, it went down. And then Trump announced that stuff that he was going to bomb Iran. and then today it went up like crazy, right? So, and Akiama, you got to get back in. I just found out. I thought you was in at 64. I thought you got back in at 64 or 67.
Just the sisters.
You need to, if you get back in some, put you a limit order at 67, right? 67, I don't know, 8 or 9, and at least some. If you don't put all back in, because we don't know when it's going to take off and not come back down, and I don't want you to be out, right? I'm back in now. I finally got back in. Praise the Most High. I ain't listen to Yana. Yana told me yesterday that everything was going to tank because of Trump news. Listen clearly, God. He told me everything was going to tank, and so I got out of what I had in. And when I went to bed, right before I went to sleep, the Spirit said, do not listen to that. Get back in. And I went and I got back in. And I woke up and I woke up and it was just one green line straight up. I said, I would have killed Yana. He made me get out of everything. Talk about Trump said this, and when Monday, when the stock exchange opened, everything going to tank. And it did the opposite. I am so glad. I said, Yana, boy, I would have been mad at Yana. I'm like, and he know, because we was on the call and I just got out of, I sold everything. I got out because he thinking it's going to tank. And before I went to sleep, I'm so glad the Holy Spirit said, do not listen to that, get back in everything. And one by one, I got back in everything. And I got I listened, I got in fully. And it just took off. And now I'm back. I'm so straight. Now I'm just going to put my stop loss and I ain't going to get out no more. I'm not getting out again unless it go under, unless it drop under 60 and stuff, then, stop loss going to hit. But other than that, I'm not messing with it no more. Because it's going to take off and none of us know when it's going to happen and it's not going to come back down. The new floors are going to be like 80s or 90s. I'm telling you, that's so I got to make sure you get back in. And Akiama, you need to get back in your Bitcoin, your XRP, and ETH. Those three. So get back in. If you don't get in fully, at least get back in. Because when it take off, I want you to be in. I need everybody back in. I'm glad the sisters are back in. So make sure you get that 60 price. Try to get the 67 if you can't catch the 67. If not, catch 68 or whatever. But I don't know if it's going to go back under that to 65. If you can, that'll be good money, right? So just set the limit order. You can set a couple of them too, right? All right. Yeah. So, and the thing is coming. So that's going to be for all of y'all. And y'all will see, I'm going to show y'all a little commercial. It's dope. So all of y'all have that ability because I won't be able to service everybody the way y'all need. So the app is going to make it where y'all can just learn, you have it. And you can just trade anytime you want. And it'll tell you when to buy and it'll tell you when to sell. And it'll pick the coin, which coin, and you just go in and that's it. Maddie said it's going to 30K. It's not going to 30K. That's not going to happen. If it did, no, it can't. It's not going to 30K. It ain't going under 50. If it does, I don't even think it's going to get back to 50 anymore. It definitely ain't going no 30K. That is not happening. And I got a stop loss. If it did, I'm buying it up. That's the difference, Maddie. So my stop loss, if it went to 30K, my stop loss is going to get me out at 50, about 60, 59. And then that means I'm buying it at 30. Trump ain't got nothing to do with this. Trump making money off this. Trump ain't got nothing to do with this. They making money. Every time they make it tank, they make money. Every time they make it go up, they make money. Then they're going to say they making billions off this. But yeah, but no, he do got something to do with it. They all got something to do. I take that back. He do got something to do with it. They all got something to do with it. But it's because they making market manipulation now. Before they used to be that. That's because they all in it because they going digital. But we know how to work it. So that's what my app is for everybody. But so yeah. So yeah, and the email is in the YouTube too. Just go to the about section. The email is all over the place. All right. All right, Maddie, you're gonna need this app too. You're gonna need to get in this because by the time this thing go digital, you're gonna be like, Unc, I should have listened. They're gonna try to make you take UBI. All right. All right. Peace and blessings. We gotta close. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And that's what's manipulating the market too. And it shot up today, and I'm so glad it did. I'm in. I'm in, Ben. And I'm taking profits every time it go up. That's the thing. So that's the thing I'm gonna teach the class, that once you get that good floor, we got to take profits when it do this thing. It shoot up to 75. Take your profits. And then when it shoot back down, now you have more to buy when it go back down. All right. Oh my goodness, my stomach is growling. There you go. Now it's time to eat. I've had many come to be trying to get me involved. I don't know if I trust them. Nope, don't trust them. I knew. Don't trust none of them. Don't trust nobody in crypto space. Nobody. All right? And don't mess with Coinbase either, Maddie. Coinbase is the worst. Don't mess with Coinbase. If you have to have a major exchange, get cracking. Right? But don't mess with Coinbase. Coinbase is nasty, it's messy. And they thieves, they rob, they charge you, overcharge you for everything too. Secret charges. But no, don't y'all trust nobody with crypto. They all gonna make you their exit liquidity. It's a wicked space. Crypto, monetary space is a spiritual space. It's the god Mammon. Really dark. So you can't trust people in that space. Don't trust nobody. They're trying to sell you their exit strategy. They're trying to sell you on something. All right? Praise the Most High that he got his righteous remnant in the space. Right? I ain't trying to sell you nothing. All right? I'm trying to woe to those who don't prepare. All right? That's not no mark of the beast, is it? Nah. Nah. It's because money is not wicked, it's the love of it. It's mammon that they use. They use it for evil deeds. So it's just currency. It's just digital now. Right? But we already have digital currency. Your debit card is digital. It's right in your wallet right now. Your money is right there in a card. That's digital right there. It's not physical. All right. All right, praise the Most High. I could believe that. And they wiping people. So these spikes, because people put leverage and they don't have they wiping people's stuff. That's because people don't know what they're doing. This is a dangerous space. If you don't know what you're doing, you can get yourself really harmed in this space. All right, let's close out. I love to kick it with y'all all night, but I got to prepare for tomorrow's Bible study. All right, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself tonight, and I'll see y'all on Friday. God, we did 6 hours? My goodness. My goodness. Hopefully I'll see y'all on Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:15 p.m. We be here. And hopefully y'all can make it. May the Most High cover and bless you. Go forth and be the light in this darkness. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. I think it was only me and you all night, right? Was anybody else here? Okay. Thank you, Hakyama, and thank you for the ministry, for welcoming anybody that came. I'm not sure if we had a couple of new people. Thank you for the ministry, for welcoming all the new people. Thank you for anybody that came that was really respectful. And we go forth and be the light of the Most High in this dark second world. You are his children, and he loves us, and we're his image on earth. So as we expose this darkness, you go forth and be the light. May the Most High bless you. May you all have a blessed day. For y'all, most of y'all day, and some of y'all started. For those who are going to rest, may you have a blessed day, and the love of the Father bestowed over you and yours. Peace and blessings, everybody. Shalom. That means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. Shalom, Hasuyah. Peace and blessings. We out.
Secures and hooks us tight, a gift from your eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved, you are loved. loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. Email me for the link.